The male protagonist is just a fat nerd, but unexpectedly he is hit by a delivery car. At this moment, he returned to his ancestors, but unexpectedly a master of Taoism, transmigration, entered his body. Long Yun began to have his memories, being teased by his teacher, mocked by the school goddess, forced to apologize by his classmates, and even being beaten by bullies at school every day. Long Yun also did not expect to transmigrate into a useless fat guy, so he decided to seek revenge for his host. Not only did he attract the attention of female students, but also a nurse and a policewoman who liked to wear fishnet stockings. Even the tycoon's daughter had to yield, and even the #1 assassin had to call Long Yun the boss. As the full moon rose high, shining in the night sky enveloping the city, on his way back home, a chubby male student, named Long Yun, was tired, stretching and yawning after a busy day. Putting his black bag into the bike basket, he softly muttered to himself, "It's time to go home already. So boring. I have to finish my homework quickly later, or I'll be scolded by the teacher again tomorrow." With that thought, Long Yun quickly sat on the bike saddle and hurriedly rode home. Due to being too focused on how to get home quickly, how does Long Yun not notice a truck approaching from afar, headlights flickering? It wasn't until the headlights shone in his face that he jolted awake. But it was too late. The distance between him and the truck was rapidly closing, his face turning pale as he realized he had no chance to avoid it. With terrifying speed, the truck crashed into him and his bike. The sudden impact sent him flying off the bike, his glasses shattered and flying into the air. The truck quickly drove away, leaving chaos behind. A mangled bike, glasses scattered on the road, and Long Yun's battered body lying in a pool of blood. Elsewhere, a stranger smirked, holding the phone, informing Long Great Yum Masters that it was done. He requested the remaining 1,000 to be transferred to his account. Through the scope, he observed Long Yun's bloody body on the road. Why did Long Great Yum Masters waste 2,000 to buy the life of this useless person? Thinking about the money he was about to receive, he couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Ha 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 ha, and quickly drove away, leaving the blood-soaked scene behind. Long Yun's eyes remained closed, blood flowing incessantly from the top of his head, staining his face as the pool of blood on the ground continued to grow. Suddenly, a beam of green light appeared, shining directly on Long Yun's head. A faint voice echoed in his mind. "Have you succeeded in this life? It hurts too much." He slowly opened his eyes to see his own bloody arm, followed by a bicycle and the chaotic surroundings. Where am I? The pain all over his body made Long Yun grimace. This body. Suddenly, he received a memory from the host, causing his eyes to widen. The memory started with Long Yun being with the teacher, holding tightly onto the test paper. At the same time, a girl with purple hair walked in, quickly noticing him, mocking him with a sneer, her eyes full of contempt. 30 points. You're such a loser, Long Yun. In the cafeteria, Long Yun's whole body trembled as he knelt on the ground, humiliated and pitiful. In front of him were 4 other male students, all showing clear disdain. The boy with green hair held a tray and said, "All you do is eat all day. Let me help you lose weight." As he spoke, they surrounded Long Yun, 2 of them starting to torment and bully him. They mercilessly punched and kicked him, stomping on him while he was helpless, huddled up holding his head. "Fatty, Tao Shanshan is a beauty queen. Do you deserve to like her? Why don't you take a mirror and see for yourself?" After watching the fragment of memory, Long Yun fell into contemplation. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Good or bad, you share the same name as me. Does that make you a bit cowardly? I am Long Yun, originally a medial apprentice to Turning Point. In the 9 cycles of life and death, losing a spirit being's destiny and jumping to this Mangham planet, entering this body." Long Yun smiled softly to himself. "This body, use a bit of my remaining spiritual ki to heal it first." Without a word, his whole body was enveloped in a blue light, strong streams of spiritual energy quickly surrounding him. "Hold on. This little brat, Mo Yankel, has someone disabled you. If not healed, you won't live past 20. Just that age. So many enemies already." He thought to himself, "Forget it." Long Yun slowly sat up after his body was healed. "No matter what, I have taken over your body." His mouth curved slightly. "Absorb spiritual ki. Upgrade this crippled body. I will definitely help you repay kindness with kindness, and repay grudges with grudges." He began to gather spiritual ki into the palms of his hands. Not long after, his whole body was enveloped in many streams of spiritual ki. 10 minutes passed. The feeling of the spiritual ki was no longer as strong as before. With a passing sound, he no longer felt any energy. Lung Yun was dissatisfied, shouting loudly, causing the cat crossing the street to startle. What kind of place is this? The spiritual ki here is so weak. He felt a bit uneasy. Could it be that in the future, I will have to struggle through the days with this weak body? Lung Yun fell into silent contemplation for a while. After thinking it through, he encouraged himself, saying, "At most, I will cultivate from the beginning. After all, I am a prominent figure. No one dares to underestimate me in the immortal cultivation world. This little obstacle won't make things difficult for me." He exerted some strength to lift himself up and walked away. The full moon had risen high, shining alone in the silent night. On the deserted road, there was only the shadow of a person. Lung Yun slowly took each step. "This body is truly weak," he muttered. He suddenly paused, looking at his reflection in the water. He couldn't help but sigh. "I look so dirty." Lung Yun quickly removed his uniform, stained with blood, leaving only a pair of shorts on. "The water seems clean enough. I'll just wash this filthy body clean." He confidently walked towards the river. Calmly immersing himself in the cool water, he washed himself thoroughly. Leaning against a rock as a support while soaking, he contentedly said, "Comfortable." A faint noise suddenly caught his attention. "What's that sound?" Lung Yun was curious and looked towards the sound coming from the opposite street. A car quickly stopped, and the door opened to reveal the foot and high-heeled shoes of a woman. A girl with purple hair and a flushed face hurriedly got out of the car. Lung Yun quickly hid in the water. Her appearance captivated him. She was so beautiful. Immediately, the girl felt uncomfortable and vomited everything out. Oh no! Witnessing this scene, Lung Yun couldn't help but stiffen in shock. After vomiting, she covered her mouth and coughed weakly a few times, stumbled, lost her balance, and fell forward. Lung Yun saw this, and immediately shouted, "She's in trouble," cautiously. As the girl slipped and fell into the water, Lung Yun quickly swam from a distance to her location. The purple-haired girl kept struggling and shouting for help, gradually becoming exhausted and sinking into the water. Her weak arms still reached out for help. In an instant, a strong arm quickly grabbed her thin wrist. It was Lung Yun. He used his strength to pull her up to the surface, carefully holding her waist. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, but her expression changed as she looked down. In the lower half of her body, she felt something touch her thigh. She immediately reacted, struggling fiercely in Lung Yun's arms as she tried to push him away. "Pervert! Let me go!" She couldn't help but curse. Lung Yun remained calm in the face of her actions. I need to find a way to calm her down. Thinking quickly, with agile movements. 1 second he was in front of the girl. The next second he appeared right behind her. He carefully locked her arms behind her back and gagged her to prevent her from screaming. Facing her confused and flustered gaze, Lung Yun slowly spoke. "Miss, I saved your life. I am not a bad person. I was bathing in the river just now." While he appeared calm on the outside, inside he was already crying in pain. "Oh my goodness, it's quite difficult to be a good person in this position. What have I gotten myself into?" He calmly turned back to the girl with purple hair. "Don't scream and shout, I will let you speak." Seeing that Lung Yun had no ill intentions, the girl gradually became calmer, but the contact between them still made her blush. She hesitantly said, "Please, put me back on the shore." Lung Yun immediately complied with her request, and the unexpected action of lifting her up made the girl gasp. "Oh, what are you doing?" Lung Yun calmly replied, "Bring her to the shore. Does she want to swim by herself?" The girl at this moment shyly avoided eye contact. "Thank you." Lung Yun did as he said, carefully carrying the girl to the other shore, where he left his clothes. After safely reaching the shore, the girl couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when Lung Yun didn't go up with her. She turned back to look at his figure in the middle of the river, curiously asking, "Aren't you coming up?" Lung Yun immersed himself completely in the water, only raising his head slightly to respond to her. "In the middle of the night, single men and women go up. If you're afraid, what can you do?" He continued calmly. "Next to it is my stuff. Put it on and go back so you don't catch a cold. Leave the pants for me." The girl now noticed Lung Yun's clothes on the grass, seemingly not paying attention to the dried bloodstains on his shirt. Following his instructions, she quickly put on his shirt to keep warm. She casually squeezed out her wet hair, once again asking Long Yun, "What about you?" Long Yun calmly replied, "Men can handle a little cold. Besides, I'm already chubby, not afraid of the cold." Feeling attracted by his masculinity and integrity, the girl no longer kept her guard up and actively approached him. "Thank you for saving me. What's your name?" Long Yun couldn't help but smile proudly, but he calmly replied, "A good heart needs no reward. Help others without expecting anything in return." He still turned away from her, displaying the demeanor of a handsome young man. "Miss, you should go now. Don't let yourself get cold." The girl's face blushed even more, a faint smile on her lips. Just before turning to leave, the girl with purple hair hesitated. I know. She tightly grasped the iron rod, trying her best to tell Long Yun her name. "I'm Lin Minghan. I'm not a miss." Long Yun had reached the shore. He looked back at her. Lin Minghan. He still wore his blood-stained trousers. Minghan leaned on the railing. He propped his chin on his hand, murmuring, "Nice name." As he was contemplating, something caught his attention. This scent. He followed the scent to a grassy area to search. Not long after meticulously checking each bush and grass, he excitedly exclaimed, "Found it." Before him was a red grass with strange bright spots. 7 luminaries herb is a spirit herb that absorbs the essence of the sun to grow. When mature, it can be refined into 7 luminaries pill. Long Yun stroked his chin, thinking, "The 7 luminaries herb will help me restore my abilities once it matures. Currently, it will take another 2 months for this herb to mature." The strong spiritual kai surrounding the herb immediately caught Long Yun's attention. He quickly reached out towards the herb and absorbed the spiritual ki from it. Holding the spiritual kai in his hand, Long Yun couldn't help but feel excited. Luckily, my talent for absorbing all things has not disappeared. He slowly closed his eyes, sitting comfortably in a meditative posture. His hands came together and began to absorb the spiritual ki of the 7 luminaries herb. Before long, his entire body was enveloped in spiritual power and spiritual ki from the herb. He felt abundant strength in his body, quickly stood up and performed a somersault in the air, before landing gracefully on the ground. He noticed that his movements had become more agile and smooth, his martial arts techniques more fluid and robust. This is what a normal human body feels like. Looking down at the 7 luminaries herb, Long Yun thought to himself, "This herb still has about 2 months to mature. I must cultivate to the cultivate kai stage before it matures. Only then can I refine the 7 luminaries pill and fully restore Mo Yangchio's severed tendons on my hand." He gently clenched his hand to reveal Mo Yangchio's severed tendons. The image of the 4 male students who used to bully him, and many others ran through Long Yun's mind. His eyes gleamed, a dangerous glint reserved for those who had harmed him. "I will make them pay," Long Yun thought to himself. Stopping in front of the dormitory gate, he carefully considered his options. Knowing that entering through the main entrance would alert the guards to his presence, he quickly surveyed the area and decided to enter through another route, decisively scaling the wall. Looking at the wall, a flash of memories crossed his mind, bringing back the image of the past Long Yun. He was not careful and got his pants caught on a wall column, jerking back and falling to the ground. Long Yun frowned in anger at himself. What a waste of space. This time, he stomped his foot as a stepping stone to jump up, his agile skills allowing him to clear the fence without any obstacles. The mission of crossing the fence was completed with a cool landing by Long Yun, leaving him feeling exhilarated. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Yeah, I'm really handsome." He gleefully ran inside the building. On Mengham Lane, Long Yun easily found his dorm room, room 305 here. He reached out to open the door, but the handle remained unmoved. He realized the door was locked and began pounding on it, repeatedly demanding the person inside to open it. The door shook violently under his physical impact. A person in the room heard Long Yun's call and responded by walking towards the door. Should open the door beforehand, he thought. "Stop!" A shout from another person in the room made Sai Han Lan halt. Wai Tianan, pointing aggressively at him, said, "If you dare to open the door, I will beat you every day, just like I beat that pig Long Yun." Gu Yuan Long frowned and looked at Sai Han Lan. "Why do you care about Long Yun? He chased after Tao Shanshan like a madman after evening class, and only returned to the dormitory late, letting him stay outside as deserved. Jia-min quickly joined in with them. Someone like him dares to have feelings for Tao Shanshan, doesn't even reflect on himself. Wei Tianan, even more amused, thought to himself, daring to dream of my goddess. Today, I must make you suffer a bit more. On the Manghan corridor, Long Yun's knocking on the door had made the other male students in the other rooms uncomfortable. Who is that crazy person, still knocking at this late hour? Hurry up and leave. Do you not let others sleep? Outside, it gradually became silent. Wei Tianan looked satisfied as the door stopped. Ha ha, that fat bastard indeed angry. The door became calm again, a prolonged silence, with no sound. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out and Long Yun raised his leg, forcefully kicking the door. His face turned red with anger, as he angrily pointed at each person in the room, and shouted, "Who locked the door? Speak up." The unexpected turn of events left the trio Wei Tianan in awe. A gentle hand placed on Long Yun's shoulder caught his attention. He turned to look at Sai Han Lan beside him, concernedly asking, "Why did you only just return now, Long Yun? Is everything okay?" The fire of anger inside Long Yun suddenly extinguished, and he replied calmly, "I'm fine, just went out to the river to wash up a bit." Upon hearing this, Wei Tianan reacted, "Washing up in the river? Are you confessing to being rejected, planning to drown yourself?" Long Yun's anger immediately flared up. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking again, who locked the door?" Wei Tianan arrogantly taunted, "You have the guts. If it was me who locked it, what will you do? If you're so good, then hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand quickly grabbed and squeezed his neck. Long Yun didn't hesitate to punch, causing Wei Tianan to lose balance and fall backwards. Long Yun swiftly knocked him to the ground, tightening his grip as Wei Tianan panicked and screamed. The three people in the room were shocked and amazed by Long Yun's quick and unexpected moves. Long Yun raised his leg high and aimed straight at Wei Tianan's stomach, kicking with full force, without mercy. Wei Tianan couldn't react in time and could only cry out in pain. "Ah!" Long Yun laughed cruelly, continuously kicking him with his feet. "I not only want to hit you, but also want to step on you." Wei Tianan struggled helplessly, calling for help in vain. "Please, someone come help me." Taking advantage of Long Yun's momentary distraction, Jia-min seized the opportunity to sneak attack. Sai Han Lan shouted from the side, warning Long Yun to be careful. Jia-min clenched his fists, tightly and aggressively charged towards Long Yun. "You damn fatty. I see that you don't want to live anymore." He raised his hand to strike Long Yun's back, trying to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, he felt something was not right. His hand started to feel numb, as if he had just punched a wall. "My hand hurts too much." Jia-min trembled as he looked at Long Yun, seeing him smirking provocatively. "Do you want to scratch me?" Long Yun immediately shifted his focus to Shanshan Jia-min, casually cracking his fingers. "With just a little bit of force like that, you want to fight someone?" Jia-min's face was extremely panicked. He couldn't help but stare at the person in front of him. This fatty, he wasn't like this before. Could it be that he's being provoked by something? He didn't have time to think any further. A strong punch under the chin cut off his train of thought, at the same time knocking a tooth out of his mouth. Long Yun forcefully threw an uppercut from below, successfully knocking Jia-min unconscious to the point where he fell backwards, blood spurting from his mouth. At night outside, they were extremely noisy and lively. Someone said, "Can you keep it down? I still want to go take the exam tomorrow. Told you to let this guy sleep." It turns out, the annoying noise was coming from room 305. They angrily burst into the room together. "You want to teach Long Yun a lesson? Then wait until morning to do it," someone standing at the door said. A defeated man lying under Long Yun's feet saw everyone coming. He immediately pleaded with Ko Chao Yuan and Guoxing. "What are you waiting for? If we don't deal with these fools now, we'll be in trouble later." Indeed, the scene before them made them turn pale. Long Yun glanced at them. "For years, you have always looked down on me. I have endured it all. But today you locked the door and wouldn't let me in." Then Long Yun continued to ask, "If I endure again, next time, will you just pee on my head? How do you feel about that?" It seems that they were quite frightened by Long Yun's difference. They replied to Long Yun, "You did the right thing. Anyone in that situation wouldn't be able to endure it. Wai Tian, you went too far. After that, they dispersed and returned to their rooms. There is still work to do. We must return before. I am the same. Long Yun glanced towards the door, speaking disdainfully. A bunch of commoners. Then he looked down at the village chief lying beneath his feet with a menacing gaze. Should I settle an old debt now? The other person was also fearful, so he quickly turned around and softly begged, Boss, it was all my fault before. Please forgive a knave like me. In reality, Long Yun had no intention of hitting him this time. He just wanted to ask if he knew he was wrong. Of course, he quickly apologized to Long Yun, followed by a series of threats and warnings to them. Hey, you up there, do you hear me? Long Yun said. Yes, I hear you clearly, he replied. Long Yun reminded them to quickly fix the door, otherwise they shouldn't think about going to sleep. Then he picked up the basin and walked out. Yes, boss, I will fix it immediately, guaranteeing not to delay your sleep. One of them quickly responded. In the bathroom, Long Yun stood in front of the mirror thinking to himself, Those fools, they probably won't dare to bother me anymore. He looked at himself in the mirror and thought, all right, I can safely proceed with the next plan. From tomorrow onwards, I want to start saying goodbye to this fat pile. Outside, they are helping the village chief stand up. He cares and asks, Chief, how are you? Sai Hanlan worriedly replied, Everyone is family, and we are roommates, so it's good to be together. Don't worry anymore. The terrifying appearance of Long Yun just now, who dares to provoke him now? One of them replied. As for YTM, he was so angry that flames seemed to emanate from him. He was determined to seek revenge on Long Yun. In 5th grade, they were gossiping about Long Yun's incident last night. They even rumored that last night Long Yun followed Tao Shanshan, and when he returned his clothes were not neat. Unfortunately, when their rumors reached Tao Shanshan's ears, she angrily walked over to where the two boys were talking. Seeing themselves being discovered, they quickly said, Goddess, you're here early today. Goddess, do you have any orders? Tao Shanshan angrily laughed, then turned and walked away. Sitting next to her was a girl with green hair named Zhongling. Hearing this story, she asked Shanshan, Did Long Yun really do something to you last night? She angrily denied. No. Do you believe in this kind of rumor? I didn't even see that idiot last night. Then Zhongling continued. Now it has spread throughout the whole school. Everyone feels it's true. Upon hearing this, Tao Shanshan screamed in shock. What? She slammed the table as if to ignite a fire. Long Yun, I want to destroy you. Then someone chuckled mysteriously, thinking to himself, Long Yun, Tao Shanshan is not the kind of foolish person you can mess with. You just wait to die. A voice from Tao Shanshan echoed from Class 3A. Where are those 6 damn pigs? Seeing Shanshan storm out, Zhongling immediately ran after her and asked, Shanshan, where are you going? Suddenly Shanshan stopped, causing Zhongling to bump into her. Tao Shanshan pondered. If I go find Long Yun now, wouldn't that prove the rumors true? It's only then that the truth will be revealed. Zhongling looked at her standing still like that and asked, Not going to find Long Yun. Shanshan hesitated for a moment before answering. Then she continued. It won't be long before everyone realizes this is nonsense. Who knows, maybe Long Yun started this rumor himself to attract your attention? Hearing her say that, Tao Shanshan became even angrier. She shouted, He deserves it. Shanshan threatened Zhongling. You too, always worrying about supernatural things, aren't you tired of it? Suddenly, Menghan exclaimed outside the door, Oh my God, that pig is carrying a bag of sand and running. And then a series of discussions and glances turned towards Long Yun, running on the school field. Long Yun's face was covered in sweat, tiredly dragging his feet with each step. But to say he was running, in reality his speed was only equivalent to walking. That pighead Kia is being annoying again, truly useless. That voice came from the girl with green hair named Zhang Meina, the most beautiful girl in the school. The boy next to her was Si Zhenggang, one of the 4 wasteful playboys. Hearing them criticize Long Yun like that, an angry person spoke up. Brother, I am not useless. It turned out that the person saying that was Ning Linyu, the 2nd most beautiful girl in the school. Seeing her defend him, Zhang Meina teased. So that chubby guy is your brother. I didn't know that before. Zhenggang, do you know? She looked at Zhenggang, only to realize that he was staring at Ning Linyu with a blush. He thought to himself, Ling Yu looks really beautiful when angry. Seeing him like that, Jiang Mena became even more annoyed. Ling Yu threatened her. If you keep talking about my brother like that, don't blame me for being impolite. She not only wasn't afraid, but also taunted. Your brother? Is it someone who is constantly being beaten up, and even manages to rank first in every exam? Ha, someone like that isn't useless. Who else could it be? After hearing her speak, Zheng Gang suddenly grabbed her wrist. He stopped her from arguing further, and apologized to Ling Yu on behalf of Mena. Ling Yu, don't be angry. Mena just got a little carried away. Zheng Gang thought to himself, how troublesome. Wait until I win over Ling Yu, then I'll kick him immediately. And the crowd outside continued to buzz. Quick, Tang Meng is opening a bet. Bet on how many laps Lung Yun can run with that pig. Someone said, I bet. He can't even run one lap. Haha, another person commented. Then, Zheng Gang called Mena over and said, come see the excitement. Seeing this, she came up with a plan. She said, Ling Yu, listen up. Everyone in the school knows your brother is a waste. She added, if you trust him so much, are you willing to bet with me? Ling Yu didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? In the classrooms, many students were watching Lung Yun running on the field and all had the same thought. This Lung Yun guy, how did he suddenly become someone else? Zhang Ling held Shanshan's hand and said, Shanshan, Tang Meng is opening another bet. Are we in or not? As soon as Tao Shanshan heard the sentence, her eyes lit up. She grabbed Zhang Ling's hand and ran fast, surprising Zhang Ling as she was pulled along. A loud laughter echoed. What day is it today? How could I meet three beauties and see young master? The person was none other than Tang Meng. Walking alongside Jiang Mena was Zheng Gang. The two appeared right in front of him. Jiang Mena held up the QR code on her phone and said, all right, I bet 2,000. Bet. That idiot can only run one lap. Upon hearing that, Tang Meng quickly made a bet with Jiang Mena. Deal. What about the others? Zheng Gang said, 5,000, 4 laps. Shanshan said, from 5 to 10 laps. Upon hearing her, a group exclaimed, why is the goddess betting 5 to 10 laps? How can she trust Lung Yun like that? Young Master is a gambling expert. How could he believe that Lung Yun could run 4 laps? Oh, if I had known, I would have bet with Young Master. Seeing that, Zhang Ling whispered to Tao Shanshan, Shanshan, that sandbag weighs at least around 25 kilograms. You're normal. You can't even run. Tao Shanshan replied, don't worry, I understand. Zhang Mena glanced at Zheng Gang in her heart, cursing silently. Zheng Gang doesn't support me. Hey, is he going to embarrass me in front of everyone? Shang Mena looked at Ling Yu's place and said, Ling Yu, how much do you hope for the useless elder brother? Suddenly, Ling Yu immediately quoted, 500, bet for at least 10 rounds. Is this woman crazy? Zhang Mena smirked. Behind Ling Yu, someone said, it's ridiculous, Ling Yu. Do you think this is a fantasy novel? Tang Meng slammed the table to finalize this round of betting. You have placed your bets. I will go down to see how Lung Yun's result turns out. Everyone can know very quickly. Down on the field, Lung Yun was carrying a sandbag, sweating profusely and thinking. No matter what kind of training, in the end, it's about training the mind. Compared to the cruel world of divine training, this exhausted body is not worth mentioning. Tang Meng went down to the field and handed a cigarette to Cheng Zhai, then asked, how many rounds do you think he can endure at most? Cheng Zhai replied, I think he will reach his limit very quickly. Meanwhile, Lung Yun was trying his best to run with the sandbag on his shoulders, causing the spectators to gasp and exclaim, is he speeding up? Tang Meng exclaimed in surprise. This guy, didn't he use all his strength just now? Cheng Zhai calmly said, no, he has already used all his strength. Shortly after, Lung Yun tripped and fell, vomiting a pile of blood. Seeing that scene, Cheng Zhai panicked and said, if he continues to run, he will die. As he was about to help him, Tang Meng grabbed Cheng Zhai's shoulder and said, wait, it's not appropriate. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual Kai enveloped him, giving him a boost of energy and speed. The stagnant blood and the Ki Mio spirit, Herb, could finally move within his veins. Lung Yun was full of energy. speeding up and jumping higher. Everyone watching was amazed. Chang Jai exclaimed, "What? This is impossible." Tang Meng smiled with a hint of playfulness. Xi Zhenggang stood high above, looking down at the track and field, and texted someone. The message read, "Don't let Long Yun run the 5th lap." Xi Zhenggang's eyes conveyed a clear message to stop him at all costs. At the school's track and field, everyone was cheering to boost Long Yun's spirits. As Long Yun ran, he thought to himself, 5 laps. Do they underestimate me like this? In a place without spiritual kai, one can only break through the limits. Training to break through physical shackles. When the body reaches its limit, the 7 luminaries herd can be activated, harvesting a completely new power. After using up the 7 luminaries herb spiritual ki, I will continue to absorb spiritual kai by the river. Long Yun increased his speed as he ran and thought, day by day, I will discard this fat body and reach ultimate physical prowess. When Long Yun suddenly accelerated, causing everyone there to be amazed, and exclaimed, Long Yun, naturally talented like that, he can still accelerate like that. I'm not even as good as a pig. Chang Jai also had to admire Long Yun. He is a sports genius, and turned to look at Tang Meng, who was thinking about something. Suddenly Tang Meng saw Lai Kuo standing in the middle of Long Yun's running path. Lai Kuo rushed towards Long Yun with a sinister smile on his face, and said, Fatty, tired already? If so, just fall down and take a rest. Tang Meng immediately shouted, It's over. But Long Yun managed to dodge Li Kuo and continued running faster. Lai Kuo fell to the ground out of inertia and was astonished. Impossible. Those who were watching, some praised Long Yun for being handsome. Some laughed ha when they saw Lai Kuo fall flat on his face. After seeing the scene just now, Tang Meng also asked Chang Jai in surprise, Did you see clearly just now? Chang Jai showed a surprised expression on his face and replied, Basically, every time Lai Kuo made a move, Long Yun would accelerate and dodge perfectly. Seeing this, Tang Meng said, This fool is a bit inappropriate. Suddenly, Chang Jai panicked and exclaimed, Oh, Lai Kuo. Lai Kuo. Is he determined to chase and knock down Long Yun? Meanwhile, Lai Kuo continued to chase after Long Yun with all his might. As he ran, Lai Kuo thought to himself, Long Yun, how dare you make a fool out of me in front of everyone? Today you will surely die. Seeing this, Tang Meng became so angry that his face turned red and he said, Do you think Tang Meng is nothing to you, to bet so openly like this? Chang Jai quickly embraced Tang Meng, preventing him from rushing towards Lai Kuo. Tang Meng angrily shouted, Let go of me. If you believe in yourself, I will also handle you. Chang Jai tried to calm him down. Stay calm. Lai Kuo is Xi Zhenggang. Your younger brother is just teasing him. Tang Meng replied, Whoever cheats in my bet, I will make them pay with their life. Tang Meng looked at Shanjiang, where Long Yun was, and shouted, Long Yun, be careful. Lai Kuo is behind you. Long Yun glanced at Shanjiang and thought to himself, ignorant fool. Long Yun's hand was surrounded by a green energy, as Lai Kuo rushed towards him from behind. Long Yun grabbed a bag of sand and threw it directly at Lai Kuo's face, causing him to stagger back and fall to the ground. After throwing him, Long Yun sneered, Lai Kuo is a waste. Everyone watching cheered and praised Long Yun for his actions. Tang Meng was left speechless and Chang Jai wanted to ask something. But Tang Meng interrupted, Don't ask me. No matter what happens, I will not be surprised. Suddenly, the bell rang, and everyone in the class rushed out to see Long Yun still running, and they exclaimed, Oh my God, he's still running. Tang Meng and Chang Jai were smoking pipes, dazed. Tang Meng asked, How many rounds? Chang Jai replied, 11 rounds. Then, Ning Lingyu ran to Long Yun and called out, Brother. Long Yun dropped a bag of sand and breathed heavily, seemingly preparing for the gambling match. Only Ning Lingyu emerged victorious. The girl with green hair clenched her fist tightly against the window. She sternly said, How could this be? The white-haired boy was on the phone, his face just as tense as the girl's. He said, Lai Kuo, roll over here and find me. A friend wondered, how can someone go from 10 rounds to being the winner today? Is Long Yun really planning to run to his death? But the girl didn't think highly of Long Yun, even thinking negatively. No, he wants to showcase his potential through this method, and it's clear that he has succeeded. Other classmates were amazed and exclaimed, Long Yun, you're so brave, you've really changed my perception of you. I want to be your fan. Long Yun, being praised, thought smugly, Huh, it's not about skill, just running a few more rounds. Is it necessary? Take a break first, then go back to wash up. He thought as he dropped his backpack to the ground to rest. Ning Lingyu ran over and asked, Brother, are you okay? Long Yun wondered, Mom, this girl looks like my little sister. His friend asked, Brother, why are you bleeding like this? Are you hurt anywhere? Suddenly, Long Yun realized something and said, Wait, is this Tiansheng Lingti? Tiansheng Lingti in divine training is an extremely rare type of physique. The cultivation speed is at least several times faster than others, from 100 times to even 1,000 times. Even the heavens help us. He silently absorbed Ning Lingyu's Tiansheng Lingti, then exclaimed, Tiansheng Lingti is so amazing. Seeing her brother constantly sniffing her, Lingyu hesitantly spoke up, Brother. Long Yun jerked back, alarmed, thinking, Oh no, I will not be seen as a pervert by her, will I? That's right, my little sister seems very distressed, so... Ning Lingyu innocently asked her brother, Just now, were you trying to comfort me? She hugged Long Yun emotionally, remembering. Brother was picked up by mother at the temple gate when she heard the cries of a baby. Ning Lingyu's mother arrived, picked up the baby, and comforted him. I have known since I was little that we are not blood related. When the baby was picked up, there was only a piece of paper with his name written on it. Although they are not biological siblings, the affection towards each other is even better than real siblings. So until Long Yun was mocked by everyone, you are not real siblings. You were picked up by our mother on the roadside, a wild child. Since then, the older brother became more silent, increasingly self-conscious, and started avoiding me. She quietly held his hand and said, Oh, I thought I had lost my older brother forever. Long Yun thought to himself, No one will dare to look down on Long Yun in the future, and no one will dare to underestimate you. He gently patted her head and reassured her, How could that be? I will always be your older brother. He wiped away her tears and said, Wait for me to come back after washing up. Then I will take you out to eat. She smiled and replied, Okay. At the second floor of the restaurant, she looked at its extravagance and said, Actually, we don't need to eat here. Long Yun held the menu and said, No way, I want to take you to the best place to eat. Look at the menu and order whatever you want. She thought to herself, After running for so long, my older brother must be very hungry. He should eat a little more. She looked at the prices on the menu and was surprised. Why is it so expensive? It's like robbery. Long Yun thought to himself, I only have 20 in my pocket. At the restaurant, Long Yun thought to himself, There is no other way but to borrow some money from my sister. That way it's like I'm treating my guests. He asked Lingyu, Do you have any money on you? How much do you have? Is it enough to spend? She replied, It's enough, but I just lent some to you this morning. Luckily my brother invited me to have a meal. He thought, Oh no, this time I want to dine and dash. No money, it's really troublesome. I just don't know what to do to earn money. At this moment, a silver-haired boy approached and said, So you guys are here. I've been looking for you everywhere. Lingyu looked at him and said loudly, Tang Meng, what do you want? I'm having a meal with my brother. Tang Meng casually sat down and said, Don't be so defensive. I just arrived to have a meal too. Why don't we eat together? Long Yun angrily said, Get up. Can't you see that we are not welcoming you? Leave quickly, or we won't be polite. Tang Meng thought for a moment and said, All right, if you don't want to eat, then forget it. Actually, I came to give money to Lingyu. Lingyu, afraid of being exposed, shouted, I don't understand what you're saying. Just leave quickly. Tang Meng continued to explain. It's the money you won, a total of 15,000. Long Yun grabbed her hand. Hey, want to fight? Long Yun asked, What money were you talking about earlier? He replied, It's the bet I made, to see how many laps you can run at most. Only Lingyu bet 5 to 10 laps or more, with odds of 1 to 20. So, Lingyu said, Big brother, I'm really sorry. Long Yun not only didn't get angry, but also asked, Oh yeah, why only bet 500? Don't you trust your little sister's big brother that much? She was surprised, while Long Yun was still happily joking. Next time there's a situation like this, we must bet all our assets. Let's make this shameless person go bankrupt. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tang Meng said, "Don't act like I don't exist, and my name is Tang Meng, one of the 4 great evils in high school. Don't pretend not to recognize me." A subordinate reported, "Boss, your record has been broken by someone from our school." He asked, "Oh, what record?" "Your older brother from the Tay family has the most records." The girl answered the phone. "That's the Dharma record for jogging, before he applied to that mysterious army. Moreover, he used to be fat, had to stop and breathe after 2 steps." He replied with a question. "Are you saying that guy broke my record?" "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes," the girl said. "People like him will grow up very quickly in the future," he replied. "Shanshan must observe that guy carefully." She said, "Yes, I will." At this moment, a friend bumped into her. The friend asked Shanshan, "Are you still on the phone? You're really obsessed with him. I'm starving. Let's go to the 2nd floor to eat." Upon arrival, they were surprised by what they saw. Lung Yun. How did he come to the 2nd floor to eat? Shanshan. "Wait for me," Lung Yun said. Seeing Shanshan approaching, both Lung Yun and Tang Meng looked at her. The friend from afar exclaimed, "Oh my! What does Shanshan want to do? All year round, people sit at the table. Is this a round table conference? This is really embarrassing." Lung Yun raised his chopsticks and gently separated a piece of meat. He picked up the dish and gave it to the girl, saying, "This dish is very delicious. Eat a little more, and this one too." The other 3 were treated as invisible by the 2. And then Tang Meng secretly thought to himself, I wasn't teasing her. Why is Tao Shanshan acting like this? Here is $1,000 that you lost in the bet. Take it. Why didn't you tell me earlier, Tao Shanshan? You almost scared me to death." Before the money even reached his hand, Lung Yun snatched it at lightning speed. He shamelessly said, "I'll take this money." He asked Lung Yun, "What do you want?" Lung Yun replied, "You also have to pay me for my trouble." "What trouble?" Lung Yun began to explain. "If you make me run for the bet, then you should also give me some compensation." Tang Meng thought, "How shameless. Did I force you to run? If you think it's unfair, you can go to the gym and run 11 laps on the sand track, and after you finish, I'll give you the money." Tang Meng was speechless. "You are really shameless. How can this guy talk like that?" Since Tang Meng sat down, Lung Yun had not even looked at him. She slammed her hand on the table and said, "Lung Yun, what are you up to? Pretending not to know me on purpose." Lung Yun calmly asked, "Who are you? Is Tang Meng your girlfriend?" Tang Meng quickly denied, "Of course not. Don't talk nonsense like that. This is Tao Shanshan, the most beautiful lady of the Tay family at King Shui High School. Are you not in the same class?" Lung Yun asked, "Is that so? I am neither acquainted nor interested." She angrily walked away. Lung Yun, "Do you think you are special now? Tomorrow night, at the alley outside the school, if you are a man, you must come. I will make you regret what you have done." Her friend tried to hold her back. Shanshan. Everyone started gossiping about her, each saying something bad. Eldest Miss seems very angry. They are negotiating terms. Lung Yun, can you still eat? Lin Yu was worried about her brother for the next evening. He reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't go. Eat quickly, we have to go back to class." Tang Meng was surprised. I wonder why Lung Yun is going back to class. Or does he want to make up for missed lessons? Her friend ran after her. "Shanshan, please calm down." But Shanshan's mood could not be calmed. She seemed to curse Lung Yun through her words. "How can I stay calm? That unruly Lung Yun, who does he think he is? And on what basis is he not interested in me? Why are you using that expression?" Her friend teased Shanshan. "Are you really paying attention to him? Are you really interested in him? What did you say? You haven't even had time to regret yet. Anyway, if you don't like it, how can you hate it?" Shanshan angrily walked away. In class, a classmate said, "Oh my, the first period in the afternoon is history again. Already tired, and even more tired. Lung Yun, why are you here?" Lung Yun replied, "Going to school." Reading books, making his classmate speechless. The classmate added, "Lung Yun Lung," acting all high and mighty for everyone to see. Yun was teased by his classmates for reading a book in class. He looked at the knowledge in the book about divine training and seemed very interested. In a building, someone opened the door and entered. The door made a creaking sound. Creak, creak. When the teacher entered the classroom, the headmaster's bell rang for everyone to be quiet. Everyone stood up to greet the teacher. But Long Yun remained seated without moving. His classmate pulled him up. Long Yun. Long Yun. Long Yun stood up and asked, "What's going on?" It turned out he was reading a book about divine training and was captivated by it. In ancient times before the Qin dynasty, the 100 schools of thought flourished, and Laozi expounded the concept of Tao begets one, one begets two begets three begets the myriad things. This natural Taoism is clearly the supreme cultivation method. This moral integrity is the key to success. We need to study moral integrity carefully to succeed. It's just that the spiritual Kai in this area is extremely thin. Even if we have the Shangshu, it's useless. Long Yun explained his reasons and his interest in the book's content. Incorrect, it's not like that. Even in the immortal cultivation world, mortals basically do not know divine training. It's not that there are no discoveries, but rather none. I may have been too arrogant recently. Perhaps I have been discovered by someone to chart a new course. I must quickly accelerate my cultivation. The angry teacher slammed the table and yelled loudly, "Long Yun!" Long Yun startled out of his thoughts. The teacher kicked him out. "The university entrance exam is coming up, and you dare to disturb my class like that." Whispered by friends, the teacher never forgot to look at Long Yun. Caught by the teacher again today. This time, Long Yun is finished. He is too foolish. How could he shoot himself in the foot like this? Did running too hard in the morning lead to a lack of clarity in his mind? Long Yun asked the teacher, "When did I disturb?" The teacher patiently explained, "Everyone stood up, but you stayed seated. When everyone sat down, you stood up. Isn't that disturbance? I was still studying the lesson just now. That's why I couldn't keep up with everyone." Long Yun replied. All eyes turned to the teacher as he asked, "Is that the excuse you're using? Then tell me, what lesson were you studying?" After thinking for a moment, he replied, "From pre-Qin ancient times to the 100 schools of thought. I remember all of it." Shanshan thought to herself, "Stupid, still hesitating at this moment. Teacher, he will definitely not let you off. Remembering the whole thing well, very good. Anyway, we reviewed this content today. Read it from beginning to end. Let me hear it once." The man remained silent. "Say it," his green-haired friend said. "Long Yun, don't be shy. Read it quickly. Everyone is waiting." "Yes, yes, yes. Don't just stand there. Everyone is waiting for you to read it." "Ha ha ha." Long Yun said, "I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Anyway, the content is a bit long. 1 or 2 hours is not enough." The teacher chuckled and said, "It's okay. Both afternoon classes are history. We have plenty of time." Everyone looked at Long Yun. The teacher approached him and said, "Standing here won't work well. You should go up to the podium." Going up to the podium, no one can remind you. "That's it." Shanshan stood up and said, "Teacher Wang." Her friend next to her immediately pulled Shanshan's hand down and asked, "Shanshan, what are you going to do?" Shanshan replied, "I'm going to stop Long Yun from going up, to save face." "Oh, didn't you say you hated him to the core at noon? Now you're heartbroken." Shanshan immediately used all the reasons to refuse. "I'm not the class monitor. I can't just sit and watch. Everyone's valuable study time is being wasted again. It's really embarrassing." Her friend reassured her, "Don't worry. Even though I also feel that Long Yun couldn't say it, my sixth sense tells me that he already has a plan. Just don't rely solely on me. Let's just sit back and watch the excitement." "Oh, and do you want something to drink?" Long Yun confidently said, "First batch." 40 minutes later, he still said, "Sixth batch." Everyone was amazed. Does he really know them all? Impossible. How could he possibly know them all? Not a single one missing. The teacher, moved, said, "It's unbelievable. Long Yun's memory is truly amazing." Relieved, he took Long Yun to the office to talk, leaving Shanshan in charge of the class. The next period, everyone studied freely. "Shanshan, you're in charge of maintaining order." "Long Yun, you come with me to the office." The teacher had something to discuss with him. Long Yun turned back and said, "Shanshan, huh? So you're really my classmate." The class was in a buzz. This is impossible. They continued to be amazed by Long Yun's achievements. even comparing them to the Guinness World Records. Why wouldn't it be possible? There are people who can remember more than 6,000 digits of pi. Long Yun could remember half a book, which was normal. But what you said was a Guinness World Record, and he, Long Yun, ranked first in our class. There were opposing opinions. What's so special about that? The university entrance exam doesn't include history. Exactly, maybe he didn't study anything in these 3 years, just memorize. That's right, it's certain that he prepared in advance. Only his desk mate knew that Long Yun did not prepare in advance, he only glanced at it once. But the key is that Long Yun did not prepare in advance, he only glanced at it once. In the teacher's room, he gave Long Yun a stack of documents and said, Long Yun, studying history and remembering is important, but it's also important to analyze. These are all materials that the teacher compiled before the university entrance exam. You need to study them. I misunderstood you before, Long Yun. That's why I always made things difficult for you. Now, if you have figured it out, I will never give up on you. The teacher hugged him tightly, making him breathless. Oh, teacher, I can't breathe. Before Long Yun left, the teacher advised him, I will arrange a timetable for you to supplement your studies. If you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me anytime. Long Yun thanked the teacher and promised to work hard. Long Yun said, with so many materials like this, I might have to study all night. The teacher cried with regret upon discovering Long Yun's achievements too late, despite his best efforts in the past 2 months, only participating in 3 exams. In the classroom, everyone was excitedly chatting, making plans to hang out after school, all going home to climb ranks. I'll meet you to watch a movie. When Long Yun entered, everyone fell silent. A friend asked, Long Yun, are you really amazing? What did the teacher call you out for? He looked up and said, the teacher praised me and gave me a bunch of study materials to review. I'll have to stay up all night to finish them. During geography class, Long Yun was no longer challenged by the teacher, but he was being watched by everyone, hoping to witness another event like in history class. Long Yun thought to himself, I've noticed, there are always people sneaking glances at me. I know they want to see something like in history class. But it's a pity that it's not happening. Because a classmate asked Long Yun, do you want to go back together? Long Yun replied, no, I want to continue studying. History helps me understand the world's development process, and geography helps explain the geographical structure of each place. It's just that the Great Wall starts at Donghai, ends at Kungsin. It looks like a dragon's vein. King Shai Huang built a stone statue, must have borrowed soldiers' souls to practice eternal life, combined with legends of Fu Xi, water gods, divine technique. We can be sure that there are divine training grounds in this world, just waiting for the right time to come. We will definitely explore these places on our own. A visit there will surely yield a great harvest. If I had wanted to visit this kind of place before, it would have been just a matter of moments. Currently, the first level has not been cultivated yet. Self-protection is also a problem. Why did she ask and still attend a full session of class in the end? It's amazing what Shanshan said. He thought, what could I guess? Go ask him directly, Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling went to ask Long Yun. Long Yun, remember to invite me to dinner later. Long Yun asked, why? It turned out that the teacher asked her to come and assist in teaching history to Long Yun. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask her. Just by doing this. She thought Long Yun should invite her to dinner as a reward. It turns out that Zhang Ling is the top 3 in the history department. He agreed to invite her to dinner because there are indeed many questions he wants to ask. I will invite you to dinner, Zhang Ling asked. I want to bring class monitor Tao Shanshan along, but I don't want to invite Shanshan. Long Yun said, she has a princess-like temperament. Zhang Ling thought to herself, thank goodness Shanshan didn't hear, otherwise she would be really angry. Zhang Ling looked at the marked spots in the book, then asked Long Yun, do you want to visit these places? Shanshan seems to have been there before, so she knows more than us. If you want a better understanding, you can directly ask Shanshan. Zhang Ling tried every way to persuade Long Yun to let Shanshan come along, and finally succeeded. Long Yun said, then bring her along. Zhang Ling said, great, Zhanyuanao is across from the school. I will go book a room immediately. Shanshan saw them talking and laughing, and felt jealous. What are they talking about that they can talk for so long? She seemed eager to go. Zhang Ling asked, hello, Is this Zhang Yuano? I would like to book a room. While talking, she accidentally bumped into Gao Shangfa, and he asked, "Why are you asking about Zhang Yuano?" As they were walking, they ran into someone who said, "Shanshan wants to go. Why didn't you tell me?" Shanshan said, "Gao Shangfa, why are you here in our class? Go away." The others in the class wondered, "Is this Gao Shangfa? One of the four great evils of our school. Sha, be careful, don't let him hear, otherwise no one can save you." Gao Shangfa's father is the owner of a real estate company, and he is unruly at school. "Let me see if I can find it," Shanshan thought to herself. Gao Shangfa just arrived and headed towards Longyun. "What is going on?" Gao Shangfa quickly reassured her. "Shanshan, don't worry. Wait for me to handle this matter. We will go to Zhang Yuanlu together for a meal." He then said to Longyun, "You little brat, I heard you are quite famous at school today." Longyun remained silent, which made him very angry. "Hey you, I'm talking to you. Raise your head up quickly." Longyun asked, "Are you Gao Shangfa? I have something to ask you." Longyun's attitude displeased Gao Shangfa, and he snapped, "Damn it, you dare to talk to me like that? Go ahead and ask. Once you're done, I will show you my temper." Longyun said, "All right, I want to ask you, how much money did you steal from me in the past 3 years, and how many times did you hit me?" He smugly replied, "I can't remember how many times I hit you. I just do it whenever I feel like it. As for the money, I took it a few times, around 3 to 4,000. A poor guy like you, even if I take more, you won't have it. However, I heard today that your sister beat Xiao Bao Wang and won 100,000. You also took 100,000 from Shanshan. If you don't hand it over immediately, I will take matters into my own hands, and you will suffer." Shanshan told Gao Shangfa, "Don't look down on others here. You're no different from the thieves." Longyun said, "Shanshan, you don't need to worry about me. I know the situation. How much money do you have now?" He replied, "Almost 10,000. So what? What's it to you? I want your money. Are you not going to give it to me?" Longyun said, "All right, I'll be at ease then. Because if you don't have enough money, you won't be able to pay for medicine." He then punched him in the face. He was thrown far away. Then Longyun grabbed his tie and punched him in the stomach, throwing him to the wall. Everyone was shocked. Jiao Shangfa asked Bai Heji, "Why are you still standing there? Come over here and help." He just stood there and said, "Daring to hit my boss. I'll show you how I deal with you." Gao Shangfa thought to himself, "Stupid to still be standing there taunting him. Come over here and support me." "Yes, boss," the underling replied. What else do you want to do?" Longyun said, "Don't be afraid. You wanted him to come help you, right? I just want to help you." After saying that, Longyun kicked him, flying to the door. He collided heavily with the underling, falling flat on the ground. "Oh my God, Longyun is so strong." Everyone was very impressed with his actions. Jiao Shangfa and a classmate were beaten and lying on the ground moaning. Then he spat blood from his mouth, startled and looked up. Longyun stood there, looking down at him, then decisively kicked Gao Shangfa in the chest, causing him to scream in pain. Longyun bent down and asked, "Bastard, can you still speak human language?" Some students were happy, some were surprised. Zhang Ling said to Tao Shanshan, "Shanshan, did you hear that?" Gao Shangfa was called a bastard by Longyun. Longyun continued to question, "Why are you silent now? Did I injure you when I hit you?" Gao Shangfa, in pain and trembling, tried to lift Longyun's foot off him, but couldn't. Longyun continued, "What kind of 4 great evils are you? Your current state is far inferior to Wai Tianying." At the dormitory, Wai Tianying blushed and wondered, "Why mention me?" Longyun said, "Bastard, how much money did you take from me in the past 3 years?" Terrified, Gao Shangfa stuttered, 3,000 to 4,000. Longyun thought, 3,000 to 4,000, and asked Zhongling, "If 7,000 is deposited in the bank, how much interest would it earn in 3 years?" Zhongling replied, "I don't know, but at least 10% over 3 years." Longyun heard the words and smirked. 7,000, based on 15%, that's actually 1,050. Longyun's eyes filled with joy, exclaiming, "Let's forget about the odd numbers. I'll just take 8,000, that should be fair, right?" Leaving his classmates stunned. Zhao Shangfa replied, "Of course," as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of money. He hesitantly handed over the money and said, "I'll give you this 10,000. 10,000. Long Yun questioned, then forcefully held up the stack of money and declared, "Do you think I'm the same as you? I only want to take back what's mine. I don't need an extra penny." And he threw the stack of money straight at Gao Shangfa's face. Zhang Ling chuckled happily, "Long Yun, you really know what you're doing." But Tao Shanshan still seemed doubtful. "Well, not necessarily." Gao Shangfa looked fearful, sitting amidst the money and gazing up at Long Yun, saying, "I can't just let you hit me for free. It takes a lot of effort." Long Yun sat down and said, "Shouldn't you give me some money as compensation?" Upon hearing that, Zhang Ling awkwardly laughed and wondered, can it still be like this? Tao Shanshan lowered her head and said, "Indeed," still shameless as ever. Gao Shangfa frantically gathered all money back, then hesitantly reached out his hand and asked, "Is this enough?" But it seems Long Yun is not satisfied, glaring at him. "Too much. Why spend so much money on useless people like you?" Long Yun said coldly. Upon hearing this, Gao Shangfa's face turned pale with fear. Long Yun raised a finger to indicate and smiled. "Half is enough. Let's consider it settled." Gao Shangfa staggered to his feet, cursing in his head. "You wait. I'll come back and have someone kill you." But before he could get up, a kick landed straight on his face, forcefully pushing him to the ground, leaving Gao Shangfa unable to do anything. "Who do you think you are to look down on others like that?" Long Yun stepped on Gao Shangfa's face, forcing him to look up, then looked down with a disgusted and contemptuous expression, asking arrogantly, "You haven't told me yet. What's that pitiful look on your face?" Gao Shangfa frowned in anger, but couldn't say a word. Gao Shangfa remembered a similar scene in the past, where he arrogantly stepped on someone's face and spoke in a disrespectful tone. "In the future, if someone asks you, 'What is the mark on your body?' do you know how to answer?" The person being stepped on by Gao Shangfa can only endure without daring to resist. Even if angry to the point of grinding teeth, one must still bow their head and reply, "I tripped and fell on my own. As you sow, so shall you reap." And now it's Gao Shangfa being stepped on. He looked up at Long Yun with an unwilling face, then gritted his teeth and said, "I accidentally ran into a wall." After receiving a satisfactory answer, Long Yun turned to the students behind him and said, "Everyone heard that." He smirked at everyone present. Gao Shangfa said the mark on his body was caused by his own actions. Our class has nothing to do with it. The students seemed dissatisfied with Gao Shangfa for a long time. So after hearing Long Yun's words, they all cheered loudly, loud and clear. We can all testify to that. Long Yun smirked provocatively at Gao Shangfa, saying, "Be more careful on the road to the future. There's no need to harm yourself." Gao Shangfa swallowed his anger and replied, "Yes," then shakily pushed himself up, one hand on his knee and the other holding his stomach, pretending to be timid as he looked at Long Yun. "I will definitely be more careful in the future." After that, Long Yun put his arm around Gao Shangfa's neck, leaned in close to him, and said, "If you dare to appear in front of me again in the future, I will hit you every time you do. Got it?" Gao Shangfa replied hesitantly, "Got it, I got it." Then, Long Yun put one hand on his hip and pointed at Gao Shangfa, shouting, "Get lost." Gao Shangfa was led away by his friends to watch the school play. After he left, all the students there were happy and cheering. Someone shouted, "Stupid Gao Shangfa finally got a beating. I didn't even see anything before Long Yun knocked him down." Tao Shanshan witnessed the scene, Shin resting on her hand, deep in thought, thinking about Long Yun. Just now, it wasn't a random beating. Remembering Long Yun's fighting style, she silently analyzed. His movements seemed like some kind of mysterious trajectory. Following Long Yun's footsteps into the classroom, Tao Shanshan wondered to herself, "Long Yun, how many secrets do you still have?" Long Yun returned to his seat, placing the money he had just taken from Gao Shangfa on the table, mentally calculating what he needed to buy. "I need to buy needles, exercise equipment, and sandbags. I also have to buy a new phone for my sister and buy a gift for my mother tomorrow night. I definitely need this money. It's just not enough." Long Yun lay flat on the table, his index finger moving back and forth on the pile of money, a look of annoyance and resentment on his face, thinking to himself, Is there anyone else who wants to bother me? I want to make some more money. As if hearing his thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded angrily. Long Yun. Upon hearing his name being called, Long Yun immediately perked up and sat up, his eyes sparkling like stars, expecting a fat prey. But to his surprise, it was Tang Meng, also known as the Divine Object, one of the four great evils. Tang Meng leaned against the door, his tone slightly loud and mixed with concern. Gao Shangfa, how dare you fight? His father is the real estate tycoon in King Shui. Do you want to die? Long Yun looked at Tang Meng with a smirk, thinking to himself, this foolish Tang Meng may look messy on the outside, but he is actually very trustworthy. He stood up, one hand on the table, the other on his hip, and said with a hint of regret, "Ah yeah, it's a pity. You're too late." After speaking, Long Yun approached Tang Meng, slapped him on the shoulder, one hand in his pocket, then said excitedly with a sharp nose pointing up to the sky, "If you had come a little earlier, we could have fought him together." Seeing this, Tang Meng also put his hand on Long Yun's shoulder, one hand on his hip, and said with a swagger. The sharp nose showed arrogance. Laughter rang out in response. Exactly, that scoundrel is indeed the one who started it. I had a feeling he didn't sit well with me. Both burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Just then, another voice chimed in. Long Yun, there are rumors in the school that you fought with Gao Shangfa. Then Tang Meng felt something stab his back, causing him to cry out in shock. Ah! Tang Meng turned angrily to Sai Han Lan, the one who had stabbed him in the back, and gritted his teeth as he asked, "Why did you stab me if you care about Long Yun?" Sai Han Lan stammered in response. "Oh, I didn't mean to." Tang Meng placed a hand on his hip and wagged a finger in front of Sai Han Lan's face, scolding. "Sai Han Lan, you always do this, I really admire you for that." Sai Han Lan could only scratch his head and awkwardly chuckle. Seeing the two in a heated argument, Long Yun stood by with a smile on his face, silently thinking to himself, "One before, one after. You two have planned it well." He happily thought, "These two actually care a lot about me." Just then, another female voice rang out. Oh, a girl with pink hair ran over, hands on her knees, breathing heavily as she asked Long Yun with concern, "I heard you fought with Gao Shangfa. Are you hurt?" Long Yun looked at Ling Yu, who had just called out to him. He raised his hand to pat her head and happily replied, "Don't worry, I have nothing to do. Let's go eat." After speaking, he turned to look at the two people, Tang Meng and Sai Han Lan, and called out, "Hey you two." Long Yun raised his thumb while smiling brightly. "Today I invite you all. Do you want to come?" The group chose a fancy Shanshang restaurant, brightly lit with a large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Long Yun stood still for a few seconds, silently exclaiming, "We are still students, is having dinner tonight too extravagant?" Not letting him ponder, Tang Meng raised her hand. Zanyuanlao is the most prestigious Shanshang restaurant in the entire Jiang province. Tang Meng draped her arm around Long Yun and continued, "Long Yun, you can't imagine, you are so generous." Contrary to Tang Meng, he felt a bit frustrated, unjustly. "I thought it was like a restaurant on the second floor, but here we are." He sighed, "Whoever is lucky enough to make over 20,000, if not, it will be a long time of being broke." As Tang Meng sat down, she whispered to Long Yun, "Having 10 blessings is already great." Upon hearing Long Yun's invitation, Zhang Ling confidently ordered 2 portions of ruined da lamb, 1 portion of spicy stewed fish, and 1 portion of roasted duck. Then, turned to Shanshang and smiled at the staff. Long Yun continued, 1 portion of eagle kebabs. Suddenly, Long Yun's voice rang out hesitantly. "You can eat so much. Why haven't the others ordered yet?" Zhang Ling laughed, "Seizing this once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity, how could I not want to eat my fill when you invite me?" As the food was served, Tang Meng also spoke up. "Long Yun didn't think about it. There are still 2 months until graduation, and you've already become the most outstanding person in the school." He tilted his head slightly to look at Long Yun. "But dealing with Gao Shangfa is not as easy as you think. This time you made him lose face. He will definitely find a way to retaliate against you." Hearing this, Long Yun was slightly surprised. "Oh, he dares to retaliate against me." Tang Meng rubbed his chin. "Gao Shangfa has never suffered a loss like this in his life. He will definitely find a bunch of ruthless subordinates to deal with you." These words also reached Ling Yu's ears, but she stood up abruptly. What should my brother do now? Tang Meng. Can you help my brother a little? Tang Meng smiled brightly. Ling Yu, you can rest assured. Although Long Yun has caused trouble this time, he may have raised 2 fingers, but as long as I am by his side, Mr. Gao Shangfo will never dare to make a move. Zhang Ling was busy eating, but still managed to continue. Long Yun doesn't need protection, right, Shanshan? Shanshan, upon hearing her name called by Zhang Ling, replied, no matter how strong Long Yun is, he is just a difficult opponent in martial arts. After hearing everyone's opinions, Long Yun concluded, Shanshan's words make sense. He thought to himself, being too passive, I must establish my own power. This is the truth, no matter where you are in the world. His eyes glanced towards Tang Meng, and in front of him, there was someone appropriate being stared at by others. His sixth sense told Tang Meng to look at Long Yun. What does Tang Meng want to do here? In his heart, Tang Meng screamed in fear, wondering why he was being stared at with such strange eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Ling dropped her spoon, clutching her stomach in pain as she stood up. Sorry, I seem to have eaten too much. I need to go to the restroom. Seeing this, Ling Yu quickly followed. I'll go with you. Seeing the two of them leave, creating an opportunity, Long Yun quickly seized the chance. But let's try this opportunity, Tao Shanshan. Then he loudly asked, by the way, has anyone here been to the Great Wall of China? Sai Han Lan, upon hearing his question, calmly replied, when I was young, I went there once. Long Yun asked, why do you suddenly ask about this? Facing that statement, Long Yun tried to find a reason to pass the matter. It's just curiosity. Such amazing architecture. How did ancient people manage to build it? His mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Maybe they knew some kind of magic. Indeed, after he spoke, Tao Shanshan involuntarily startled, noticing the unusualness from her. Long Yun pressed on. So does Tao Shanshan know something? Before she could answer, not far away, a shout rang out. Get out of here. 3 drunken men stood in front of Zhang Ling and Ling Yu, teasing the 2 young ladies all night. How much for your services? Recognizing the familiar voice, Long Yun silently called out to Ling Yu. Shanshan also turned around. Behind them was the voice of Zhang Ling. Before Long Yun could react, Shanshan had already run far away. Tang Meng and Shanshan quickly arrived at the scene. Ling Yu blocking the 3 drunken men. They hadn't seen the coffin yet, hadn't shed tears, still swaggering. Luck is not bad today. Another beautiful young lady arrived. Tang Meng hurriedly asked Ling Yu, are you okay? At the same time, Zhang Ling couldn't stand her and shouted, these ruffians want to take advantage of us. Long Yun arrived, and they were about to run, but one of them was stopped by Tang Meng. Quickly apologize. If you are willing to forgive him, today I will forgive all of you once. Looking at the expression of this person, it seems that he also has some ability, he sneered. Fool, are you tired of living? Another person was also arrogant. A bunch of brats. I am a graduate of Jiangnan University of Technology. The 2 of them threatened the children, ordering, kneel down and beg us. We may consider forgiving you. Tang Meng was humiliated, repeating the words, kneel down. He angrily rushed up and kicked the person in the green shirt in the stomach. Do you deserve it? The other person was hit, his mouth bleeding and painful, cursing. Fool, how dare you attack? He knelt on the ground, ordering his men. Go, disable him. Seeing these people so contemptuous, Long Yun used some skills. Where are you looking? The person saw Long Yun suddenly appear, foolishly asking, when did you come up behind me? Long Yun didn't say much, kicked the waist of that person, causing him to fall to the ground. The other person, seeing this scene, was angry for his brother. He cursed, a bunch of fools, but it seems that he is even more foolish than the one just now. He walked with his eyes fixed on the ground, tripped by Sai Han Lan causing his face to hit the floor. Tang Meng saw this and couldn't help but praise. Well done. Zhang Ling stood by, cheering non-stop. Great job. Show them who we are with your actions, and dare to use the school's name to act recklessly. Tang Meng looked around, his eyes showing clear disdain. Does Jiangnan Industrial University have no one with any skills? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the space. Who dares to say that Jiangnan Industrial University has no one? Another group of people appeared, looking more professional. The three leaders from earlier were led by a person with chestnut-colored hair. Shanshan may have known the other group. Even before the fight began, she warned everyone. "Wait a moment, stay back a bit, don't get hurt." Upon hearing Shanshan's words, Zhang Ling knew immediately what her friend intended to do. Shanshan asked, "Do you want to join them in fighting?" Surprisingly, a hand grabbed Shanshan's wrist. It turned out to be Lung Yun. Shanshan was shocked, unable to believe he was holding her hand. Without hesitation, Lung Yun decisively pulled Shanshan away, returning to protect the two of them. "There's no need for women to get involved here." Lung Yun stood in front of the group, reminding them, "You all stay back a bit, don't get hurt." Upon hearing Lung Yun's words, Tang Meng immediately objected. "Are you crazy? There are 7 of them. Even if you are more powerful, you cannot handle all 7. But all he got in return was a dismissive response. The leader of the Jiangnan Industrial University group approached, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. "Ah, you're about to die, and still want to play the hero. None of you can escape," he said, tightening his grip on the bottle, ready to strike Lung Yun. Seeing him about to be hit, Ling Yu anxiously shouted, "Be careful." But the man underestimated Lung Yun, as his attack was easily dodged. He was a bit surprised. This chubby guy is actually quite agile. He continued to strike, but all his moves missed Lung Yun. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath. The fuck? He kept attacking, but it was all just for show, entertaining Lung Yun. His followers grew bored. "Boss, what are you doing? Putting on a show?" Lung Yun no longer wanted to play with him, swiftly appearing behind him and asking, "Are you done fighting?" Without giving him a chance to react, Lung Yun grabbed the arm holding the bottle of wine. Lung Yun controlled the brown-haired man with a swift turn, causing him to cry out. He then forcefully pushed him to the ground, not giving him a chance to escape. The bottle of alcohol in his hand fell freely to the ground and shattered. He was beaten so badly that he dared not open his eyes. And when he did, sharp pieces of glass were ready to pierce his face. Now he was shaken and only had to beg for mercy from the big boss. Lung Yun subdued this man and pointed at the challenging group of people. Anyone else? Only know how to act tough. The group of people from Jiangnan Industrial University, seeing their boss being beaten, were like headless chickens, each showing fear. They shouted, "Our big boss, we know our mistake. We were blind and ignorant. Please, boss, don't punish us stupid fools." Seeing the actions of these people, Lung Yun frowned. "Who told you to apologize to me?" The beaten group of people quickly ran to the 3 girls, bowing their heads respectfully. "Ladies, we apologize for speaking nonsense. If you want to beat us, or scold us, it's up to you. We don't hold any grudges." Zhang Ling was surprised at this scene, while Shanshan thought, "This kind of apology, there is no sincerity at all." Then a person with long hair covering half of his face approached Lung Yun. They fought, "We know we were wrong. Should this matter stop here? Hearing this is really annoying." Lung Yun asked, "Are you done talking?" The other person scratched his head awkwardly. "Let me introduce myself as the class monitor. If you've got something to say, just say it." Lung Yun said somewhat angrily, "It's not a big deal, just compensation talk." 2 words, compensation, seems to have hit the weak spot of these people. The class monitor said, "We have apologized, and the injured people are all on our side." Lung Yun's eyes widened. "You guys have nothing to do. Look down on my sister, and ruin our meal mood. How much money do you have to pay for this? If someone in our group is so worried and frightened because of this, leading to failing the university entrance exam, how much compensation should be paid?" The person was pressured to answer, and could only agree. "So how much money do you want to be compensated?" The class monitor agreed to pay. Lung Yun smiled. "See, you admit your mistake relatively well. Let's just suffer a bit. You just need to pay for our meal. Then compensate a couple of beauties here, with 2,000 each, for the mental damage." Listening to Lung Yun speak, the 2 people behind stood frozen. This familiar scenario. The class monitor was embarrassed. Can the price be reduced a little? Lung Yun's eyes suddenly changed, saying only one sentence. "Compensate for this, then it's over. Otherwise, we continue to fight." And he continued to smash the glass bottle in the face of the guy named Kia. Zhang Ling stood behind observing and couldn't help but comment on Lung Yun's increasingly skilled deceptive appearance. The class monitor, with a bottle of alcohol around his neck, was frightened. "Don't provoke. It seems that the situation cannot be salvaged anymore, so he reluctantly agreed to compensate. We'll compensate. John Ling stood behind, looking at the eyes full of disgust. After beating the other person, he even asked the other party to compensate together. Suddenly, John Ling jumped up and exclaimed loudly, "Wow! Lung Yun is really too cool." After that, the class monitor handed a stack of money to Lung Yun. "Here's 2,000. Please accept it." The fierce class monitor from before now could only look resentful. Lung Yun took the money and didn't forget to comfort the class monitor. "Fool, don't feel humiliated. There are some people you can't mess with." Holding the money in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You guys are lucky, living in a peaceful world like this." Lung Yun remembered his previous world, where it was all about fighting and killing. In the world of cultivating immortality, he had now become a few steps closer to enlightenment under the bright electric lights at night. Not long after leaving the restaurant, John Ling asked, "Bro, are you still not full today?" Lung Yun turned to Shan Chang and replied, "What more you want? You've already eaten enough to burst." But suddenly, Lung Yun realized, wait, why did she change her way of addressing me? John Ling continued, "You haven't spent any money today. How can you invite guests? If you fulfill one request of mine, I'll let you off." She mischievously looked at him and said, "You just need to run like crazy to lose weight, and once you're slim, we'll be together." This statement made everyone around them exclaim, "Wow, Tang Meng even got a bonus after eating." As Zhang Ling held his hand, Lung Yun chuckled, "We'll talk about this later." But Zhang Ling insisted, "No, you have to fulfill it now." Lung Yun blushed as she held his face, at a loss for words. Shanshan, with a dark face, told Zhang Ling, "It's not early anymore. Let's go back to study." The other two turned to look at Shanshan, puzzled by her annoyance. Zhang Ling was pulled away by Tao Shanshan, bidding farewell to Lung Yun. "All right, this time I'll let you go." Zhang Ling was pulled away forcefully and hurriedly followed, calling out to Shanshan, "Wait up, I can't keep up." The two left, leaving Lung Yun staring blankly. Seeing her brother's cluelessness, Lin Yu approached and furrowed her brows. "Aren't you coming back to school with us?" Lung Yun nodded slightly and replied, "I still have some things to take care of. I'll be back soon." With that, he was pulled by Tang Meng over his shoulder, who reassured Ling Yu, "Don't worry, she won't cause any trouble if she follows along." Feeling a bit annoyed, Lung Yun said, "Who said you would come with me?" Tang Meng firmly held on, pointing behind her. "Are you sure you don't want me to? I know my way around the school. No matter what you want to do, I can support you." In the end, Lung Yun reluctantly agreed. "Fine, you can come along." Tang Meng happily said, "That's the spirit." After the two left, Lin Yu was angry because she felt like they were skipping school. Just a moment ago, they were talking about studying hard, but now they were faced with the opposite reality. Han Lan's eyes gleamed as she watched the shadows of the two people like Lung Yun. Right now, he had completely changed from before. Hearing what he said, Ling Yu felt relieved. She also realized that what he said was true. Furthermore, she felt a sense that her brother would become even more outstanding in the future. On this side, Tang Meng and Lung Yun were walking shoulder to shoulder, talking and laughing happily. In the evening, the Menghua courtyard was still filled with light from the classrooms, enough to see the way clearly. Ling Yu felt bored as she leaned on her hand, and then lay down on the table. Why hasn't my brother come back yet? She wondered to herself. Suddenly, a classmate ran in from outside and called out loudly, "Ning Ling Yu, your brother and Tang Meng are here looking for you." Seeing Lung Yun, Ling Yu was pleasantly surprised. Tang Meng also came with him. "Did you think of us?" the mischievous friend asked Ling Yu. Ling Yu felt excited and ran to hug Lung Yun. "My brother misses me so much," she said. Tang Meng stood outside, unnoticed. "After 7 rounds, I am completely ignored," she sighed. Then Lung Yun handed the bag of items to his younger sister. "These are all bought for you. Open it and see if you like it," he said, making Ling Yu look hesitantly at the bag. Ling Yu took out her camera, earphones, and phone from her bag and placed them on the table. She asked in amazement, "What did my brother say that made you buy things for me just by looking at me?" Lung Yun happily replied, "Of course, if others have you, then I must have you too. If others don't have a younger sister, then I must have one." At the same time, the students at the back of the class also leaned forward to eavesdrop. Do you see that? Long Yun bought all the latest stuff, not cheap at all. Why is it like this? Their family isn't so poor that they can't afford to eat, right? Could it be that Long Yun is spending a lot of money from Gao Shang Fa? Ling Yu wiped away her tears touched. Brother, she sobbed. Seeing his sister cry, Long Yun quickly asked, Menghan, what's wrong? Don't you like it? She lowered her head choked up. It's not that I'm too happy. Then Ling Yu's face lit up again. Brother, you didn't waste so much money on me. I don't need that much. Mina suddenly approached, sneeringly said, Not that you don't need that much. Actually, you don't need any of it. Tang Meng couldn't stand this kind of person and reminded Mina, Please watch your words. But Mina didn't care, mocking with a smirk. Huh. What did I say wrong? Your family is so poor. Who knows where your brother got all this stuff from? Tang Meng got angrier day by day, then shouted at Zhang Mina. Tang Meng clenched his fist tightly. You will not be spared from punishment here today. Knowing what Tang Meng was thinking, Long Yun quickly held onto his hand to stop him. Tang Meng was restrained and called out to Long Yun. But Long Yun only replied with one sentence, Step back. Long Yun approached Zhang Mina, who had always been at odds with his younger sister, to protect her from being threatened. The brown-haired man stepped forward to block Long Yun. What do you want? He asked. Long Yun looked at him with disdain, pointing at him, and said in a bold tone, Who the hell are you? Facing Long Yun, the other person was not intimidated at all, proudly declaring, I am Si Zhenggang. As the situation escalated, Ling Yu quickly stepped in to intervene. Long Yun, leave. You are tired today. Don't waste your energy on this kind of person. Long Yun looked at his younger sister, took a deep breath. Okay, I'll listen to you. Despite listening to his sister, Long Yun didn't forget to warn the other two. I warn you, from today onwards, anyone who dares to disrespect or provoke our sister, stop and think for a moment. In the next sentence, Long Yun loudly announced to all the students in the class, I will make that person pay a heavy price. The public cannot help but be interested in this remarkable story. Everyone is talking about it, curious about what is causing such fear. This chubby guy has become very good at fighting since he saw a puppy being beaten. He acted just like that. The puppy that looks like this chubby guy is called. Two people left the class. Ling Yu and Tang Meng following Long Yun. Tang Meng stopped, hesitated a bit before continuing. Why didn't you fight back just now? That's not even enough to let me go up. I've been wanting to teach Si Zhenggang a lesson for a long time. Long Yun casually looked back. You can't fight him. Upon hearing this, Tang Meng couldn't accept it. I can't fight that idiot. Long Yun remembered the moment just now. When he approached him, the distance was quite close. Long Yun felt that Si Zhenggang not only was not afraid, but also showed an attacking posture. He calmly thought that he was a martial artist, and furthermore, his strength was not low. He turned back to Tang Meng and said, You go back, I want to go train. Upon hearing train, Tang Meng was quite surprised. It's already late and you're still going to train, in the midst of a large city. Long Yun kept running without stopping. If he couldn't find a worthy opponent around, he would strive to train, even if it was a bit boring. After running for a while, he stopped and threw his things on the grass, silently thinking. However, in the end, everything turned out to be somewhat interesting. After pondering, Long Yun sat relaxed on the familiar grass by the river in the quiet night. The shimmering blue light on the water's surface inspired him to calmly fold his hands together and begin cultivating Kai. His great determination was to gather the essence of Qi, cultivate to the first level to absorb the strengthening power from the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the flow of Qi circulation in Long Yun was interrupted. He realized that his meridians had not been fully repaired, causing him to furrow his brow in worry. Sweat dripped down his face, and Long Yun gritted his teeth as this minor issue could pose a challenge for him. However, Long Yun's eyes lit up with determination, and he focused all his strength to forcefully absorb the stream of spiritual energy. Under his pressure, the spiritual energy from the 7 luminaries, Herb surged more fiercely than ever before. Not bad, he successfully transformed the stream of spiritual energy into himself, continuing the process of strengthening himself. Looking at the abundant spiritual energy in his palm, Long Yun couldn't help but think that the absorption speed had clearly increased, and his body could withstand double the amount of spiritual energy than before. Finally, he succeeded in cultivating to the first level of body refinement. Long Yun fell into contemplation, reminiscing about the past. When he had struggled to carry the heavy bag on his back, this time he only used one hand to grab the strap of the bag. He casually threw the bag into the air without wasting any strength. As soon as the bag fell within sight, Long Yun swiftly went on the offensive. He kicked the bag, using force to make it fly 10 meters away. Looking at the bag landing at a very far distance, he thought to himself, although it didn't reach the level too refining as expected, for now it's acceptable. He stroked his chin in thought, calmly assessing the situation. The current need is a handy weapon, at a luxurious mansion in the capital city of Yanjing. A blond man couldn't take his eyes off the purple-haired girl in front of him, striking a very seductive pose with a pole. With both arms around the beauty on either side, Ling Hao excitedly raised his glass of wine and gave orders to the purple-haired girl. Not bad, widen your stance a bit more. Suddenly his phone rang, making a clear sound. Ling Hao grumbled as he picked up the phone, looking at the screen. Who dares to disturb me while I'm enjoying myself? Someone messaged him. This chubby guy is really cunning. Along with a video clip, Ling Hao's face immediately turned pale as if he had seen a ghost, sweat pouring down, mouth agape. He forcefully pushed aside the two beautiful women next to him and urgently asked Zhang Ling to send all the girls away from him. Elsewhere, a hand reached for the phone that was constantly ringing. The man lying on the bed, groggy, answered the call. Hello. Immediately the other end of the line erupted with Ling Hao's fiery interrogation. Chen Sen, didn't you tell me that you had taken care of that wild brat? Why is he still running around? Chen Sen woke up immediately upon hearing this. How could he not be dead? His tone was extremely firm. I saw him being stabbed with my own eyes. Ling Hao continued coldly. Do you need me to show you the video? Chen Sen, you hold my 2,000. That's the result. The voice on the other end hurriedly replied. Killing that waste by lone great young masters is not difficult. Why would I deceive you? He was truly breathless. If he is still alive, then someone saved him. Ling Hao's eyes became serious after those words. Chen Sen continued. Lone great young masters said, I heard that he has the ability to revive from death. People call him the miraculous doctor. He is hiding in the city of King Shui. Ling Hao quickly denied. Absolutely unable to kill him even with advanced medical skills. Unable to resurrect him, unless saving the wild child Kia. Basically not a normal human. Wait, Chen Sen suddenly thought of something. Could it be those people who saved him? As soon as he finished speaking, the images of the immortals appeared in both of their minds. The Lung clan and the Chen clan, both top families in this country. So they knew that they were much different from ordinary people. For example, there are people who practice divine training in the world, some of them hiding in martial arts families, some in secluded sects in the deep mountains. Ling Hao's voice came from the phone. Those people are always mysterious, ordinary people basically don't come into contact with my grandfather. Seeing them, one must be respectful. Chen Sen immediately became worried. So what should we do now? Lung great young masters. This time is definitely doomed. Ling Hao confidently ran his hand through his hair. Those people are always high and mighty. Would they go save a pig? Don't interfere in this matter later. I will handle it myself. Chen Sen immediately raised his thumb. Lung great young masters, indeed decisive. Ending the conversation, Ling Hao casually threw the phone on the seat. Sipping on a glass of wine, he fell into deep thought, recalling his previous meeting with his elders. Father Ling Hao sat across from him and advised his son. Remember, even though you are of the Changson Lung family, it does not guarantee you the position of clan leader. Your future is in your hands. Ling Hao respectfully replied, I understand, father. His uncle affectionately placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Ling Hao, you are too competitive with your cousins and siblings, causing distress to your uncle. You only have one daughter. Will you still remember your uncle? Both of them shared a sly smile, and his uncle replied, Of course, after all, you are the only one who won't forget me. Later, Ling Hao secretly eavesdropped on the conversation through the door crack. Inside, his grandfather Lung Lai, furious, slapped his uncle and scolded him. You raised such a troublemaker and left your own son outside. His uncle immediately defended himself, with visible marks on his face. I didn't raise him when he was born, I left him in the wilderness. Grandfather, still angry, demanded, Go out and bring him back to me. How can this son of Lung Lai stay outside? The uncle quickly agreed. The father calmed down and immediately sent someone to find Lung Yun. Ling Hao also quickly left from outside. As the memories ended, Ling Hao's face became even more stern. He angrily crushed the glass into 100 pieces. This wild child of mine, how dare he cause such trouble without any delay? He picked up the phone and ordered the person on the other end to immediately send an assassin. King Shua, no, one high school, kill a person named Lung Yun for me. He instructed firmly while bandaging his hand to stop the bleeding. Remember to bring back his body. This time, I want to confirm it with my own eyes. At the dormitory area in the south of the high school, Lung Yun held a pen in his hand, the metal tip of the pen reflecting a bright light. I have a unique skill without using any weapons, based on the current situation. Lung Yun carefully aimed at the target. He threw the pen in his hand, and the sharp tip of the pen pierced straight into the center of a butterfly within 10 meters, without missing a beat. With my knowledge of the body's meridians, the acupuncture needle can also heal and save lives. Lung Yun absent-mindedly looked up. The acupuncture needle is the most suitable weapon for me right now. But he sighed looking at the pile of pens in his hand, wondering where he could buy the right acupuncture needle. Seeing that he was still awake, Sai Hanlan kindly reminded Lung Yun, "It's not early anymore. Go to bed quickly." On an early Saturday morning at the school's sports field, Lung Yun stood confidently on the field. After a few days, one could roughly understand that his presence immediately attracted the attention and gaze of those around him. People who excel in this world have a key point that can be absorbed. Therefore, from now on, I can't practice during the day anymore. In the crowd, a curious girl spoke up. "It's Lung Yun. He looks a bit thinner." Those present quickly responded. "He actually looks much more pleasing to the eye." Others chimed in with admiration. "I now feel that he walks very handsomely." Lung Yun modestly took a step back amidst the discussions of everyone. "Mom, I have to be a bit more humble." These words made Lai Kuo so angry that he gritted his teeth. He pointed threateningly at him. "Lung Yun, do you still dare to come to the sports field?" Lung Yun stopped in his tracks, quickly recognizing the person in front of him. "How come it's this fool?" Lai Kuo stomped his foot in anger, his mouth continuously cursing. "You pig! Let me show you the consequences of teasing me." He rushed towards him, preparing to swing his arm forcefully to deliver a powerful blow. "If I hit you hard, you'll be reading fewer books." However, Lung Yun quickly grabbed his hand, successfully blocking Lai Kuo's attack and leaving him stunned. Without a word of warning, Lung Yun swiftly struck Lai Kuo with a slap full of affection, leaving 5 finger marks on his cheek. The force of the slap caused Lai Kuo to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Lung Yun stood above him and said, "You said you wanted to fight? Fine, I'm willing to oblige." Fear quickly filled Lai Kuo's eyes as he held his cheek that had been slapped earlier. "What do you want?" Lai Kuo's panicked shout echoed through the sky. "Don't come any closer." In the schoolyard, the sound of each slap was clear, and Lung Yun continued to repeatedly slap Lai Kuo's face. Other students watching the fight started to feel worried. Lai Kuo doesn't seem to be able to fight back at all. Will he end up being beaten into a fool like this? Finally, when Lung Yun felt satisfied, he delivered one final strong slap before letting go of Lai Kuo's face. His face was swollen on both sides, his lips bleeding, and Lai Kuo collapsed on the gym floor in too much pain to stand up. Lung Yun stood in front of him. Warning: get lost. He no longer had any desire to deal with Lai Kuo, but Lai Kuo did not know that. He felt humiliated, so he became furious. He stood up, rushed forward and shouted, "I will risk my life with you." Lung Yun was also angered by this person's actions. "How can you not know reason?" He scolded. "You still dare to come?" Lung Yun grabbed Lai Kuo's arm, used force to push him down in one move. Seeing Lai Kuo lying like a puppet on the ground, Lung Yun said, "Lung Yun, I have always been fair in settling disputes. If you do not harm me, I will not harm you. If anyone harms me, the consequences will be like this." He looked at the unconscious Lai Kuo on the ground as a warning for anyone who wants to pick a fight with him. Meanwhile, at the schoolyard, a girl noticed the scuffle. She leaned on the railing and said to Lung Yun, "You are indeed very meaningful." As the evening fell, the school finally dismissed the students. Lung Yun walked on the road, lost in thought. He remembered passing by a pharmacy last night, so he decided to go there to see if he could buy some needles. After walking for a while, someone called out, "Long Yun, wait a moment." When he turned around, Long Yun saw a very beautiful girl. In a few brief words, truly tall, truly beautiful, truly long. That girl is also very comfortable in her outfit. Seeing Long Yun staring at her, she remained silent for a while for him to admire, then said, "Hey, seen enough. Want me to wait a little longer?" Long Yun, when reminded by her, hesitantly replied, "Seen enough, seen enough. So, why did you call me?" The girl introduced herself. "I am Se Mining, a sophomore. You can call me Maining. Where do you want to go now?" "To buy some things," Long Yun answered. Su Mining bowed her head to look at him, repeating, "Buy things? Then I'll go with you." After speaking, she held Long Yun's hand. Long Yun looked at her and smiled. "Go with me? Aren't you afraid I'll scare you away?" Su Mining raised her eyebrows seductively, her arms around Long Yun's neck, tilting her head and asking, "You'll scare me away? I'm more afraid of scaring you away." Her curved hips and pressed chest against Long Yun made her intentions very clear. Long Yun had never embraced a beauty before, and seeing her like this, he was not pleased, saying, "Don't be silly, I want to buy acupuncture needles. A girl like you surely isn't interested in them." Chu Mining looked at him and asked, "Acupuncture needles? Why do you want to buy them?" "Poke where it hurts. Poke where there's a lot of flesh." "Maining, do you want to try?" His words were very suggestive, but for some reason, Long Yun made it sound like he wanted to harm someone. It's truly a crazy hobby of medical students. Chu Mining laughed out loud, releasing Long Yun and saying, "Well, then come with me. My house not only has acupuncture needles, but also a lot of them. You can choose as you please." "Acupuncture needles as well," Long Yun exclaimed. Although saying so on the outside, doubts arose in Long Yun's mind. Is there such a good thing as a free lunch? Long Yun backed away even further, saying, "Who are you really? What is your purpose in approaching me? In fact, my grandfather heard that you carried a sack of sand before, and became interested in meeting you. As long as my grandfather is in a good mood, you can have any needles you want. Is your grandfather real or fake?" Long Yun interjected. "Because he is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, he treats and saves people at home. So he has at least 2 pairs of every type of needle. Do you understand? If you want acupuncture needles, then come with me quickly." Su Mining turned and walked away, gesturing for Long Yun to follow her as she walked. Long Yun hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly continued, "Can you please not rely on me anymore?" They were sitting in the car. With such a large back seat, Su Mining only liked to stick to Long Yun. "No," Su Mining firmly refused. After speaking, she smirked. "I have to hold you tight. Otherwise, how can you run away?" With this kind of reasoning and expression, Long Yun didn't know what else to say, so let her do whatever she wants. Just when it seemed a bit too much, Su Mining suddenly spoke up. What is that?" Showing curiosity, she sat up on Long Yun's lap to look out the window. She looked outside, saying, "Long Yun, do you see it?" But her eyes showed a confident and happy expression. Long Yun could only awkwardly reply, "I see. What do you see?" As an ancient scholar, Long Yun truly didn't dare to move in front of such girls. Looking down, Su Mining's buttocks were still on Long Yun's thighs, so he could only lament, "This woman is too cunning. Yet she uses this trick. How can I move?" The car continued on to the King Key Villa area. After a short distance, the car stopped completely. Su Mining was about to open the car door, when Long Yun stopped her and asked, "Mining, where are you going?" "We have arrived. Please get out of the car." Su Mining looked at him and said. After a moment of silence, she smiled and added, "So, are you regretting separating from me?" Long Yun didn't directly deny it, but his helpless expression showed that the girl was still confident in her charm. He said, You need to pay for the ride. I just lost over 40,000 dong." Su Mining looked at him disdainfully. It must have been the first time in her life that she had seen a man like him. The two of them stayed silent, looking at each other. The driver didn't dare to say anything, and the car sank into a deathly silence. Feeling that she couldn't stay with someone like him anymore, Su Mining decisively opened the car door and got out, closing it behind her. She crossed her arms and said, "No money, you deal with it yourself." Leaving Long Yun puzzled, he exclaimed, No money and you still call for a ride. The driver was also confused, taking out the scanning code and saying, "Thank you for your patronage. Please scan the code for payment." Lung Yun was just a poor man, so he was timid when it came to money. He hinted to the driver, "Can you give me a discount? It's my first time taking a ride." But the driver was not in the mood. Dealing with two customers causing trouble in his car was already bad enough, and now they were asking for a discount. After the payment was made, he drove off. Lung Yun was puzzled, now even more so. If you don't want to talk about it, why get so angry? Following Su Mining, Lung Yun entered a villa. Lung Yun exclaimed after a few steps, "The spiritual Kai here is so strong, and you can even smell precious herbs. This really piques my interest in Mining's grandfather." Su Mining turned to look at Lung Yun, first to the east and then to the west, not worrying about anything, but firmly reminding him, "Wait a moment, you must behave properly when you see my grandfather. Don't make him angry, understand?" Lung Yun replied, "When have I ever not behaved properly? Besides, I have never made anyone angry before." Speaking without remembering the person who demanded 40,000 for a girl's taxi. Su Mining didn't say anything, but couldn't help but think, "Hemph, you just made me angry earlier." Su Mining opened the door and led Lung Yun into the courtyard, bowing and saying, "Grandfather, I'm back." Su Mining's grandfather, with white hair but still sharp, was sitting by the tea table enjoying the breeze. Seeing his granddaughter come in happily, he said, "I could hear you scolding someone from so far away." "I didn't," Su Mining denied. Grandfather Su wore a white dragon shirt with yellow trim, sitting up straight and looking very young, only around 70 years old. He greeted the new guest with a smile. "You must be Lung Yun, the one my granddaughter always praises, right?" Lung Yun shyly replied, "Yes, that's me." Despite being cheerful, grandfather couldn't help but cough, quickly regaining his composure and telling Su Mining, "Mining, go make tea for our guest. Remember to use the best, Longjing tea." Su Mining agreed and left. Grandfather looked at Lung Yun and said, "Please have a seat." He chuckled and said to Lung Yun, "My granddaughter has been spoiled since she was young, so her temperament is not the best. She didn't cause you any trouble, did she?" Lung Yun replied, "Not at all. She's just a bit too enthusiastic." As soon as Lung Yun sat down, he couldn't help but exhibit symptoms of his profession. He thought to himself, "Strange, Grandfather Su looks healthy and in good spirits from the outside. So why are his lungs like this?" In Lung Yun's eyes, part of Grandfather Su's lungs appeared black. Without hesitation, Lung Yun asked, "I noticed you coughing. Are your lungs not in good condition?" Grandfather Su waved his hand and said with a smile, "Just an old illness. Nothing to worry about. I invited you here today mainly to meet you." He sat solemnly, looking at Lung Yun. Confused, Lung Yun asked, "To meet me?" Grandfather Su explained, "I heard that you carried a 50-kilogram sandbag, ran 11 laps on the sports field, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, you seem to have a blessing, with no signs of weakness in your body." Listening to this strange but familiar story from the kind Grandfather Su, Lung Yun thought to himself, "How did it come to this?" Grandfather Su looked at him and said, "Lung Yun, I am very curious about your body. Can you explain a little?" Of course, the basic steps for a doctor are still the same. Look, listen, ask, and check the pulse. But Lung Yun could not see, hear, or ask anything, so I could only check the pulse. He extended his hand to Grandfather Su. After checking his pulse, Grandfather Su furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "Strange. It's really strange." Seeing this serious expression on his grandfather's face, Lung Yun became even more curious and asked, "What did you find, Grandfather Su?" Grandfather Su looked puzzled and said, "Your vital energy pulse is more prosperous than normal people. However, according to the Yang Cal Meridian theory, your body should be very weak." Although Lung Yun always knew about his own body, the fact that even Grandfather Su could detect it left him amazed, thinking, "In a short period of time, he was able to investigate my body. If an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine doctor is this powerful, then how can the top experts in the world compare to him?" Grandfather Xui asked Lung Yun, "Have you met anyone strange recently?" Lung Yun obediently replied, "I only met a few classmates." Grandfather Xui asked again, "Have you eaten anything strange recently?" Long Yun honestly answered, I mostly eat food cooked at restaurants. Grandfather Xu pondered further. What time do you wake up? What time do you go to bed? Do you feel any unusual sensations in your body? Long Yun replied, I sleep late, wake up late, nothing unusual. Suddenly, he said, the issue lies in when you spit out that mouthful of blood. But it surely can't have that big of an impact. It doesn't make sense. Cough, cough. Su Mining walked in at that moment, carrying a tray of Longjing tea, and said, Grandfather, what is going on with Long Yun's body? Can it be cured? Grandfather Xu looked at his granddaughter, waved his hand and said, his physical condition is now several times stronger than normal. The medicine I prepared has no use. Long Yun asked curiously, what medicine? Xu Mining placed the tea tray down, furrowing her brows, and replied sadly, my grandfather has heard about your situation and wants to help you, so he deliberately prepared medicine that can treat your body. Long Yun, you don't know what you've missed. In the past, so many people sought help from my grandfather. Cough, cough. The sound of her grandfather's cough interrupted Su Mining's words. Mining, be careful with your words. Healing and saving lives is the duty of a physician. Su Mining, bold as she was, could only respond obediently to her grandfather's advice. I understand, grandfather. Long Yun, on the other hand, had an even better impression of Su's grandfather, kind, knowledgeable, and also very generous. He smiled and thought, I didn't expect Su's grandfather to be so friendly. In that case, I will help him a little. It was only then that Long Yun spoke up. Grandfather Xu, actually I came here today, mainly to ask for an item. Curious, Su's grandfather said, ask for an item? Except for things related to traditional Chinese medicine. There is nothing else here. Su Mining put down the teacup and said to her grandfather, Grandfather, Long Yun wants a set of acupuncture needles. Long Yun continued, I don't need many acupuncture needles. In total, I need 9 needles. However, their shapes are a bit special. One is a needle 16 centimeters long. 2 are needles 16 centimeters long. 3 are needles 15 centimeters long. 4 are. Both grandfather and grandson immediately knew what he wanted. They were surprised and said, the 9 divine principles of the cycle? Long Yun, do you know what you are talking about? Su Mining asked. Grandfather Xu also held Long Yun's hand, amazed, and asked, Long Yun, are you not deceiving us? Do you really know the 9 divine principles of the cycle? Seeing them so excited, Long Yun was also a bit surprised and said, of course I know. In Grandfather Xu's mind now, there were countless shocks. Someone knows the 9 divine principles of the cycle? It is the essence of the 9 essential maxims of the flow. He remembered in the book, the Yellow Emperor's inner canon mentioned that there are the 9 great spiritual secrets in the human body. This is the key point, helping the 12 primary meridians and the circulation of the 8 extraordinary meridians and vessels. The 9 divine principles of the cycle are the key to these 9 points. As long as a person still has a breath, no matter how seriously injured, they can be saved. These 9 points are the great point, the long point, the gold point, the round benefit point, the flat point, and the wind point. But it has long been lost. For many years, no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. He thought deeply. Meanwhile, outside, Long Yun was being held by Grandfather Xu's hand, sweating profusely. He called out, Hey, Grandfather Xu. Grandfather Xu also knew he was rude to the guest and quickly apologized. I was careless. This action surprised Long Yun, who withdrew his hand, thinking, why is Grandfather Xu so agitated? The 9 divine principles of the cycle is not the most common type of cultivation method, right? Once we reach the key training stage, we no longer need it. 3 people sat at the stone table, each lost in their own thoughts. Su Mining looked sharply at Long Yun, thinking, the 9 divine principles of the cycle requires meridians to be able to cultivate. Long Yun is just a high school student who has recently broken through to the extreme limit. How could he have that kind of cultivation? The more I think about this guy Long Yun, the angrier I get. Su Mining stood up, grabbed Long Yun by the collar and said, you're always lying. She angrily looked at Long Yun. Long Yun, you're a fraud. How dare you use my grandfather's condition to make jokes? Xu's grandfather couldn't bear to see this scene and scolded. Mining, let go of him quickly. Long Yun looked at her, sensing her sudden emotions, and said, Meaning, if I can describe the symptoms, will you believe me? Su Mining rushed forward and said, "Fine, I'll give you another chance." Long Yun smiled and said, "Su's grandfather has a constant cough. It seems like a lung problem, but the real cause is in the heart." Su's grandfather looked surprised at him and asked, "You don't have a stethoscope. How can you tell?" Su Mining saw his point and also let him go, worrying as she looked at her grandfather. Long Yun said, "The heart and tongue in the 5 elements all belong to fire. Grandfather Chu's tongue is red and purple with a green tip. This clearly indicates an excessive heart fire causing damage to the metal. The lungs belong to metal, so an excessive heart fire will harm the lungs, leading to a constant dry cough." Grandfather Xu said nothing, just looked in astonishment at his son in front of him. Su Mining, worried, asked, "Why is our grandfather suffering from excessive heart fire?" "Very simple, he eats too many tonics," Long Yun replied. Grandfather Xu coughed again. "All right, Long Yun, I believe you. Prepare the acupuncture." Cough, cough. Su Mining looked puzzled at her grandfather, asking, "Grandfather, why do you want to eat so many tonics? Please explain it to me. Every day, I treat that wine as my meal. Even though it is considered a tonic, it cannot nourish as much as that." Su Mining could only look to Long Yun for answers. Long Yun remained silent, then turned to Grandfather Xu and said, "Grandfather Xu, you should tell her. After all, she is your granddaughter. I can see she is truly worried about you." Grandfather Xu agreed. "All right." With the approval, Long Yun could now explain to the patient's family. Long Yun said, "Meaning, your grandfather eats so many Chinese medicines because there is a parasite in his body." Su Mining asked her grandfather in disbelief, "Grandpa, how is it possible to have a living creature in your body? What is it exactly?" Grandpa Xu looked at his granddaughter calmly and replied, "Meaning, don't panic. The living creature in our body is..." Grandpa Xu reminisced about 45 years ago. "I ventured into the Miao clan in search of the supreme way of medicine and luckily saved a Miao girl. At that time, I was still a handsome young man, full of vitality. The Miao girl seemed a bit enchanted by me at first sight." He continued, "Later on, I found out that she was the Miao clan saint. The crucible where medicine, martial arts, and ancient secrets forge extraordinary skills. All reached the level of reaching the pinnacle and creating the ultimate. The time I spent exchanging medical skills with her was the happiest time of my life. Eventually, when my medical skills couldn't improve any further, I decided to leave the Miao clan. But in my youthful ignorance, I was seeking the path of medicine wholeheartedly and had a wife at home, without considering the consequences of being together with a woman for a long time. I didn't even think about it. Unexpectedly, Mao Fengwang had feelings for me early on, hoping that I would stay forever. But by then, I was already married to my wife and had 3 grandchildren. How could I fulfill her wishes? It's just that I didn't expect her to be so bold as to touch my food. Just a small amount of seasoning made me completely powerless, allowing her to take advantage of me. Shu's grandfather also knew that Miao Zhu was a holy woman who only loved one person in her lifetime. It won't be easy for me to leave. And that night, the rice had turned into cooked rice. Mining blushed, lightly placing her finger on her delicate lips, her curious and embarrassed eyes hinting at what happened next that night, as she whispered, "That evening, the 2 of us." Shu's grandfather just chuckled, scratching his head to hide his helplessness at the time, and replied to Maining, "She was too prepared. I basically couldn't escape." On the other hand, Lung Yun was also helpless with him, reading some of his inner thoughts and silently cursing. Damn it, I wish that had happened a few more times. The story paused, leaving Mining even more curious. What will happen next, and what about that woman? Su's grandfather recalled the words from that night. "Ah, what did you give me?" The girl from the Miao tribe's face at that moment was triumphant, full of affection, as she looked at Zhu's grandfather, his heartless and ruthless ancient mother and ancient husband. She turned to embrace Shu's grandfather, caressing his face. Once with a perfect man, their offspring would enter each other's bodies, making both unable to betray their love for a lifetime. Anyone who betrays love will experience unbearable mental agony, unable to live a normal life. Upon reaching this point, Grandfather Xu still hasn't clearly mentioned her appearance from start to finish. Maining spoke up and asked, "Grandfather, did Mao Fengwang really affirm that she is very beautiful?" Grandfather Tsu snorted. Not wrong. She indeed is a beauty beyond compare. Then he uttered a sentence that shocked himself, not expecting his beloved granddaughter to be so domineering. So why did you refuse her? Why couldn't you bring her directly home? Even Long Yun sitting beside couldn't help but exclaim. Not bad enough to bring her directly. Grandfather Tsu kept coughing, hiding his embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense. How could I bring her home? What about your grandmother? Long Yun's eyes seemed to see through him. Teasing in his heart, I don't believe it. You never thought about it. Grandfather Tsu continued. It may be because the ancient insects have been subdued. She trusts me a lot. That's when I took the opportunity to escape from the Miozu. Upon arriving home, Grandfather Tsu sat in front of his desk, with hundreds of traditional medicine in wooden cabinets behind him. Grandfather Tsu thought, but I have no way to eliminate ancient insects. I can only find a way to suppress it. Therefore, at this point, Long Yun interjected. So you ate the central medicine to increase your internal fire, suppressing the ancient insects ravaging your body. Grandfather Tsu can be persistent for more than 40 years. It's not easy. Upon hearing this, Grandfather Tsu let out a long sigh, reflecting on his life. Mining curiously asked, if Mew is so determined in love, why didn't she come to find you? Grandfather Tsu continued his story. Of course she did come, but when she arrived, she met my granddaughter instead. He recalled the scene. The two of them met. The atmosphere was so intense that it seemed suffocating. Mining exclaimed in surprise. What? She asked again in shock, a hint of worry on her face. Your granddaughter? Yes. I don't know what they ultimately said, but after that, Mao Feng Wang immediately returned, and Miao Zhu has not appeared since. Mining quickly asked, did your granddaughter not ask about how to solve the ancient insects inside you? Grandfather Tsu was also helpless. He remembered his wife's strict reprimand, echoing his granddaughter's words. My granddaughter said this is the debt of love I caused, heartless and ruthless, deserving of my punishment. Upon hearing this, Long Yun, standing aside, also had to marvel. Maining's grandmother is truly a ruthless person. Grandfather Tsu raised his hand to his mouth and coughed once, his face somewhat serious. Let's change the subject. This matter cannot be explained clearly. Long Yun, the next young friend is in trouble. Can you help me with the ceremony? Grandfather Tsu took out the old wooden box. The moment he opened it, a strong golden energy spread all around. Long Yun looked at the object inside the box, his eyes unmoved. So the magnetic needle preserved in the jade box, made from spirit jade, turns out to be a set of magnetic needles containing a very strong and vast internal energy source. Long Yun turned his gaze to the next Tsu grandfather. I want acupuncture with hot water. Meiting hugged Long Yun, her eyes full of earnest care and concern. Long Yun, my grandfather is bothering you. Mining's actions made a young man like him blush. Grandfather Tsu pretended to close his eyes to cover up his embarrassment. Well, leave it to me. Hearing this, Meiting felt more at ease. She turned and walked out, but not without leaving a teasing and threatening remark to him. Long Yun, if you make my grandfather worse, there will be many people looking for you. Long Yun was also helpless against her sharp words. Grandfather Tsu interrupted Long Yun. Young friend, wait a moment. He didn't bother to turn to look at the old man. What's going on? Grandfather Tsu blushed. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if we need to change places before performing the acupuncture. Contrary to Grandfather Tsu's worried appearance, he still maintained the same expression. No need. Just take off your shirt. Grandfather Tsu then reluctantly accepted his fate. Next, just use the needle to stimulate the spiritual Kai in Grandfather Tsu's meridians. Long Yun took the needle. The tip of the needle flickered with a golden light before quickly dimming. He tried a few more times, filled with doubts. Why can't I mobilize the spiritual Kai in my body? He then recited a few secret techniques, 24 divine breath techniques, illusory truth breath techniques, ultimate breath control techniques, complete circulation breath techniques. With a press of his hand, a stream of golden internal energy flowed towards the needle, but it broke off after a moment, leaving him frustrated. After boasting so much just now, not being able to perform now would surely lead to being kicked out. As Long Yun pondered, he turned around as if searching for a glimmer of hope to escape this predicament. Did he have to run thousands of meters to absorb spiritual Phi? Then, his gaze suddenly fell on the box of needles from earlier. Right, I can absorb spiritual ki from the spirit jade, using it to stimulate the circulation of spiritual ki within the body. He chuckled, realizing that when the spiritual object came to help Grandfather Xu heal, it was indeed a stroke of luck. After thinking, he immediately reached out to absorb the internal energy from the box, then directed it towards the magnetic needle on his hand. The internal energy enveloped the needle, the bright yellow light of the internal energy source clearly showing the extreme confidence and determination in Lung Yun's eyes. He smiled and said to Grandfather Xu, "Grandfather Xu, today I will use the needle technique to help you suppress the ancient insects, making them less active for the next 2 months, unable to cause trouble. Then I will help treat your lungs, temporarily relieving your dry cough. This process will be very painful, so please be patient." Hearing this, Grandfather Xu broke out in a cold sweat, his face showing a hint of endless worry. He then applied a needle to Grandfather's shoulder, causing him so much pain that he gripped his thigh tightly, his sweat seeming to increase day by day. Then came 6 more needles in succession. Lung Yun sighed. "Grandfather Xu, there is only 1 needle left." This final needle seemed to be the decisive one, containing an unusually large source of internal energy compared to the previous ones. As he placed the final needle, Grandfather Xu felt as if a surge of energy was attacking all the veins and tendons in his body. He was in excruciating pain. Mining rushed over when she saw Grandfather coughing uncontrollably, asking, "Grandfather, are you okay? Why are you coughing up blood?" Grandfather Xu sweated profusely, looking at himself and saying, "The 9 divine principles of the cycle. So this is the 9 divine principles of the cycle. Truly miraculous. I can feel my whole body glowing." Lung Yun picked his nose with his pinky finger, uninterested, thinking to himself, "Is it really that amazing?" Grandfather Xu looked at Lung Yun and said, "Lung Yun, wait a moment to take out the compass. Then take this walking stick with you." Excited, Lung Yun asked, "Do you want to give me the golden compass?" Grandfather Xu laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha, only you can use this golden compass. Who else would I give it to?" Lung Yun happily accepted the gift, saying, "I will accept it with gratitude." Maining crossed her arms, not bothering to look at him, and said angrily, "Humph, I have never seen anyone like you, accepting someone else's gift without even saying thank you." Lung Yun rested his chin on his finger, approached Maining with a smile, and said, "I helped Grandfather cure his illness. Did I hear you thank me? I've never seen anyone like you either." Maining was speechless, saying, "You." She clenched her fist. After a while, she blushed and said shyly, "Thank you." Lung Yun shamelessly raised his hand to his ear, pretending not to hear, and said, "I can't hear you. Speak louder." Annoyed, Mining pinched his ear and said loudly, "I said it once. If you can't hear, then forget it." At this moment, Grandfather Xu closed his eyes, stroked his chin, and said, "Maining, Lung Yun is your grandfather's lifesaver. Treat him with respect in the future, understand?" Mining could only helplessly reply, "I understand." Lung Yun, standing beside them, couldn't help but smile. Pointing his finger to the sky, Lung Yun cheerfully said, "Grandfather Xu, I have another favor to ask of you." Maining smiled and replied, "I know, request payment for unfinished work." Lung Yun said, "I have one more small request. Can you provide me with a set of foot soaks, just a regular one, so I don't have to go out and buy one?" Grandfather Xu happily agreed. "Just that? Don't just take 1 set. I'll give you 10. He took out a set of foot soaks and asked Lung Yun, "What do you think of this?" Lung Yun was surprised to see Mining getting excited and said, "Grandfather, this is the set of foot soaks you usually use for your profession." Upon hearing this, Lung Yun scratched his head and said, "Grandfather Xu, I don't need anything fancy. Just a regular set will do." Grandfather Xu stood up, took Lung Yun's hand, and said happily, "Lung Yun, only those who possess these foot soaks can unleash their great power. I trust that you will use them to heal more people than I can." Seeing the hopeful look in Grandfather Xu's eyes, Lung Yun felt a shiver down his spine, sweat forming on his forehead, and awkwardly thought to himself, "But I want to take it for self-defense." Maining asked Lung Yun, "When can you help my grandfather bring out the ancient insects?" Lung Yun, held by Grandfather Xu, happily replied, It should be around 2 months from now. By then, Grandfather Tsu's body should have recovered quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Grandfather Tsu looked at Long Yun with hopeful eyes and said, "That's great." Seeing this, Long Yun sweated, thinking, Grandfather Tsu's gaze is really strange. In a courtyard in the middle of the forest, in a room, Feng Wang was kneeling on the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. With blood flowing from her mouth and a pale face, Feng Wang thought, "My ancient insects." She clenched her fists, anger in her eyes, and thought, who could possibly suppress heartless and ruthless? Sitting cross-legged, she sealed her hands and thought, even if you think finding a master can help you escape, I will never forgive you. Outside, a group of girls sat by a stream, surrounding Miao Xiao. They asked Miao Xiao, "Can you tell us what the outside world is like? Are the men there handsome? How do they compare to Tuan from our farm?" Miao Xiao happily replied, "The outside world has very tall buildings, even taller than the mountains here. There are also fast-running vehicles." She turned and ran, not forgetting to turn back to her friends. "She called me. I will tell you all about it tomorrow." Mio pushed the door open and called out to her. She ran in and saw her sitting in meditation on the floor, with blood on her body. Mio asked anxiously, "Are you hurt, Grandma?" Feng Wang reassured her with difficulty. "No need to worry. This is the ancient insect's command being manipulated, causing me to be attacked." Mio advised worriedly, "Grandma, you are old. Why do you need to do this? Just retrieve the ancient insects and leave." Feng Wang angrily shouted, "Silence!" She clenched her fists and firmly said, "If the ancient insect's command has been placed on him, it represents that for the rest of my life, I only like him. I will never retrieve it." Seeing this, Mio quickly said, "Grandma, please don't get agitated. I misspoke." Feng Wang calmed down and sadly said, "Miao, the one manipulating the ancient insect's command is extremely cunning. From such a distance, I cannot fight against him." Feng Wang's eyes sharpened, said, "But he has been infected with the destructive parasite that feeds on life force and vitality, your poison technique that I passed down. Tomorrow, you will set out to find him." Mio worriedly asked, "But Grandma, how can I deal with him when even those who come into contact with the destructive goo that corrupts the soul can handle it?" Feng Wang replied, "Yes, although his methods are cunning, his cultivation level is extremely low." She smiled, waved her hand and said, "You can completely use our family's forbidden technique to control him. By then, he will want to live but can't, and want to die but won't be able to. At that time, you can release our destructive goo that corrupts the soul on him." Miao Xiao listened in awe. She added, "As for you, Miao Xiao, there is no good man outside." Feng Wang caressed Miao Xiao's cheek, reminding her, "You must remember my teachings. Never let your emotions get the better of you when you go out." Miao Xiao obediently replied, "Don't worry, I will never be interested in men outside." The scene changed. A red car parked in front of the restaurant. The door opened. A man stepped out and stood on the stairs in front of the door. The waitstaff looked surprised, thinking, "Whose luxury car is this? And there's a beautiful woman with him too." Long Yun got out of the car and said, "Maining, this car isn't bad. It's more comfortable than a taxi." The waitstaff sweated nervously upon seeing Long Yun, thinking, "So this is a beautiful flower growing in a dunghill." Long Yun looked ahead and cheerfully asked, "Where are we?" Maining replied, "Kane Shui's family. Grandfather asked me to take you out for a meal before he left." Long Yun happily said, "Then I don't need to pay." The waitstaff could only listen in confusion. As the table was filled with delicious dishes, Maining said, "I told you, Long Yun." She looked at Long Yun's hungry appearance and sweat, saying, "Can you not be so exaggerated?" Long Yun buried his face in the food, eating and replying, "When someone invites a guest, of course they have to eat well." Maining looked speechless, thinking to herself, "Indeed, this is his true nature." She watched Long Yun eat and asked, "So why did you not need anything when treating my grandfather?" Long Yun replied while chewing, "I only took a set of acupuncture needles." With just one set of acupuncture needles. Maining raised her hand, furrowing her brows, saying, "No, what I meant was." She watched Long Yun pick up food from the table, thinking to herself, how can someone so ambitious be satisfied with just 2 sets of needles? And at this time, isn't it asking for a bit too much? Meining proudly and happily asked Long Yun, "Do you still not know what my grandfather's status is?" Long Yun put down his chopsticks and turned to Meining. Meining happily replied, "Of course I know." Meining heard this and became even more enthusiastic, asking happily, "Oh, you know?" Long Yun pointed to the sky, beginning to analyze. "Your grandfather is a doctor, not bad at medicine. Moreover, he is someone who abandoned his lover." Each word Long Yun said felt like a hammer hitting Meining. She clenched her fists, flushed with anger, gritting her teeth. Long Yun. Meining, furious, frowned, glaring at Long Yun. She stood up, her face red with anger, shouting, "You are not allowed to speak ill of my grandfather like that." Seeing her like this, Long Yun was also startled. Meining raised her fist and raised her voice. "If you continue, don't blame me for being rude." As she raised her fist, her wrist was caught by a hand. Meining looked surprised. "What?" Long Yun sat on the chair, grabbing her hand to pull her closer. He winked and said, "Before you lose your manners, can we fulfill our agreement?" Meining blushed, hesitantly asking, "Agreement? What agreement?" Long Yun leaned closer to her and said, "Meining, have you forgotten already? Returning to Meining's house half an hour ago." Meining pointed at Long Yun, warning, "Long Yun, if you speak so boldly, wait a moment, and if you can't cure my grandfather, I will strip you naked and throw you into the pond for the fish to eat." Long Yun chuckled, closing his eyes, and said, "Do you really need to be so fierce? What if I cure your grandfather?" He continued, "How will you repay me?" Meining hesitated, saying, She fell silent, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Meining blushed and shyly said, "If you can really cure my grandfather, I will give you a kiss." Long Yun happily replied, "Deal." Long Yun said again, "In the future, absolutely do not change your mind." Meining replied, "They say they will definitely do it." Back at the table in the restaurant, Long Yun hugged her waist, calling Meining, "Let Meining sit on my lap." Long Yun said, "I want a kiss here." Meining blushed, shouted loudly, "Wait a moment." She hesitantly said, "The agreement between us is completely healed for my grandfather." Meining smirked, "If you want to kiss me, wait until you bring out the ancient insects." Long Yun also happily said, "Okay, isn't it 2 months later?" Meining blushed, pouted, thinking to herself, "Nonsense. Long Yun casually talks about this. This is my first kiss." She angrily jumped back to her seat. Meining blushed to the tip of her ears, eating nonstop. Long Yun sat next to her, chin in hand, watching her eat. Long Yun thought to himself, "I didn't expect this trick to be so effective. She must not be thinking about my matters anymore." Long Yun's face turned serious again, thinking to himself, "Of course, I know that Grandfather Xu's identity is not normal." Thinking about the mansion where Grandfather Xu lived, he thought, in such an expensive area, his words still carry a sense of dignity. How can he be just an ordinary person? Grandfather Xu sat at a stone table in the courtyard, enjoying the cup of tea. Long Yun ate and thought, "If I demand a large sum of money from him, then we will settle our debt." Looking at the meat on his chopsticks, Long Yun thought, "Only like this, he will always remember my life-saving grace. Whenever I have difficulties, he will not hesitate to help." Gazing at the meat he picked up, Long Yun happily thought to himself, "This is the true reward that I want." Suddenly, Meining placed her hand on Long Yun's shoulder, smiling and calling out, "Long Yun." Meining cheerfully said, "There are still 2 months left. Can you teach me the 9 divine principles of the cycle?" Long Yun raised his hands helplessly, unable to speak, thinking, "This kid just thought for a moment. How did she switch topics so quickly?" Long Yun pondered for a moment. "Without spiritual key support, your little family can't learn this." Then he spoke up, "No, this is a unique skill that cannot be passed on lightly." Hearing him say that, Meining leaned close to him, her face full of charm, and said, "Then teach me, Long Yun." Faced with this situation, Long Yun couldn't help but blush, sweating profusely, thinking of himself, "This little demoness really knows how to entangle people. If I don't comply, she won't let it go." After thinking, he raised his hand to his chin, casually replying, "You can learn, but I need to observe you for a while first." Su Meining was overjoyed to hear this and asked, "Okay, how long do you need to observe me?" Long Yun held out 2 fingers in front of her and confidently replied, 2 years. Upon hearing this, Su Meining couldn't help but be shocked and angry. How can it take so long? He calmly explained, this is the 9 divine principles of the cycle in legend. I had to undergo 9 years of examination before I could learn it. Although Long Yun was lying, Su Meining still believed him stubbornly, relying on her brother's praise. So there are still many trials to go through. He touched her hand that was holding his, advising, pay attention to your fate. If you don't want to, then forget it. However, Su Meining stopped him. Wait a moment. 2 years is 2 years. I am willing to undergo the examination, she said with a very serious expression and tone. Long Yun smiled satisfactorily, replying, then we will see your performance in the future. Meining. The night had fallen, the moonlight shining faintly in the sky. The tall buildings, dazzling lights, looked modern and glamorous. A red car was speeding down the road. Long Yun sat in the passenger seat, calmly asking, where do we want to go next? Su Meining drove and said, the most upscale shopping market in King Shu-Si. He couldn't help but feel puzzled, suspicious, with a blank expression. What is a shopping market? In the original memory, it was just a place on the map. He quickly retorted, just so you know, I don't have any money. Su Meining smiled at him and said, don't worry, you don't have to pay. I stole my card out. There's no limit, buy whatever you want. She drove and smiled happily, holding out a powerful black card. Long Yun's eyes sparkled like stars, marveling in his head. This little girl really has a bit of style like me. After a while, there were many cars in front and behind them that made their car unable to move. Su Meining complained, why is the road so congested? Long Yun opened the car door, stepped out, and replied, there are a lot of people gathering in front, blocking the road. Seems like there's an accident. 2 cars collided, the windows on both sides shattered, scattered on the ground. Smoke billowed from both cars. Long Yun added, sounding serious, we might have to wait a long time. Su Meining also got out of the car, looking shocked, bravely saying, how can we just sit and wait? We're doctors. Let's go see if we can help. He was speechless, his face full of helplessness as she dragged him away. Long Yun seemed lifeless, pondering, aren't we students? When will we become doctors? There were many cars waiting behind as well. Amidst the bustling crowd gathering, the 2 squeezed in. Su Meining, suddenly startled, exclaimed, oh my God, what is happening here? She overheard the 2 people next to her talking. The driver was speeding, must be drunk, ran a red light, hit 3 people, then collided with the new Kia car before stopping. The most tragic is that man. He was thrown away directly, don't know if he can survive or not. In the midst of the accident, a little girl and a young woman were injured, blood covering their bodies. Another man seemed to have lost too much blood from his head, lying on the ground, weak and dead. Su Meining, serious, stepped forward, then turned back to tell Long Yun, brother, why are you still standing there? Go help the people. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he jolted and turned back. Wait, is this feeling someone watching over us? He turned back to look at the crowd paying attention to the accident. Then a person wearing a hat, covering his face, was smiling at him. Long Yun stood still, looking around attentively, among the crowd watching the accident. No one seemed suspicious. Noticing this, he couldn't help but feel extremely suspicious. Disappeared? Could it be an illusion? Then he turned to Su Meining and asked, what do you want to do? This man is seriously injured. Don't make a mess. She sat next to the man, blood dripping from his head, panicked and replied, I want to save. Save him. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Su Meining thought helplessly, it's over. I only know how to check pulses and do simple acupuncture. In this situation, how can I save this man? Suddenly, another handsome man approached her, softly saying, I am a surgeon. Let me handle this. He immediately started working, his eyes fixed on the injured man. Meanwhile, Su Meining, still worried, sat beside and observed. The surgeon, uneasy, muttered, he is seriously injured. His pupils are dilated, breathing and heartbeat are very weak. Where is the ambulance? When will it arrive? The female police officer sealed off the scene, saying, today is the weekend. The streets are all jammed with traffic. Ambulances can't get through. Hearing this, the surgeon immediately turned to Su Meining. and said, "This man needs surgery immediately, or his life will be in danger." She cried and turned to Long Yun, saying, "Brother, this man is not going to make it. You need to save him now." He calmly approached, comforting her. "Don't panic. With me here, he won't die." Su Mining continued to cry, doubtful, asking, "Is that really so?" He just smiled, didn't reply, and then reached out to treat the man. Before he could do anything, the surgeon grabbed his hand, stopped him, and sternly said, annoyed, "Have you two caused enough trouble? This is a crime scene, not a place for you to play." Hearing this, Long Yun's face darkened, clearly uncomfortable. He stood up, not saying anything. Su Mining on the side trembled at those words, her face full of horror, thinking to herself, "Uncle, your words will backfire." Long Yun crossed his arms, coldly saying, "Fine, you come save him." She sat helplessly on the side, listening. After thinking for a moment, he turned and left. Su Mining held his hand back, asking with a pitiful face, "Long Yun, do you really see death and not save?" Seeing her teary eyes, he gently smiled and reassured, "Don't worry, his condition is still stable. I'll go check on others first. Come with me to assist." Upon hearing that, Su Mining immediately stopped crying, smiling in response. "Okay." Then, the two of them arrived at the scene of a girl who had just had an accident, bleeding all over. Long Yun said, "Don't worry, I'll first stop the bleeding for her, then help her with bone setting." Seeing his cold and calm attitude, Su Mining couldn't help but wonder, "Long Yun, how can you remain so calm with so much blood?" While treating the girl, Long Yun replied, "I'm used to it." This surprised Su Mining. "What do you mean?" Then Long Yun recalled the bloody scenes of death and killing from his past. The immortal cultivation world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Killing each other is as common as eating. I've seen too much bloodshed and decapitation. After treating the injured girl, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll be fine soon. How do you feel right now?" The injured girl was suddenly surprised, her face full of confusion, and replied, "Really? It doesn't hurt." Then, Long Yun went back into the car that had just had an accident, the windows shattered, to check the pulse of another unconscious girl in the car. She's not in any danger, just unconscious. After that, he immediately performed acupuncture on the unconscious girl. After the acupuncture, she will wake up quickly. Meaning, stay here and watch over her. The surgeon sat next to the man, blood dripping from his head, then looked at Long Yun's actions with great surprise. He thought to himself, how can a traditional Chinese doctor handle injuries for so many people in just a few short minutes? This kid is not simple. Meanwhile, Long Yun, unaware of all this, stood calmly amidst the accident, talking to Su Mining. Long Yun approached and asked, "Am I qualified to help treat this man's injuries now?" The general practitioner replied, "Of course. What do you need help with?" He then took out a set of acupuncture needles and said, "When I perform acupuncture, don't let anyone disturb us." The doctor replied, "No problem." He then took out 2 needles, practicing his technique on them and thinking, if spiritual ki cannot be mobilized, I have to use acupuncture needles. While thinking, he inserted the needle into the man's artery and thought to himself, so I can only rely on acupuncture. Dr. Kia watched him do this and thought to himself, acupuncture points. The whole process smooth and unrestrained, without any hesitation. It's like he has been doing this for decades. But clearly he is only around 10 years old. As for the people around, after seeing Long Yun's treatment method, they immediately started discussing. Oh my! What is that kid doing? Is he trying to harm that man? Upon hearing this, Long Yun's hand suddenly stopped. Then, he thought to himself, this man has a brain injury. If I don't acupuncture now, he might end up paralyzed or never wake up. Dr. Kia saw this and muttered, Vertex Acupoint. I heard about that famous young healer. Even he wouldn't easily acupuncture at this point. Yet he did it without any hesitation. At that moment, the man's head started bleeding. After a while, the man's hand moved slightly. The people around saw this and exclaimed loudly, this young man is amazing. His finger is moving. Seeing this, Long Yun sighed in relief. He sat down on the ground, thinking to himself, indeed, without spiritual ki, it's impossible. Just displaying the 9 divine principles of the cycle 4 times has exhausted me like this. Suddenly, a man walked out from outside, and there was a loud shout, "Sir, please cooperate a little. This is the rule." The man stepped forward, pointed at the police officer, and shouted, "Damn it, how dare you question me? I have a lot of money. Even if I have them all killed, I can still compensate. There's more. I will find someone to strip you naked. Get out of here quickly." Then he kicked the car on the side of the road and said, "Zhang Mai, did you enjoy the hit just now?" The girl inside the car had a headache because he kept banging on her window. Seeing that she ignored him, he angrily said, "Don't think that by running back to King Shu City, I won't dare to touch you. This marriage is a request from your family to ours. You have no room to object." He then reached out to the window and said, "If I can't discipline you, how can you dare to stay and roam around in the family?" She only became scared and backed away. Suddenly, Manning stepped forward and grabbed his hand. He saw her smile wickedly. Then Manning said, "She just woke up from a coma. You can't touch her." He listened and then approached Manning. His arms wrapped around her waist as he said, "Everyone says that King Shu City has many beautiful women, and that is indeed true. Little sister, you have grown up to be very beautiful. Tonight, Big Brother will pamper you." Manning, feeling angry, shouted, "You shameless! Get away from me." He didn't hesitate and continued to advance, then retorted, "Well done. Women like you are all the same, cursing at Big Brother." Suddenly, Long Yun stepped forward. He asked, "Has anyone ever hit you before?" Upon hearing his voice, he turned down to see Long Yun standing there glaring at him, so he clenched his fists and cursed, "You fatso. Thinking you can be a hero to save a beauty. Today, I will teach you a lesson." After saying that, he approached Long Yun and threw a punch at him. However, Long Yun managed to dodge in time, then grabbed his hand and squeezed it hard. His hand was in pain as he screamed, "Ouch! My hand!" Not long after, Long Yun delivered a punch straight to his face, breaking his teeth. Surprised by the punch, he stood there in shock and said, You dare to hit me. I am the young master of the Sun family. My family will not let you off." Ignoring his threats, Long Yun, with a cold face, said, "Noisy and want to die." Then he threw another punch at him and said, "I don't care who you are. I don't know which family you belong to." He was hit and fell hard to the ground. The female police officer saw this and quickly intervened, saying, "Stop fighting. Stop your hands." She suddenly stopped, her legs trembling. She looked at Long Yun glaring at her and thought to herself, "What's going on? Why can't I move my legs suddenly? Am I really scared by this kid?" Zhang Mei, sitting in the car, was surprised to see this and said to him, "How dare you hit someone from the Sun family? Who is this young man after all?" The people around saw the fight and cheered, "Well done. Fight well. These rich kids deserve to be beaten." Long Yun continued to approach him, his face grim, saying, "You pass out so quickly. I haven't hit you enough yet." Suddenly, Manning shouted, "Long Yun." Upon hearing this, he stopped, turned back to look at her. Then he exclaimed in horror to Manning, "You're not going to let him go, are you? This troublemaker." Manning replied, "Of course not." She then stepped forward, clenched her fists, and said, "Long Yun, it's my turn next. What did you say earlier about wanting to favor me? I will now hit you until you can't move." At that moment, he woke up. In front of him was Manning's punch. Long Yun stood there watching her hit him with a sneer. He was hit on the face and nose, turning purple, and fell to the ground. After finishing, Manning wiped her hands and said, "All right, feel better." Then she looked down at Long Yun and asked, "Long Yun, how was my punch?" Terrified, Long Yun replied, "Excellent." Then he thought to himself, "A woman's anger is truly terrifying. I must never provoke her again." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Long Yun." He turned around. Zhang Mai was in the white car, her face pale, and she said, "Can you come here for a moment?" Long Yun approached the white car, his face gentle and caring, and asked Zhang Mai Fang sitting inside, "How are you feeling now?" She gently placed her hand on her chest, blushing and tired, but still trying to smile. "Much better now. Thank you for saving me." "No need for formalities," he replied. "If you're awake, I'll remove the needle." She replied softly, "Okay." Suddenly, he reached out, his right hand leaning on the side of her seat. He moved closer. These actions made Zhang Maifang embarrassed, looking away to avoid this intimacy. This posture is too intimate. Long Yun didn't care, still focused on treating her. He maintained a leadership demeanor, like a doctor with decades of experience, unaffected by female charm. To him, the patient was just a patient. But why did he have no reaction at all? This left a strong impression on her. In the past, every man I met would look at me with desire in their eyes. He is the only exception. Tramp finished. Lung Yun reminded her, "Rest well, I will help others." "Thank you." Watching him walk away, she felt a mix of complex emotions, but kept her composure. Turns out Lung Yun had been restraining himself. He thought joyfully, "Wow, she is truly stunning. This is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I almost couldn't control myself." Suddenly, Zhang Maifang chased after him and grabbed his hand. He was surprised and suspicious. "Why are you chasing me? Are you captivated by my aloof demeanor?" He turned back, coldly asking, "What is it?" Her face was earnest. "My name is Zhang Maifang. Can you give me your phone number?" "I don't have a phone." Hearing this, her eyes dimmed. She lowered her eyes and thought sadly, "Does not having a phone mean she doesn't want to have a relationship with me?" He gently interrupted her negative emotions. "I live in King Shui, grade 3, class 6. You can come find me here in the future." Surprised, she exclaimed, "You're still a student?" He coldly replied, "What's wrong with being a student?" Realizing she was being too hasty, she quickly denied, "Nothing. I just didn't expect you to be a student with such impressive medical skills." Zhang Maifang felt conflicted. "I ran away from my arranged marriage. Zhang Shay said he wouldn't take me back. I shouldn't reveal my relationship with Zhang Mina." She took out a pen and wrote her phone number on his left arm. "This is my phone number. You can call me anytime." Suddenly anxious, she warned, "The Sun family is a powerful clan. If you provoke them, they will seek revenge on you and your family." Zhang Maifang held him tightly. "I will protect you with all my might when the time comes." Surprised, he questioned, "Are all women in this world so proactive?" He pushed her away. "Thank you for offering to protect me. But before that, I hope you can protect yourself well." He calmly thought to himself, "Regardless of fighting someone, it's not just me. There's also little Demoness Maying. She's not someone to mess with." She was touched by Lung Yun's actions. "You were truly a good man." Of course. Seeing such a scene, Mating felt jealous and annoyed. "Lung Yun, you flirtatious man. I'm here with you. How dare you flirt with other women?" Then she ran to hug his left arm, showing a possessive look to Lung Yun. "Lung Yun, the ambulance is here." He looked down at Mating, who was pouting angrily. "As soon as we remove the needle from the man's body, we can leave." The female police officer suddenly shouted, raising her hand to stop them all. "None of you can leave." She angrily shouted, "You two were fighting on the street. I want to take you back to the station." This made Mining furious. Sun Jing wanted to cause trouble for that girl earlier. She didn't even dare to say a word. Now that we are helping and saving someone with Lung Yun, she wants to arrest us instead. What kind of justice is this? The initial surgeon also spoke up, demanding justice for them. Lung Yun was wrong to fight, but he was also protecting that girl. Without Lung Yun, that man might not have survived. Zhang Maifang also spoke up. "Lung Yun is not wrong. I will explain this clearly with you all." Clearly seeing them standing confidently in the light like that, the police officer was frustrated and didn't know how to handle the situation. The male police officer quickly stepped forward, placing his hand on her shoulder. "Wang Min, let it go. Look at the direction of that rich kid. We checked the information, and it's just a minor injury. They are still students. Let them go." Clearly she was very scared. Being someone who stood for justice and protected the people, she now hesitated in front of the wealthy. Her voice trembled in fear. "Didn't you hear what Sun Jing said? His family background is very deep. If we don't arrest these two now, we will regret it later." The other police officer hesitated, but before he could think of anything, the female officer raised her voice, pointing directly at Lung Yun and the others. "Helping them explain is useless. If you have anything to say, go back to the station and say it." Mining, furious, rolled up her sleeves ready to fight to the death. She rushed towards her. "Fine, come and arrest me. I guarantee you will regret it." She was about to turn back to Lung Yun. Is it true? But she couldn't see him anywhere. Lung Yun. It turned out that he had approached the man who had just checked on the situation. He slowly opened his eyes, regaining some consciousness, but still feeling tired after the recent accident. His voice was shaky as he mustered up some strength to ask, "Who are you?" Lung Yun confidently smiled at him and replied, "I am Lung Yun. Rest assured, with my healing abilities, your body will soon recover as good as new." Upon hearing this, the man felt more at ease and said, "Thank you." The crowd was amazed by this scene. It was clear that the man was severely injured, yet Lung Yun was able to save him. "Look at that man over there. He can speak even after such a serious injury. This young man is truly miraculous. He really saved that man." The public was in uproar, angry at the police officers, questioning their motives and reasoning. They were wondering why they were protecting Sun Jing, who had admitted to intentionally stabbing the man. Is there still justice in this world? The two police officers were at a loss. The police also wanted to let go of the situation, not arresting Lung Yun and his companions to ensure the peace of the people. At that moment, the public called out the name of the police officer Wang Min. Lung Yun then grabbed Maining's wrist and pulled her away. He stared at the police officer Wang Min, angrily saying, "Maining, there's no need to talk to her. Let's go directly." Internally, he was struggling fiercely. On one side was fear of power, on the other was conscience and the people. But in the end, fear of power overcame everything. He extended his right arm to block their way. "You can't go." This action darkened Lung Yun's face. Without turning his head, he glanced at her with one eye. This person really doesn't know their place. Without a word, he pointed a spot on her thigh, causing Wang Min to feel like she was being electrocuted, falling back with no strength left. The panicked police officer called out, "Wang Min, what's wrong with you?" She was confused as she couldn't control her body anymore. "What's happening?" "Suddenly, I can't feel my body." The two of them walked a distance. Maining held onto his hand and turned back, giving a mocking look to the police officer. "Lung Yun, hurry up," Maining said. "It's not good if our car on the other side gets visited by thieves." Seeing their car, the police officer was also surprised. Then he stumbled and fell. Why is this girl's car so expensive? She finally regretted getting herself caught up in a messy situation. She knew she had crossed a line she shouldn't have. Looking up at the sky, she helplessly shouted in her heart, "What have I done?" After spending time shopping at the mall, the bags piled up high in the back seat, completely filling the space. Lung Yun sighed, "No, this is not good. I'm exhausted." His face slightly pale, he gasped for breath, almost out of air. What did little Demonis buy that so much? On the contrary, Su Maining was full of energy, admiring the shirt in her hand with excitement. "What's wrong? We just went for a walk. I picked out both the phone and clothes for you. Why are you still complaining about being tired?" Lung Yun couldn't help but remember his own miserable appearance. With bags hanging from both arms and a mountain of clothes in his hands, Lung Yun reluctantly followed behind. Su Maining happily ran around the store, her eyes sparkling. Not stopping there, Su Maining continued to blame him. "You took too long in the store. Isn't it because you're too fat, you can't even find a suitable outfit?" Lung Yun casually leaned back in his seat, relaxing. "Aren't I trying to lose weight? Come back in 2 months, I guarantee I'll weigh no more than 150 pounds, which is about 89.52 kilograms. Su Maining raised an eyebrow skeptically and looked at him. "You currently weigh at least 200 pounds. You lost over 60 pounds in 2 months? I absolutely don't believe it." She quickly turned her face towards the car door, arrogantly hiding her blushing face. "You're fine just the way you are now. I have no complaints." Lung Yun's pride was slightly hurt. He frowned and glanced at Su Maining, silently cursing in his heart. "This girl, I will be even thinner by then. Don't be scared." Suddenly, Su Maining's phone rang, indicating an incoming call. Su Maining frowned at the caller ID. How come it's him? She showed no courtesy and bluntly shouted into the phone. "Lai King Xuan, didn't I tell you not to call me randomly?" Lai King Xuan calmly replied, "Why can't I call you randomly? He is the ultimate playboy in King Shu City. Isn't today not the first time?" Lai King Xuan looked at the expensive gifts on the table, such as earrings, rings, handbags, and so on. He continued, My sister Maining wants you to choose a birthday gift. What does she want? As long as you like it, I will give it to you. Su Mining bluntly replied, not showing any respect, and continued to scold. So don't waste your efforts anymore. On the other end of the line, Lai King Zhuan remained unfazed. Su Mining's harsh words were like a passing breeze to him. She doesn't like me. It's okay, as long as I like her. Su Mining felt the headache coming on. She rubbed her forehead wearily, asking, Lai King Zhuan, what is it about me that you like so much that you refuse to change? Long Yun sat beside them, unable to contain his laughter. Lai King Zhuan, sensing something strange in the background, immediately questioned, what's that sound, Mining? Why is there a man beside you? Why can't there be? Su Mining glanced at Long Yun, making him look away in discomfort. Her tone was slightly teasing. We had dinner together today, and did many things. You can't possibly know everything. Lai King Zhuan's good mood instantly shattered. Worry and suspicion crept into his heart. No, it can't be. Who is he? What is his relationship with her? Su Mining smiled knowingly. Him? He's my boyfriend. Her confident tone left Lai King Zhuan stunned. He couldn't believe his ears, muttering to himself in disbelief. Maining has a boyfriend. I've been pursuing her for 2 years, and she already has a boyfriend. His face darkened, his eyes flashing dangerously. Who is he, after all? The phone rang, breaking the quietness of the night. Tang Man Ai, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. Irritated, he picked up the phone and grumbled, Who is disturbing my sleep? Upon realizing it was Lai King Zhuan on the other end of the line, Tang Man Ai immediately became alert. He sat up in bed and greeted, King Zhuan, good evening. Weren't you in Yanjing? Why did you suddenly call me? After listening to Lai King Zhuan's instructions, Tang Man Ai responded angrily, Yes, King Zhuan, rest assured, I will definitely find out who dared to approach Maining. He assured confidently, Don't worry, you don't need to take action. I will personally deal with him. Meanwhile, as Lung Yun was on his way back, he felt a slight itch in his nose. He sneezed and rubbed his nose, wondering, Why do I feel like someone is talking behind my back? After hanging up the phone, Sim Mining bowed slightly and looked at Long Yun with pleading eyes. She clasped her hands and asked for Long Yun's help. Long Yun, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Long Yun looked at her seriously and refused. Long Yun thinks that little Demonis is not a normal person. Long Yun muttered, but that Lai King Zhuan's name still seems cunning, indicating his extraordinary background. If I pretend to be her boyfriend, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Su Mining refused to back down. She naturally leaned towards him, causing him to blush involuntarily. Not only that, Su Mining also held onto his arm tightly, looking extremely pitiful and pleading incessantly. Lung Yun, people buy a lot of things for someone like her. Can you help me with a small matter? Why can't Maining buy a little more for you? Because my boyfriend can't lose to that Lai King Zhuan, she said, pressing her chest against his arm. Lung Yun's eyes lit up like stars, and his saliva was about to overflow uncontrollably. He quickly composed himself, looking seriously at Su Mining. Helping you is not impossible, but there must be a deadline. Seeing him accept her request to be her boyfriend, Su Mining couldn't help but rejoice. It won't take long. Just make sure that Lai King Zhuan has no hope left. Lung Yun thought to himself, how can that cunning guy easily give up? He suddenly noticed Su Mining holding onto his arm again. Seeing her satisfied and excited expression, Lung Yun couldn't help but feel suspicious. Wait, Lung Yun stared in disbelief, sweat dripping down his face. He couldn't believe the thoughts running through his head. Couldn't it be that I still have to be this little kid's boyfriend? After realizing everything, Lung Yun felt completely lost, as if the world around him was crumbling. Without paying attention, he was deceived onto the enemy's ship. In the quiet night, the crescent moon peeked through the clouds. The classrooms at King Shui School Mill, one were still brightly lit. Tao Shanshan carefully put away her notebook, looking at the empty seat next to her, with a bit of worry. Why didn't Lung Yun come to self-study tonight? Did he deliberately avoid me? Outside the classroom, Zhang Ling quickly ran over to inform Shanshan. Lung Yun has returned. Tao Shanshan eagerly asked her friend. Where? Zhang Ling breathlessly replied. He's back at the dormitory, and he even brought a bunch of designer goods. Someone even saw him get out of an Audi R8. Tao Shanshan was shocked by Zhang Ling's words. Outside the south dormitory, a figure of a girl appeared. It was Ling Yu, waiting to meet Long Yun. Ling Yu. Zhang Ling's clear voice caught her attention. Following Zhang Ling was Tao Shanshan. Ling Yu quickly recognized the familiar faces and warmly welcomed them both. Shanshan, why did you come to find my brother? Ling Yu asked curiously. Tao Shanshan simply replied, yes. Not long after, Long Yun appeared at the dormitory door. He happily called out Ling Yu's name, but completely ignored Zhang Ling and Tao Shanshan. He gently said to Ling Yu, let's go home. Ling Yu hesitated. Brother, Shanshan. She feeling completely ignored. Tao Shanshan immediately exploded. Long Yun. She grabbed his wrist, determinedly pulling him along. You come with me. Long Yun, on the other hand, calmly asked the class president Tao, what are you doing? Tao Shanshan led him to the school's sports field, finding a quiet place to talk. She frowned suspiciously at Long Yun. You didn't go to self-study class and went out shopping instead, and you bought a bunch of things. Long Yun scratched his head, deliberately avoiding Shanshan's probing gaze. How did you know? Actually, I also feel it's too much. But they kept forcing me to buy. Tao Shanshan's eyes immediately sharpened. She crossed her arms and questioned him. Who are they? Male or female? Long Yun calmly replied, not female. Upon hearing this, Tao Shanshan became even more angry. Long Yun, do you know what you're doing? Don't you want to take the college entrance exam anymore? Long Yun pondered and replied, of course I want to compete, but as the class monitor, I have some doubts. What does it have to do with you? His words made Tao Shanshan shudder. She was completely angered by him. Gritting her teeth, she said, today, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Without hesitation, she rushed forward to confront him. But before Tao Shanshan could act, Long Yun grabbed her ankle and hoisted her up high. From a distance, Lin Yu watched in shock, his hand covering his mouth in amazement. Class monitor Long Yun calmly looked at Tao Shanshan, holding her ankle firmly, and asked, why do you want to kick someone? With one hand holding Tao Shanshan's ankle high in the air, Long Yun used his other hand to support her waist and draw closer. The two of them looked extremely intimate, causing Tao Shanshan to blush. She immediately pushed Long Yun away, embarrassed, and demanded, let me go. Teasingly, Long Yun asked, so you still want to kick me? Despite feeling ashamed, Tao Shanshan retorted, it's meaningless. Long Yun smirked. Ha ha, then I'll just keep holding you like this. Tao Shanshan's face remained red. She turned away in embarrassment, noticing more and more people gathering around to watch. On the other side of the schoolyard, the students in the school quickly gathered in a crowd. Zhang Ling exclaimed, oh my god, Long Yun can actually withstand Shanshan's kick. The boy with green hair and a pierced mouth said, she is the best martial artist in the school. Basically, there are hardly any boys who can defeat her. Amidst the crowd, Tang Meng suddenly appeared in a flashy shirt, intentionally standing behind Ling Yu. He showed no respect to Tao Dahua. Curious, Ling Yu turned to him and asked, Tang Meng, how did you get here? Tang Meng replied, I came to see the excitement too. Zhang Ling's cold voice immediately drew everyone's attention back. Long Yun, why haven't you let go of Shanshan? He's not a drug addict to take away. The boys became even more excited upon hearing this, urging Long Yun on. Come down here. We have a good show to watch. That's right, Long Yun, keep it up. Lin Yu, on the side, also showed some concern. Brother, Tao Shanshan couldn't escape from Long Yun, so she had to plead softly. Long Yun, can you let me go? The heat in the air between the two of them continued to rise. Long Yun casually replied, many classmates are watching. Let's continue for a while longer. Tao Shanshan whispered softly, come closer, I have a secret to tell you. Long Yun gently lifted her face with his hand, leaning in a bit closer. What secret? You didn't give me any warning. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Tao Shanshan grabbed his hand and bit down hard, catching him off guard. Feeling the pain, Long Yun pulled away quickly, creating distance between them. Are you holding a grudge? How could you bite me? Tao Shanshan narrowed her eyes at him for a moment before wiping her mouth with her hand. Yes, I will remember today well. She warned him with a glare. If you dare to skip class again, I will bite you. Tao Shanshan then turned and walked towards the crowd, saying, let's go. Zhang Ling hesitated for a moment before replying, All right. Ling Yu hurriedly ran over to him, asking, Lung Yun, are you okay? Seeing the strong spiritual kai emanating from Ling Yu, Lung Yun couldn't hide his smile as she approached him. Lung Yun began to absorb the internal energy, thinking to himself, it feels refreshing. I've used up a lot of spiritual ki today, so I should take this opportunity to absorb a bit more. Taking advantage of the situation, Tang Meng also moved closer to Ling Yu, saying, let me help her with the boss. Lung Yun immediately raised his voice. Stay away from me. Tang Meng's face turned pale with fear. Clear. He didn't hesitate and stepped back, standing upright. He rubbed his hands together, putting on a smile to reassure Lung Yun. Boss, do you need me to drive you all home later? The distance between their house and the school was a bit far. The last bus must have been missed. Tang Man's words surprised Lung Yun. He immediately turned to Tang Man, his attitude changing 360 degrees from before. Pointing towards Tang Man, he pretended to smile and said, Tang Man, come here, come here. After a long journey, the fast car arrived at a narrow alley. Lung Yun said, Tang Man, stop the car here. Our house is here. He stepped out of the car, the light from the street lamp, and the surrounding buildings casting long shadows on the ground. Lung Yun stopped in front of a slightly old house, thinking to himself, this room is where Xu Lauren stayed, truly different as night and day. Ling Yu curiously looked at him. What's wrong, Lung Yun? He smiled and replied, nothing. In his heart, he vowed, sooner or later, I will bring you and Mom to a big apartment like Xu Lauren's. He gestured for Tang Man behind him. Let's go in first. You help me bring the belongings into the room. Tang Man turned to the trunk of the car, which was opened. Various bags and items were inside. Tang Man sighed. So many things to move by myself. Why? Lung Yun replied casually. I don't want to. You can leave now. Tang Man immediately insisted. Don't do that, big brother. I'll do it. Inside the clinic, the neighborhood manager, Tian Bedao, with a proud and arrogant look, sat comfortably on the chair and said, Xiao Qin, there are major issues in all aspects of this clinic. His dirty eyes stared at the hills in front of him. In a few days, there will be someone coming to inspect, and at that time you will have to close down directly. Of course, he continued, if I step in, it won't be like this. Facing the somewhat threatening words, the woman with pink hair calmly continued her work. Tian Badao couldn't help but frown. Do you dare to ignore me? Adjusting his glasses, he smirked, intentionally dangling a piece of cake as a temptation. This place must close down immediately, but I have connections with the market management. I can help you once, as long as you are willing to follow me, Tian Badao said. The appearance of Ling Yu immediately cut through the tense and gloomy atmosphere between the two. Mom, I and my brother are back. Tian Badao's eyes quickly stopped at Ling Yu's dress, fluttering as she walked towards her mother. Tian Badao then smiled wickedly, with a malicious thought crossing his mind. Ling Yu gently held her daughter's hand. Silly child, didn't I tell you on the phone yesterday? Ling Yu excitedly laughed as she was too overwhelmed. Lung Yun quickly appeared right after. Mom, I'm back, he greeted his mother joyfully. She smiled and nodded. It's good to be back. Tian Badao finally spoke up, immediately catching the attention of Ling Yu and her daughter. Xiao Qin, this is my daughter. His hunger made him drool uncontrollably. He hurriedly approached, one hand pulling open his coat, the other adjusting his collar. Come closer so I can see you clearly. Lung Yun quickly blocked him, standing firm like a solid wall. He frowned suspiciously. Hey, do you have a problem? Tian Badao reacted hotly. What are you saying? Lung Yun continued, staring straight into his eyes, clearly indicating hedonistic indulgence. This made Tian Badao furious. Do you know who I am? Apologize immediately, or else. Before he could finish, Lung Yun unexpectedly punched him in the head, causing his head to twist to the side. Ling Yu was the first to react. She looked at him anxiously, squeezing his hand tightly. Tang Man also quickly ran to the steward. Boss, let me handle this. He bravely shouted, not giving Lung Yun and Ling Yu a chance to understand what was happening. Tang Man rushed straight at Tian Badao, adding another powerful punch to his already swollen face. The force of the blow made Tian Badao gasp, his nose red like a tomato, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Without giving him a chance to recover and regain his senses, Tang Man gave him another punch straight to the chest. Seeing Tang Man fiercely disciplining Tian Badao in this way, Long Yun looked at him with a hint of curiosity, carefully shielding Ling Yu behind him. Why is this kid so agitated? Tian Badao was beaten to a pulp, lying sprawled on the ground, his face nowhere unscathed, his nose and mouth bleeding. Do you dare to hit me? Tian Badao couldn't help but cry out in fear. Tang Man, without any mercy, grabbed Tian Badao by the collar, dragging him as if he were dragging a piece of trash on the street, his face furious to the point of grinding his teeth. What do you want? Let go of me. Tang Man sternly threw him out of the building, his face hitting the rough pavement. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. He then returned to the clinic, calmly closing the door behind him. Tang Man turned around, confidently placing his hands on his hips, and said, "That guy finally left." Long Yun then spoke up to ask Tang Man, "Do you know him?" Tang Man replied alertly, "I don't know him." He happily said, "I saw the boss in action and immediately came to help." Long Yun couldn't help but be a bit speechless. "I thought you had a grudge with him." He sighed lightly, feeling annoyed. Young people nowadays are really bold. Long Yun put his arm round Tang Man's shoulder, scratching his head solemnly, introducing him to his mother. "Mom, this is my classmate Tang Man. He will take us home." His mother smiled kindly, expressing her gratitude in a very appreciative tone. "Thank you for helping me chase away the bad guy earlier." Surrounded by her warm and intimate aura, along with her gentle beauty and graceful gestures, immediately made Tang Man's inner turmoil intensify. His face blushed like a tomato, but he still tried to maintain his manly image, stammering, "It's nothing. It's what I have to do." Tang Man quickly adjusted himself, rubbing his head and sincerely apologizing. "Because you are truly too beautiful." Mother tilted her head to look at Long Yun and gently spoke, "All right, Long Yun, how can you treat guests like that?" She then turned to instruct her daughter Ling Yu, "Quickly invite Tang Man to the back room for tea." Tang Man couldn't help but be touched by this, tears welling up in his eyes, his nose running. "You are the closest and most approachable person in the world." His whole body trembled with excitement, completely immersed in happiness, with two completely different children. Ling Yu obediently followed her mother's words, comfortably crossing her arms and smiling at Tang Man, making him wide-eyed in surprise. "Let's go, Tang Great Prince." Tang Man's tears of joy poured out. "Oh my God, Ling Yu is smiling at me." He felt like he was dreaming, internally screaming, "I finally have a chance." Long Yun quietly reached out behind Tang Man, seriously putting his arm around his shoulders and pulling him closer. Long Yun gently raised his eyebrows and advised him, "Go handle the lobsters, otherwise don't think about eating at our house." The words of Long Yun were misunderstood by Tang Man, causing him to be even more touched. Seeing him with tears streaming down his face, his excitement grew. "If you still want to keep me to have a meal, then I have successfully integrated into the family." Tang Man's overly excited state made Long Yun feel concerned. On the stove, a red lobster lay in the pot, emitting a fragrant smell throughout the room. Ling Yu, curious, turned to her mother. "Brother just hit someone. Why didn't you stop him?" Her mother calmly replied, still focused on the hand holding the knife cutting food. "Why should I stop him from being hit?" Ling Yu couldn't help but feel worried, still holding on to Tian Badao. "How can we seek revenge in the future?" Her mother continued slowly, "Remember, avoiding and enduring will not prevent you from being hurt." She then turned to look at Ling Yu, her eyes serious and careful as she taught and advised her. "If someone bullies you in the future, you must be like your brother. First, protect yourself, then retaliate fiercely. Remember that." Ling Yu's face showed a bit of reluctance, but she still replied, "I remember." Then, Ling Yu continued to ask curiously, "But brother, for years he has always been bullied by others. Why has Mom never encouraged him to fight back?" Her mother fell silent, looking down at the kitchen counter, filled with utensils and food. She slowly explained, "Your older brother is a smart child, but his thoughts weigh heavily on him. Some principles can only be understood through personal reflection. Moreover," at this point, she involuntarily furrowed her brows, her mood suddenly changing, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Ling Yu keenly noticed her mother's gaze, feeling a sense of confusion rising within her. Her mother then adjusted her mood, quickly returning to her initial gentle demeanor. She then instructed Ling Yu, It's fine, the shrimp should be ready soon. Go bring 2 large plates over here. Lingyu hesitated slightly, but had no intention of asking further. Yes, she obediently left, following her mother's instructions to fetch the utensils. A hint of doubt crept into her mind. Why is Mom acting a bit strange today? Her mother remained silent, staring intently at the cooked shrimp in the pot, her slender fingers intertwining. Since Tianya disappeared, I haven't eaten this kind of shrimp. I never thought Long Yun would buy it for me today. In her heart, she secretly believed that from now on, everything would improve. Outside the kitchen area, Long Yun was diligently cleaning the dining table, while Tang Man stood nearby, curiously looking around the room. He felt a bit remorseful, sneakily shifting his gaze to his big brother. So it turns out your family is in difficulty. Tang Man's eyes focused on the cracks on the walls and the simple furniture in the room. On the contrary, Long Yun calmly replied, "That's why I need money, a lot of money." He then turned to look at Tang Man, a fiery spark in his eyes. "Tang Man, do you understand what I mean?" A sudden thought flashed in Tang Man's mind, his face turning slightly pale, his mouth gaping in disbelief at Long Yun. "Is this about demanding money from me?" He lazily made an excuse. Tang Man silently doubted in his heart. Tang Man pondered, "I have lived in a wealthy family since I was young, always wearing the best clothes and living the best life. Every Lunar New Year, I can receive at least tens of thousands of congratulatory money, but I have never felt anything special." Looking back at himself today, he felt more regretful. Just now on the road, I was showing off how expensive my car was, without considering Lingyu and Big Brother's feelings. I am truly a reckless and ignorant person. As his thoughts grew, the regret overwhelmed him, causing the young man to shed tears and continuously blame himself. Helping out brothers with money is a natural thing. If Big Brother asks, I have no reason to refuse. His boss, also known as Long Yun, watched Tang Man cry without understanding what was happening. He thought that this kid might be having a nervous breakdown. Then, Long Yun said, "I have a way to make money. Do you want to work with me?" Tang Man quickly turned around, clenched his fists, and said, "I'll go back, sell the car, and give you the money." This statement surprised Long Yun. He didn't understand why Tang Man said that. Tang Man then said, "Boss, you didn't come to ask me for money." After hearing this, the boss felt helpless and confused. How could you be so shameless? Tang Man looked at Long Yun and smirked. "Ha ha, it's as if you've never done that before." Shortly after, Tang Man asked the boss how to make money. Long Yun crossed his arms, smiled, and replied, "Aren't you supposed to be a divine attendant?" Looking straight into Tang Man's eyes, he continued, "Let's make a big bet." Tang Man seemed bored with this bet and asked, "Bet on what?" Long Yun denied Tang Man's question and raised 2 fingers, saying, "Let's bet on whether I can pass the exam, what university I can get into, and how many points I can score." Tang Man felt disappointed with this bet and said, "Hey, we really have to bet. Everyone knows you won't pass the exam." As soon as he finished speaking, a fist came down on Tang Man's head. Long Yun angrily said, "Do you understand anything? I could definitely pass the Yanjing University entrance exam." Tang Meng rubbed the 2 big bumps on his head in pain. Then, Tang Meng turned to face his boss, his hands touching his boss's shoulders, and said gently, "Boss, I know you are amazing, but we need to be practical. Is it true or not? This is Yanjing University, not just relying on luck to pass. Maybe you don't understand either. I'll still sell the car. Here's some money for you." After hearing this, the boss calmly replied, "Tang Meng, have you forgotten about the time I ran?" Tang Meng's face stiffened as if he remembered something shocking. Remembering the past, Tang Meng suddenly realized he was wrong. Before, he also believed that the boss definitely couldn't carry the bag and run 11 laps. But later, he did it. If that's the case, getting into Yanjing University, who knows? Thinking so, Tang Meng immediately said, "Okay, I'll make a bet." Hearing this, Long Yun patted his shoulder and said, "That's the spirit. Follow me in the future, you'll have a good place." Long Yun leaned closer to Tang Meng and whispered in his ear, "Just do it like this." Not knowing what it was about, Tang Meng quickly said after hearing it, "Boss, be careful. It's too dangerous. Aren't they the Xai Zhenggang gang who died tragically?" Long Yun looked at Tang Meng and continued, "Not those guys. How can we make more money together? At this time, Ling Yu came out from the kitchen, still holding a pot, and said, "Brother, Tang Meng, stop thinking about those people. Let's eat first." A sumptuous meal was laid out on the table. When everyone was seated, Ling Yu's mother spoke up. "Tang Meng, you don't need to be polite. Just treat it like you're at home. Try a bite." Tang Meng picked up his chopsticks, the flavor surprising him and widening his eyes. Seeing this, Ling Yu's mother asked, "Tang Meng, how skilled are you in cooking?" Tang Meng didn't dare to speak. He just thought to himself, "Is she really just a clinic doctor? How can she be so good at cooking?" Tang Meng kept thinking, "I have some knowledge about food and cooking. Her cooking skills could reach a divine level if placed in a restaurant. Why is this master living in such a shabby place?" Thinking back, even in front of grandfather, he didn't need to be polite, but facing Qin Shi Yu, he felt hesitant. She has a special aura. Her eyes make people feel like they're being seen through. While pondering about the beautiful girl in front of him, Tang Meng was called by his eldest brother. "Tang Meng, what are you daydreaming about?" Ling Yu and grandmother Qin Shi Yu also asked Tang Meng, "Is the food not to your liking?" Tang Meng's face blushed slightly with a hint of panic, sweating when met with the judgmental gaze of his eldest brother. Just eating with his head down, he hesitated a bit before praising, "No, I find it extremely delicious." Upon hearing this, his eldest brother smiled with satisfaction. That's the right attitude. At this moment, grandmother Qin turned to Long Yun, expressing concern. "Long Yun, eat a little more. You seem a bit thin." Tang Meng then smiled and replied, "Mom, don't worry, I am losing weight. I can't just stay fat like this forever." His mother responded, "Being a little thin is also good. It looks better in clothes." Long Yun was surprised. "Huh? Is it that easy to accept it? I thought I had to explain a little." Upon reflection, Long Yun suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Today I took the initiative to buy a bunch of things home. Moreover, I actively encouraged Tian Badao." Long Yun before was completely different. But why didn't his mother react at all? Instead, she naturally accepted it. Indeed, his mother raised 2 children alone. Her abilities and knowledge are not comparable to ordinary people. Dinner quickly ended. Long Yun walked Tang Meng home. Tang Meng waved goodbye, saying, "Big brother, I'll go first. I'll come back to eat together next time." Long Yun said seriously, "If you want to eat together, you have to help me with something first. I want to rent a house near the school. Help me find one." Tang Meng was surprised by this request. He immediately wondered, why does Big Brother suddenly want to rent a house? Are you planning with Tao Shanshan? Long Yun replied, "It doesn't have to be too far from the school, but it must be quiet. The fewer people around, the better. I don't want to run into too many people." Tang Meng patted Long Yun on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Big Brother, I understand." Long Yun thought to himself, "Does this brat understand anything?" And then said, "All right, I want to move in by the end of the weekend at the latest. Make sure to manage your time well for work." Tang Meng remained extremely confident and replied, "No problem." As they entered the car to head back home, Tang Meng couldn't help but wonder about Long Yun's family. The eldest brother has 3 different last names. Furthermore, even though Qin dresses plainly, her demeanor is extraordinary. The eldest brother seems to have more secrets than I thought. As the sky darkened, Long Yun lied to his mother, Ling Yu, "I'm going out for a run." Qin Shi Yu had some doubts before Long Yun left, reminding him, "Remember to come back a little earlier." Long Yun ran outside, quickly reaching the main road. While running, he thought to himself, "How can I arrive on time and get back home on time? It takes about 50 minutes from home to 7 Luminaries Herb. Even by car, coming home too late will easily raise suspicions. I need to speed up a bit." He ran without paying attention to the surroundings. In the distance, a father and son saw Long Yun running swiftly and turned to look. Long Yun increased his speed, passing by a bus on the main road, as fast as the wind, startling the driver in the process. The driver sat in the bus, pondering, "I couldn't see clearly what just passed by my vehicle. It was clearly a person, but who could move that fast?" The bus driver suddenly exclaimed, wondering, "Huh, what just flew by?" In a flash, Long Yun ran to the riverbank. It was deserted, with not a soul in sight. In the distance, Long Yun could see the streetlights glowing, the deep blue sky, shining stars, felt like being lost in a galaxy. Long Yun stripped off his clothes, tossed them on the riverbank, and jumped in for a swim. He felt no shame in taking only 40 minutes to run here. Long Yun comfortably displayed all his skills, relaxed and energized as he soaked in the cool water. He seemed tireless, still having some energy left to swim a little. Mischievously, Long Yun splashed water at the bird perched on a nearby tree branch. Later, he got out of the water, panting heavily as he finally depleted all the spiritual Kai in his body. After dressing neatly, Long Yun prepared to delve deeper into cultivation level 2. His goal was to absorb as much spiritual Ki as possible. Wherever spiritual Kai leaked out, he would absorb almost all of it, as if his entire body was absorbing it. Spiritual Ki quickly surged, being absorbed into his body faster. Long Yun furrowed his brow. Then cultivation level 2 was successful. The spiritual Ki that had been hidden in his body for so long suddenly emerged. Long Yun realized that this was spiritual energy, his protective spirit essence, transcending time, immortal tribulation of spiritual Kai. Long Yun absorbed the remaining spiritual Kai in a leisurely manner. Finally finished, he thought the spiritual energy had been depleted, but it was still hidden within his body. This brought him some joy. Long Yun's eyes were full of determination. Although he couldn't control it at the moment, it could help him in his cultivation. Looking up at the sky, Long Yun felt that the heavens were not treating him badly. He muttered to himself, "Long Yun, forge iron while it's hot." He then practiced a bit of the art of gathering strength. The spiritual Kai entered his body, and power surged directly until dawn. Long Yun didn't expect to cultivate all the way until dawn. But now, he remembered that he had to go home. He urged himself to hurry back, or Ling Yu and his mother would worry. Arriving at Long Yun's neighborhood, weeds were scattered on the ground. A pregnant woman begged the ruffians to stop. The pregnant woman's name was Liu Lai. Helplessly holding her belly, she said, "This is the item I just harvested." Even pregnant women were not spared, truly heartless. The ruffians threatened, "This is their territory. Who allowed you to sell things here?" Liu Lai couldn't do anything but call for help, hoping that someone passing by would help. Long Yun was very angry to see that. In broad daylight, a group of men were harassing a pregnant Thai woman. The ruffian approached Liu Lai. Warning: even if you scream for help, no one will come. If you want to survive, obediently hand over your money to me. Liu Lai could only bow in fear, hesitantly explaining, "All our money has been used to buy medicine for my husband. I have no money now." The ruffian sneered, "If you have no money, you can use something else to pay. Everyone knows what that is. But this time, it's a pregnant woman." He leaned in close to Liu Lai's face, tempting her, "Come to the bar with me tonight to chat. You can sell anything you want afterwards." Liu Lai reluctantly replied, "I need to visit my husband at the hospital tonight. I really don't have time." But he was relentless, lifting Liu Lai's chin with a smirk. "Then let's go to the hospital together. We can meet in front of your husband and have a good time." Hearing this, Liu Lai couldn't help but feel disgusted. Liu Lai angrily retorted, "You are too disrespectful." Then she covered her stomach with one hand and slapped him with the other, but he dodged. Seeing Liu Lai's determination and stubbornness, he raised his voice, "Oh, do you want to fight me?" He then raised his hand to hit Liu Lai, his eyes showing a complete lack of humanity, saying, "Today, I must teach you a lesson." Liu Lai tightly closed his eyes to endure, but nothing happened. So, surprised, he opened his eyes to see why. Long Yun, like a hero, held the other person's arm tightly. He did not know the extent of the other's dominance. So he cursed, "Damn it! Who do you think you are? Let go of me!" Then foolishly revealed that he was Tian Bedao's grandson to threaten him. But he did not know that Liu Lai was very allergic to this Tian Bedao, directly twisting his arm, a crisp snap. He screamed in pain like a pig being stabbed, backing up 3 meters, grabbing his painful arm and yelling, "My arm!" Long Yun then asked Liu Lai, "Are you okay?" Liu Lai worried about him. "Hurry up and leave. They are the thugs in this area. Not easy to mess with." Long Yun confidently replied, "No problem. I just finished training, just in time for a little practice." He was angry, cursing and asking, "You still want to take them out for practice?" Then he angrily ordered his subordinates to beat him almost to death. The gang of subordinates consisted of 4 people, quickly grabbing sticks and rushing towards him. He quickly caught one person, kicking and knocking down the second person. Suddenly, Liu Lai shouted a warning. "Be careful behind you." He held the iron rod and rushed forward, shouting, "You damn fatty, I'll beat you to death." Long Yun suddenly became interested. "Let me try the art of gathering strength at this moment to see how my body has been transformed. In fairy tales, they use their hands to drive stakes. Here I will use my fists on iron." He punched the iron rod, causing it to bounce back, hitting him on the head. Truly a self-inflicted wound. He fell to the ground with 2 large bumps on his head. He blew on his sore fist. Although not injured, it still hurt a bit. Clearly, more training was needed. Liu Lai asked, "Are you injured?" Long Yun raised his arms to show he was fine, saying, "I'm fine, just playing around with them." Liu Lai looked surprised at the gang of thugs lying defeated on the ground, wondering, is this still just playing around? Suddenly, Liu Li's headache recurred, causing her to stagger and almost fall before Long Yun caught her. Long Yun deduced Liu Li's health condition, asking, "Have you been feeling uncomfortable lately, suddenly experiencing headaches and a fast heartbeat? Continuing like this will be dangerous for both you and the baby." Liu Lai was shocked and panicked, not knowing what to do. Her eyes filled with tears, unsure of what to do next. Long Yun immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, our house is actually a clinic. You can come by tonight for a thorough examination." Even though they were strangers who had just met, he was willing to help Liu Lai wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Liu Li's spirits lifted and she asked, "Can you really help me heal?" Without hesitation, Long Yun replied, "Of course." He took out a thick stack of US dollars, firmly held it in his hand, and told Liu Lai, "Take this money for now." Not being the greedy person, Liu Lai quickly refused. "I can't accept your money. How can I take it from you?" But Long Yun held onto her hand and placed the money in it, saying, "Take it, this money is no longer of use to me. I used it before to help your husband pay for medicine." Touched, Liu Lai couldn't help but shed tears, clutching onto the money tightly. "Thank you. Thank you so much, I don't know how to repay you." Long Yun smiled contentedly, saying, "No need to repay." He then urged Liu Lai, "Go back home quickly." Although Liu Lai had already turned around to walk away, Long Yun stood there, still trying to convey his message. Advised her to rest for the sake of herself and her unborn child. "For these 2 days, you don't need to work anymore. Just stay at home and rest." After helping Liu Lai, he felt peaceful in his heart, not regretting his actions, but rather appreciating his good deeds. Indeed, it can lift one's spirits. But then Long Yun remembered, feeling heartbroken and tormented, lamenting the loss of all the money he had. The price to pay is too high. This is the consequence of not thinking carefully before acting. Time Bedeo's grandson, who had just regained consciousness, cursed while sweating profusely. "I'm in so much pain." Long Yun turned back to look at him, coming up with a fiery idea that made one want to punch him a few times. Then he walked towards him. The chained yellow dog still pretended to be unconscious, trying to open his eyes to look at him, worried. "Why hasn't this brat left yet?" Long Yun told him, "Stop pretending. I know you're awake." He sat up and asked him what he wanted to do. He raised his red hand, smirked, and asked him, "See this?" He nervously asked, "What do you want?" He slyly smiled, pointed to the red spot on his hand, and said, "My hand is injured. Should you give me some money for medicine?" He was the type to give up, shouting for justice. "I am the one who is most seriously injured, but justice lies in the hands of the strong." Long Yun raised his fist in threat. "If you have the strength to shout loudly, let's see if I have hit you enough." He was afraid and immediately agreed a little, hesitating. With bright eyes, Long Yun held the stack of money that he had just handed over. The other person, angry and unable to do anything, could only curse in his heart. "Brat, this is not over yet." At Liu Li's house, she sat solemnly on the sofa in the living room, thinking seriously. The little friend had helped her so much. If she did nothing, she would be a heartless person. She remembered when her husband was sick, lying in bed in the room whispering, "Liu Lai, our house is not a 100-year-old object. If we can't stand it in the house, just take it out and sell it." Liu Lai was determined because it was a family heirloom, but her husband still reluctantly said, with a loving tone, "What family heirloom? It's just an object taken from a tomb. How can it be as important as family?" Back to reality, Liu Lai was determined to repay this kindness, taking out a box with a feather pen inside. She hoped Long Yun would not dislike it. The sun had set. Long Yun returned home after handling the matter. Ning Lingyu stood waiting at the door, ready to call her brother when she saw him return. She asked Long Yun why he was back so late, and he explained that he had run and gotten tired, so he fell asleep on the grass and overslept. Ning Lingyu felt sorry for him, saying, "Brother, you don't need to push yourself so hard to train. You are already very good." Meanwhile, in the living room, Qin Xiaoyu was reading a book when Ning Lingyu happily walked in holding Long Yun's hand. Qin Xiaoyu turned to look and gave a stern look when she saw Long Yun. Feeling embarrassed, Long Yun apologized, and then she buried her head back into her book without paying further attention. Before Long Yun went to change clothes, she reminded him that if he didn't come back on time, he should call Ning Lingyu so she wouldn't worry. Feeling his mother was too cold, Long Yun didn't dare to be too curious. Then, Ning Lingyu brought clothes to knock on Long Yun's door for him to change. Long Yun had just finished bathing and was still undressed, drying his hair. When Ning Lingyu handed him his shirt, he felt a bit embarrassed and his cheeks turned red. Ning Lingyu commented, "Brother, you look a little thinner." Long Yun put on his shirt and replied, "Of course, after training for so long. There should be some results at least." Ning Lingyu stood nearby and asked about the wooden box he brought back yesterday. Long Yun was a bit stunned, his face turning as red as a ripe tomato when her chest was close to his face, making him cough. Concerned, Lingyu asked Long Yun, "What's wrong?" But he just said it was nothing. She was curious to open the wooden box to see, and Long Yun said, "Of course. My brother's things are your things. There's nothing that can't be seen." Ning Lingyu was very happy and opened the wooden box. Long Yun saw her nose and couldn't help but imagine. In his mind, she would grow up to be beautiful, and if she wore immortal cultivation world clothes, she would look like a fairy. But then he felt uncomfortable and had a sharp look in his eyes, thinking that she would value someone else in the future. In the wooden box was a beautiful green jade box. Ning Lingyu kept exclaiming and praising this jade box. Long Yun noticed the spiritual ki on Ning Lingyu was escaping and being absorbed by the jade box. He quickly seized the opportunity and told her not to move, then placed his hand on the box to continue absorbing her spiritual ki. Ning Lingyu didn't fully understand but still complied. Long Yun happily realized that the jade box could absorb the spiritual ki on her body, and he was surprised that it was a divine object containing spiritual ki. As he held Ning Lingyu's hand to allow the box to continue absorbing her spiritual ki, she blushed and seemed confused about what her brother was trying to do. However, she still obediently followed along. The two hands placed on the jade box caused a green light to flicker inside, astonishing both of them. In Long Yun's mind, the idea emerged that the closer he brought the box, the more spiritual ki could be absorbed, and he was relieved that with this jade box, he could store spiritual ki for later use. Long Yun felt satisfied thinking about using spiritual ki in this way, his face revealing a cunning expression. After speaking, he turned to Ning Lingyu, looking at the green light emanating from the box. He hugged his younger sister and thanked her. "Lingyu, thank you." Long Yun said, "You are truly my lucky star." Looking down at Ning Lingyu's face, while his mind kept thinking about this. "If it weren't for you insisting on seeing the jade box, I would have sold it for money." He embraced Ning Lingyu. Lingyu's mind flashed with the image of her older brother, blushing. Switching scenes, the three of them ate together as a family. In Long Yun's thoughts, it was all about the seven luminaries Herb Lin. While eating and thinking, he thought, "I must take this opportunity to explain a little to my mother and Lingyu, at least about why I suddenly have money." He always pushed the two away, feeling a bit guilty. After thinking, he spoke up. "Mother, this afternoon I will help at the clinic. Anyway, for normal illnesses, I can treat." As he spoke, he thought, "Mother will quickly ask how I know how to treat illnesses like this. I can push the topic of the old man out." Hearing Long Yun say that, his mother replied, "Mother and Lingyu will go out to buy some clothes for the children." "What?" His face stiffened when his mother said that. Looking puzzled, he said, "I still have enough clothes to wear. Just buy for Lingyu." Seeing his mother's happy face, she smiled brightly and replied, "Silly child, I am buying clothes for you, to use in 2 months." Ahem, hearing that, Long Yun wanted to choke. so he coughed uncomfortably. Seeing her older brother suddenly coughing loudly, Ling Yu turned and asked, "Is your brother okay?" His mouth was coughing as he said, Nothing much." Later on, a few hours passed. Ning Yu and her son went out for shopping, accompanied by Long Yun. Ning Yu waved to them and said, "Our brother is here." "Yes. Don't worry about spending too much money, and it's fine to come back a bit late." As the door slammed shut, Long Yun returned to the room, where various acupuncture needles were laid out on the table. Looking at the needles, Long Yun said, "Being able to practice as a doctor to diagnose illnesses is a rare opportunity. I wonder who will be lucky enough to achieve it." He crossed his arms while thinking, with a pleased expression on his face. A few hours later, at the gate of the house, the wind blew fiercely, making the atmosphere feel desolate. Long Yun stood still, his previous expression now gone. He thought, if no one comes, then I can find something else to do." He was so deserted that no one came to visit. It had been a long time since he had practiced, so he wasn't sure if he could perform accurately now. After thinking, he swiftly flicked an acupuncture needle. The needle flew at a very fast speed, not stopping. With a swish sound, several acupuncture needles flew in the air, each one piercing deeply into the exact acupoint on the painting, each position being accurate. He walked towards the place where the Kim pin stuck into his delighted face, saying that the breakthrough in spiritual energy on the second floor was different. Gently, he pinned the Kim to the wall. Suddenly a light appeared around his body. Quite surprised by the sudden appearance, a circle of magic covered his head, and even his stomach. They were all connected, his limbs now covered with that energy. He exclaimed in panic, "Why is this happening? How can the spiritual energy in my body move on its own?" Shocked by the scene unfolding, suddenly a loud boom was heard. His body was engulfed in the power of magic, floating. The magical lights shone upwards, the room filled with booming sounds. He absorbed the spiritual chi into his body, then unleashed them into energy. His determined eyes and tightly closed mouth did not waver. The wind blew his hair everywhere. Following the rhythm of the wind, his eyes wide open, feeling the abundant power flowing through his body, he said, "Spiritual energy, directly helping me break through to the third level of physical training." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, slowly, his eyes focused as if deeply concentrated. He said, "This is great. Taking advantage of this opportunity to break through to the fourth level of physical training." Focused on thinking, relaxing the body to prepare for a breakthrough in training. But after a while, there was still no movement. Seeing this, Long Yun felt confused, not understanding why. He raised his voice and said, "Where is the spiritual energy? Why can't I feel it anymore?" His expression was dark and deep. "Where are you, spiritual energy?" he said, his body jumping around as if searching. He turned his body, one hand on the ground, eyes scanning around, head swaying. Suddenly, the door opened. A woman's voice rang out, "Little friend, I'm here." It was the woman Long Yun had helped before, entering the house. Seeing someone coming, Long Yun was startled. His hands couldn't support him anymore. He stumbled, his sandals falling off his feet from the table. He fell to the ground, making a painful sound. She hurried over when she saw him fall, continuously asking, "Little friend, are you okay?" Long Yun's body now lay weak on the floor. He replied, dazed and tired, "I'm fine. It's nothing. I'm just training my body," he said, brushing off the dust on his pants with his hands. His face was embarrassed by the situation. Upon hearing him say that, she quickly replied, "Can you treat me at this clinic? I just thought I'd give it a try. Maybe I've been bothering you." Her face blushing, hands tightly gripping her dress, she looked visibly embarrassed. Long Yun smiled and replied, "No, there are no patients here, so I can help you with your treatment. Lie down on the bed," he said, pointing to the opposite bed. "On the bed?" she exclaimed. Hearing her, he immediately said, "Yes, I am a doctor. I don't lie down on beds. How can I help someone else lie down?" Now her face began to show fear. She trembled as she looked at him, her face forced into a smile. "If you feel urgent, just close your eyes," he said. She nodded, "Okay, I'll close my eyes." In her mind, she thought, "This young man is not ordinary. He can definitely help me." In Long Yun's mind, he thought, the physical training on the third floor is indeed different. Spiritual ki can easily attach to the acupuncture needles. In the future, not only can it stabilize pregnancy, but it can also prevent illness. As he inserted the acupuncture needle into her, Lung Yun thought. Half an hour later, Lung Yun began to ask, "How you feel now?" She replied, "I no longer feel scared. I feel exceptionally light." "Yes, the child in your belly is healthy. No need to worry anymore." Upon hearing the news from Lung Yun, her face started to brighten up, nodding and saying, "That's great. As long as the child is healthy, I'm happy." Tears welled up in her eyes, showing her emotional face, with her cheeks and nose turning red. She held an object in her hand and said, "I don't know how to thank you. This is a family heirloom. Please take it." She handed the object to him. He waved his hand, refusing, and said, "No need. How can I accept a family heirloom of yours?" Suddenly, he paused for a while, feeling the power returning. "My spiritual energy is back." Wait, he thought as he looked at the treasure, the blue light emitting more colors, like the initial energy of Lung Yun. He grabbed it, a beam of light appeared in the fight. He thought, "What is this? How can this feather pen absorb spiritual energy?" Lung Yun's power is now being sucked by the pen, not letting go of him. Feeling the energy about to be lost, he panicked. "If this continues, I will be drained dry." His face filled with fear, spiritual energy being slowly absorbed almost completely. Seeing this, he kept shaking his hand nonstop, wanting to get it out, but it wouldn't let go, still clinging and sucking in more and more. The magic of spiritual energy radiated, as if enveloping everything in the room. One hand pushed out, the other hand tightly grasped to pull it out, but it didn't budge. The girl's face became worried as she witnessed the scene unfolding, furrowing her eyebrows, clearly showing panic. Suddenly, the pen stopped sucking in spiritual energy, returning to a calm state. Seeing this, Lung Yun immediately paid attention and thought to himself, "Stop it." His face angry, hands trembling, tightly gripping the pen, as if wanting to break it immediately. His eyes glared menacingly, blaming and saying, "You quickly return the spiritual energy to me." His hand kept shaking, wishing for this thing to disappear. The girl standing next to him didn't know what to do in this situation. She said, "If the little friend doesn't like it, just leave. I will definitely find another way to repay your kindness." Her face embarrassed. Hearing this, he immediately replied, "No, I really like this feather pen. Thank you. I will take it back." While speaking in her mind, she also thought that it contained her spiritual energy. Nobody should think about stealing it. She saw his interested face and smiled brightly. "That's really great then. If you need any support in the future, just call me. Don't hesitate." He walked her to the door, waving his hand and speaking loudly. Hearing that, she replied, "All right, I know. You should go back now too. Don't miss out on your business." With a loud bang, the door closed inside, and Lung Yun's face immediately turned gloomy, angry and speaking at the same time. "Let me study a bit, to see what you really are." He touched his hand with a sharp pen, saying, "Is this pen, or a weapon?" Then he looked over to the opposite side, where ink and paper were placed on the table. Luckily, there's ink at home to test. He straightened up, slightly tilted his head down, dipped the pen in the ink, and wrote gently, saying, The ink disappears instantly. Impressed by the quality of the pen, he finished writing 2 characters. He kept talking, "Not bad, next time when I need to use it for drawing." While holding a pen in his mouth, he kept muttering, "This feather pen is indeed a treasure. But how can I replenish my spiritual energy now?" With a sad expression, he lay his head on the table, repeatedly hitting his head on the table, and kept saying, "I can't just be passive like this. I must quickly reach physical training level 4. In this way, I can actively transport spiritual Kai in my body, and then think of a way to replenish spiritual energy." His expression seemed to have a bit of vitality and joy when he spoke. Suddenly, a loud ringing sound startled him. Annoyed, he looked down to see who was disturbing him, his voice sounding as if he was venting his anger and shouting, "Making me scared to death, who suddenly called me." He looked down and seemed puzzled when he saw the caller's name. He read the name of the caller out loud, saying, Zhu Meining. Outside Lung Yun's alley, Zhu Meining drove a red sports car. She was driving and complaining, "Oh my God, it's so difficult to get in here." She got out of the car, still grumbling. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken this car." At that moment, Lung Yun was already waiting for her at the door. He said, "You could have chosen not to come. Turning back a moment ago. He received a call from Xu Mining on the other end of the line. She told Lung Yun, "Brother, where are you? I'm bored and want to come play with you." She spoke loudly, causing Cho Lung Yun to hold the phone away from his ear, covering one ear. He frowned and replied, "I'm at home." Su Mining immediately said, "Then I'll come find you." She spoke with a happy expression. He said to himself, completely not giving others a chance to refuse. Returning to the present after both entered the house, Su Mining asked Lung Yun, "Brother, is your house also a clinic?" She turned to Lung Yun and continued, "Both of our families are in the same profession, so I can come here to help in the future." Lung Yun replied, "My mother is always in charge here. If you want to come, ask her." She winked and said, "Your sister will definitely agree, because I'm your girlfriend." Then she jumped up and hugged Lung Yun's waist. Lung Yun pushed her away and said, "Pay attention to your image, I'm just pretending to be your boyfriend." She still held on to Lung Yun tightly with a happy face and said, "Because it's pretend, I have to make it look real. Otherwise Lai King Xuan won't believe it." She realized, "Lung Yun, you even have dimples for me to touch a little." At this moment, there was a look of avoidance on Lung Yun's face. He thought to himself, "This rotten kid is finding excuses to take advantage again." He suddenly grabbed Su Mining's hand, which was touching his face. He said, "If you want to touch, you can touch just 100 times. Pay as you please for you to touch." At first, she was surprised, but then she agreed with him. "Okay." She picked up her phone and transferred the money to him as he wanted. At that moment, Lam Van's phone received a message. He didn't expect her to actually transfer the money just like that. When he opened his phone, he was surprised to see that she had transferred 10,000 to him, equivalent to 100 kisses. Before he could react, she stroked his face and asked, "Can Lung Yun touch now?" Lung Yun could only grit his teeth and endure. Through clenched teeth, he said, "I keep my word, you take the initiative." In his heart, he comforted himself. There's no way. She gave too much. Hearing this, she smiled happily, clasped her hands together and said, "Then I won't be polite." At the same time, footsteps could be heard outside the door. One of them said, "Brother, we're back." It turned out to be Tang Meng and Lingyu. As he opened the door, Tang Meng said, "Haha, I was at the shopping district. Coincidentally ran into Lingyu, so I took her home on the way." At this moment, two people stood stiffly in the room. Lingyu frowned in anger when he saw Lung Yun sitting on the chair, while Xu Mining had one hand on his shoulder, one hand pressing on the chair, and his leg propped up between Lung Yun's thighs. Tang Meng, shocked and pale, stammered, "So, Shu, Shu, Zhu, Mining." A woman stepped forward, who turned out to be Qin Shayu. She asked Lung Yun, "Who are you guys?" Su Mining quickly stood up, blushing, and said, "Hello, I am Lung Yun, Lung Yun's girlfriend." Lung Yun was speechless, inwardly cursing. "You change your face too quickly." Qin Shayu smiled and reached out to shake Mining's hand, saying, "Lung Yun, this little one, didn't even tell us he had a girlfriend. You can stay for dinner tonight." Su Mining replied, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Tang Meng stood outside the door, still confused and afraid, thinking to himself, Su Mining's boyfriend is Lung Yun. He remembered his passionate promise to Lake King Xuan over the phone. "Xuan, don't worry, I will definitely find the jerk who dared to approach Mining. No need for you to take action. I will take care of him." Now seeing the scene in front of him, his mind went blank, thinking, "W, what have I gotten myself into?" Next to Tang Meng is Ning Lingyu. She has secretly liked Lung Yun for a long time, and now that she knows he has a girlfriend, she feels sad in her heart. His brother has a girlfriend. In a hospital room, the cries of Tan Bideo's nephew never cease. Ouch, it hurts so much. After being beaten by Lung Yun, he is now bandaged from head to toe. His big brother, a blond man, stands beside him and says, "Your younger brother is late, causing you to suffer. I will go teach that Lung Yun tonight to help you vent your anger." He speaks angrily. Despite the pain, Tian Bideo's nephew continues to ask about his uncle. He asks, "Big brother, does my uncle know about my situation? Why hasn't he come to see me?" His big brother approaches and comforts him. "Uncle Tian has some urgent matters to attend to. He really can't come right now. He instructed you to rest assured and heal. He and I will take care of everything." Then he leaves the room, climbs the stairs, and stands in front of another hospital room. He takes a deep breath and enters. As soon as he opens the door, he says, "I have come to see him." The person lying in the hospital bed at this moment is Tian Badao. He has been punched in the face to the point where his own parents may not even recognize him. The blonde said, "He is seriously injured. He will have to stay in bed for about 2 to 3 months." Tian Badao's face was cold. "Long Yun, I will not spare you." The blonde stood respectfully and said, "Brother Tian, rest assured, I have called the brothers. Tonight we will break his leg and destroy his clinic." Before he could finish, Tian Badao stopped him. "No, that kid is extremely difficult to deal with," he said with a serious expression. He continued, "Wait for Long Yun to return to school in the evening. Follow him to the clinic, then take the opportunity to capture his mother, Qin Shi Yu." The blonde still didn't quite understand, asking with a puzzled expression, "What do you mean?" Tian Badao continued, "When the time comes, just tell Long Yun that Qin Shi Yu is in my hands. Do you think he will dare to resist? I want him to kneel like a dog begging for mercy." During the meal at home, Su Mining picked up a dumpling for Long Yun, surprising him, and said, "Long Yun, eat a few more dumplings." Ning Lingyu also couldn't resist. She also picked up a dumpling for Long Yun and said, "Brother, have some more." At the table, the two girls were still at odds with each other. The table became silent, awkward to an unusual extent. The two girls refused to give in to each other, and both competed crazily to pick dumplings for Long Yun. He could only sit speechless. Looking at a pile of dumplings stacked up, he asked with a pale face, "Are you trying to make me eat until I die?" Tang Meng sat opposite, clearly showing sadness. "How come no one is picking dumplings for me?" Qin Shi Yu glanced over and picked a dumpling for him, saying, "Tang Meng, eat a little more." Tang Meng felt very touched that someone cared for him. He said, "Thank you." After eating, everyone left. Qin Shi Yu waved goodbye to them. "It's getting late, be safe on your way back to school." Su Mining quickly held Long Yun's hand and waved goodbye to Qin Shi Yu, saying, "Don't worry, I drive very safely. Long Yun has also ridden with me before." Ning Lingyu stood aside, then turned to Tang Meng and said, "Tang Meng, can I ride with you?" Tang Meng was surprised and stuttered, "Wah? Wah? What? Just the two of us?" Ning Lingyu replied, "Yes." At that moment, Long Yun turned around and stopped them. "Wait a moment." Tang Meng thought Long Yun was not allowing him to drive Ning Lingyu, so he looked sad, saying, "Big brother, what are you doing? This is the first time Lingyu has willingly agreed to ride with me." Long Yun immediately denied, "No, there's something not right around here. There's a sense of danger." As Long Yun predicted in the distance, a group of thugs with clubs were running towards them. Long Yun solemnly grabbed Ning Lingyu's wrist and said, "Ning Lingyu, quickly get into Tang Meng's car." She asked, "Brother, what's happening?" He disappeared instantly, leaving the two still standing, not understanding what was going on. Ning Lingyu asked again, "Brother?" By now, Long Yun had reached their foster mother and said, "Mom, someone came to the clinic causing trouble. He left a moment ago." Xiao Qin was surprised on this side. Tang Meng exclaimed, "Big brother, how did he disappear in the blink of an eye?" As the car door closed, Ning Lingyu and her mother got into the car. Ning Lingyu asked her mother, "We can't leave Big brother alone, can we?" Qin Shi Yu gently stroked her daughter's head and said, "Ning Lingyu, your brother knows what he's doing. Trust him like you trust me, okay?" She obediently listened but still wanted to ask further. But Tang Meng sat in the car and said anxiously, "Big brother, why can't you leave me behind?" Through the car window, Long Yun said, "Because you have to protect my mother and my sister." Tang Meng said with full determination, "I understand. Big brother can trust me." At this moment, Su Mining appeared out of nowhere and quickly asked Long Yun, "Brother, Virtuous Master D's skills are really impressive. Do you really know martial arts? Do you have any inherited weapons? How are you going to deal with those people? Who are you going to deal with?" Faced with a series of questions from the girl in front of him, Long Yun didn't know which question to answer first. He slowly said, "I am impulsive, but I don't feel any danger." He then pushed her towards the car and said, "You should leave now. Stay safe." The red car turned left on the road, leaving the building. Inside the office, the early morning sun was shining down. There were footsteps of many people, whispering about something. A group of gangsters gathered in front of the clinic, led by a boss who looked small but extremely arrogant. One of his followers asked, "Boss, the lights are on and the door is open, but there's no one inside." The boss said, "They must be at the back. Let's first destroy the clinic for us." His followers obeyed the order, and each of them showed a fierce expression, rushing in with sticks. They stormed into the clinic, vandalizing everything in sight. Some smashed tables, some smashed chairs, creating chaos and destruction. Another name then broke the glass door, and countless shards fell to the ground. The gang leader outside said, "Long Yun, if you want to blame someone, blame the person who provoked you." Suddenly, a small figure of a man walked through the crowd of gangsters. He said, "Excuse me, I also want to enter the clinic." A tall man raised his hand to block his way, saying, "Who are you? If you don't want to die, get out of here." Long Yun pretended to be clueless and asked, "Me, I have a little knowledge." The other guy got angry, his face turning green with veins popping out, shouting, "Don't you understand human language? Get lost." The gang leader turned back and said, "Let him in." The man asked, "Leader?" Long Yun quickly rushed into the clinic and said, "Thank you." The man asked, "Leader, why did you let him in?" He replied, "Tian Chao Guang once said, Long Yun is a chubby student." The gangster asked in surprise, "That guy is Long Yun?" Dao stepped on the scattered pills on the floor and said, "Yes, that's right, so I let him in. I want to see what this kid wants to do." The thugs who were still rampaging in the clinic suddenly stopped. One of them saw something terrifying Long Yun. He rushed forward, his face full of panic. The other person did not understand, tilted his head to ask how. Long Yun raised his hand to his mouth and whispered something. The other person shook his head again. Then he pointed to the ceiling. The other person got angry, his anger rising. He shouted something in Long Yun's face, but he seemed not to care much. Suddenly he lowered his center of gravity, looking scary, then pulled out a small golden needle. Crash! The clinic light bulb shattered, scattering shards everywhere. The light broke, the power went out. The gangsters asked each other, "What's going on? Why is it dark? Who did this?" The bald-headed man asked the leader big brother in the room. The light suddenly went out. "Do you need me to check?" The leader told him, "Wait." A loud scream echoed from the clinic, startling those outside. Then, a loud explosion boom, accompanied by bright flames. One of the gangsters was shot out, falling to the ground. The gangsters outside looked at the fallen person. Someone asked, "Seventh old?" Then, another person fell into the crowd. They began to panic. In this way, the third person, and then all the gangsters were defeated, falling to the ground one by one. At this point, only 5 people from earlier, who had not entered the clinic, stood together to defend themselves. Mr. Dao was frightened and looked around. "Hey, bald guy next to me, go get that kid." From the ruins, a black-haired kid stepped out. The light behind him illuminated his figure, making him look exceptionally strong. He stood tall, pointing towards the gangsters, and said, "You must be the leader of this bunch of losers, right? What's your name?" Suddenly being asked, the bald guy stuttered, haven't waited for the leader yet." Before he could finish his sentence, the bald guy rushed towards Mr. Dao with a fist and shouted, "You fat bastard, I'll kill you." Long Yun remained calm, standing as if waiting for the blow. Seeing someone rushing forward, Mr. Dao ordered, "Quickly retreat. This kid is very difficult to deal with." Long Yun smiled, then immediately threw a punch straight into the bald guy's stomach. He was caught off guard and speechless, falling back. The punch carried a great force, emitting a bright light. The bald guy, impressed, blood splattering everywhere, falling to the ground, he thought to himself, "So strong." Sinking into the ground, dust flying with a sprinkle of blood. The other kid worried, realizing he had picked the wrong person this time. Approaching him, Mr. Dao taunted, "Hey, I'm asking you." The other person recognized the unfavorable situation. He quickly knelt down and introduced himself. "My name is Dao Yang. Everyone calls me Dao Tzu. Today is our emotional day. Please raise your hand lightly. Spare us this once." Long Yun raised one foot forward and said, "Spare you this time." His tone seemed unwilling to forgive. Dao Yang began to sweat profusely. He bowed his head in disdain and said, "Based on what? That kid has lost control." He was extremely afraid and thought to himself, "If I can't calm this guy down, today I'm afraid everyone will all lie down here." Quickly think of a solution. The gangsters had swollen faces from being punched and couldn't recognize who was who. They were obediently rearranging the clinic that they had destroyed earlier. The bald leader shouted loudly and seriously ordered, "Move faster. This place must be cleaned up thoroughly." Yes, the followers obeyed. Dao Yong raised his phone and said loudly, "Please scan my QR code. I have 100,000 to show respect to you." Long Yun sat on the chair with a cold expression and said, 100,000? Hearing his tone, the kid secretly criticized him for being stingy. Then, he raised his head again and sweetly said, "I misspoke earlier, it's actually 300,000. Long Yun said nothing. He just let out a big yawn. The other guy didn't understand what he meant. He shouted out one last time, 500,000. At this point, Long Yun's eyes began to move. He stood up. The guy next to him raised the bid, 600,000. The other guy hesitated and asked, "What is this?" He felt like he had been struck by lightning. Took out his phone and thought, 600,000 was his income for 2 months. He couldn't bear to lose it even in his dreams. Long Yun showed the QR code. Dao Yong also thought carefully. Then he scanned it, and the phone made a ding sound. He thought to himself, money can be earned back. Life is more important. At that moment, Long Yun's phone rang loudly. "Your account has just received 600,000. Long Yun was happy as a flower. He looked at the phone screen and said with a smile, "The money we received is not enough." Upon hearing this, the other guy was shocked and scared. Long Yun put 2 fingers on Dao Yong's neck. A faint light flashed as if a collision created electricity. Then he touched his waist with another hand. At this point, he was shocked. His face turned purple, and he felt too much pain. It felt like countless sharp swords were piercing his body. Long Yun then pointed back to the chair and stood up slowly. He said, "Don't worry, you won't die. But every midnight you will feel pain for 15 minutes. At this moment, his face looked very fierce. Long Yun warned, "I don't care why you want to destroy my house. But if anything happens here after a month, you will lose your life. Understand?" The person with a small stature and a small heart was sweating profusely after being threatened just once, trembling as he said, "Yes." Long Yun frowned and said, "If you want to live, come back here to find me in a month." He kicked the person and said, "Take your people and get out of here." Dao Yong took a kick and flew straight into the electric pole behind him. At this point, he was exhausted and unable to walk. He had to be helped by his henchmen. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Damn it, this time I was badly harmed by 2 cousins from the Tian family." In the dark neighborhood, only Long Yun was still standing, lost in thought. He had used too much energy earlier. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and say, "I was too ruthless in the heat of the moment." Luckily, Ling Yu and the others didn't see. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. At that moment, Ling Yu rushed over, looking very worried, and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" He gently stroked the worried girl's head and said, "Of course. Can't you see that I'm still perfect?" Engsub Mining ran over to where Long Yun was, not only without worry, but also very happy, leaning into his arms and hugging tightly. "Long Yun, you looked so handsome just now." Shu Mining cheered. "Taimeng, how are your eyes brighter than stars?" "Praises. Boss, the moves you just showed were eye-opening." Long Yun was pleased to receive compliments. He chuckled lightly. "You all didn't even recognize who I am." His face suddenly darkened, and he asked, "Wait, did you see me fight them?" The girl with purple hair raised her phone proudly and said, "Ha, everyone saw it, because I recorded the whole thing." She showed him the footage. When he grabbed the other guy by the collar with a fist, his eyes turned red and fierce, looking truly intimidating. At that moment, she was hiding behind a pole, recording with her phone and thinking to herself, "Huh, trying to chase me away won't be easy." Long Yun worried, his face turning purple, eyes wide, mouth open, and asked loudly, "What?" Ling Yu worriedly asked, "Brother, why did you suddenly become so powerful?" Contrary to Engsub Mining, she hugged her face, eyes bright, and said, "Long Yun, how many more secrets do you have?" Tang Meng added, "Boss, you're actually a martial arts master." Seeing the three people in front of him, each asking a different question, Lung Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. He smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, how should I explain this? Should I tell them the truth that I have been reincarnated? He covered his mouth to tell his lie. Actually, not long ago, I accidentally fell down the mountain and found a secret martial arts manual. The other three seemed to believe him. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyu came out of the alley and said, Lung Yun, didn't I tell you that you must never reveal that you have great strength? The others looked at her and asked, great strength? Even Lung Yun was puzzled. He scratched his head and thought, huh? Ning Lingyu slowly explained, yes. Since you were young, your strength has been different from others. You can easily lift objects weighing hundreds of pounds. I am worried that you will attract trouble, so I warned you not to reveal it. How could you forget now and face these questionable questions? Lung Yun replied, I'm sorry. He continued, rubbing his head and saying, Mom, I'm sorry. I couldn't stand seeing them destroy the clinic. His kind mother looked at him and said, I understand. You did it all for this family. But in the future, you must not expose yourself like that again. She picked up her phone, looked at the time, and told the four kids, it's getting late, you should go back to school. At this point, Lung Yun didn't care much about going to school. He firmly told his mother, Mom, the clinic must be under surveillance. If not, you should come with us to the city. The mother laughed. You're making such a big fuss. Who would dare to come bother us? Ning Lingyu also worried, leaning into her mother and saying, But Mom. Qin Xiaoyu hugged her face, her little daughter worrying about her. The grandmother gently comforted, Don't worry, I won't have any trouble. Seeing her mother still determined to open the clinic, Ning Lingyu panicked and held her brother's hand tightly. Quickly advised Mom to go. Lung Yun said sadly, forget it. If Mom doesn't want to, let's just go. A red Audi was driving smoothly on the road with a woman behind the wheel. The man beside her seemed thoughtful. Why didn't Mom ask anything just now? And even help us hide? Moreover, regarding the clinic being vandalized, she was too calm. Lung Yun looked at the street while questioning. He looked up at the sky and thought, couldn't it be true as Tang Meng said, Mom is not an ordinary person, but I clearly haven't felt anything. Su Mining secretly looked at the person next to her and thought, Lung Yun, you must not be an ordinary person. I have chosen the right person. Meanwhile, in another place, there was a pair of eyes in panic. It turned out that in the car at this time, there were only Tang Meng and Ning Lingyu. She was sitting looking out the window, seeming unfocused. Tang Meng was extremely worried. Sweat dripped down his face, wondering what to do now. It was hard to have a chance alone with Ning Lingyu. He had to say something. Ning Lingyu sighed. Looking at the driver, she asked Tang Meng, how long has my brother and Su Mining been officially together? Startled by the question, he quickly replied, I'm not sure about the exact time, but it must be recent days. She looked worriedly out the car window saying, I already know. At King Shui School, no. Ning Lingyu and Lung Yun stood in a corner. She asked her brother, do you have to stay outside today? Lung Yun gently looked at her and replied, yes, Tang Meng helped me rent a room. She suddenly smiled unusually and said, then you must pay attention to safety. Lung Yun's eyes followed her as Ning Lingyu walked to the flower bed, where roses were blooming. She gently picked a branch, admiring the beautiful flower in front of her, smiling as bright as the flower. Ning Lingyu stroked her hair, handing the flower to Lung Yun, saying, brother, take it back with you. It's like seeing me. At that moment, she looked like a shining young girl. He took the flower, saying, yes, I will definitely take care of it. At this moment, Lung Yun had just entered the car with a pink flower. Su Mining saw this. Her face immediately turned unhappy. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, looked at the flower he was holding and asked, Lung Yun, do you know that a pale pink rose symbolizes what? Looking at the beautiful pink flower blooming in Lung Yun's hand, Su Mining's face seemed a bit sad. She didn't bother looking at him anymore and asked, do you like this flower? Lung Yun didn't notice the change in the emotions of the woman beside him. He gently brought the flower to his nose, smelled it and said, yes, my little sister gave it to me, so of course I like it. The little girl next to him frowned, said something, and then opened the car door and walked straight out. She left without looking back, only throwing back a few words. "You wait there." Long Yun was still holding the flower in the car, seeming to understand something, but he didn't stop her. A red shoe stepped towards the rose bush that Ning Lingyu had just trimmed. Su Mining looked at the blooming pale pink roses in front of her. Her face softened a bit. Then she turned back to the car, threw a carefully tied bouquet of roses into his lap. He took the bouquet that was thrown at him, the petals falling in the air. He quickly caught the bouquet, and she continued, "This is for you." Su Mining stepped angrily into the car, rushing towards him and warning, "If you dare to throw them away, I will bite you to death." Long Yun looked at the woman in front of him, who seemed a little scared. Then she got into the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt. As for him, he looked at the bouquet just given to him, looking really comfortable at the moment. He gently lifted the bouquet, sniffed it, and said, "It smells so good, don't worry, I will definitely take care of them." But in reality, he was very panicked inside, thinking how to suddenly become spirited. "I can only surrender." She shrugged lightly and said, "Yes, today is not much worse." Oh, Tang Meng was on the side at this time, feeling dejected. He felt unfair, crying out loud, "How come only the boss is given flowers? Isn't there still someone alive here?" After wiping his tears, he ran to the flower bush earlier. "It seems that the flowers here will definitely fall off today," he said. "It's okay, I'll go by myself." Arriving there, he was also tempted by its beauty to the point of tears. Then, like a 3-year-old, he jumped into the flower bush, picking one flower after another. He wrapped them into a bouquet and said loudly, "Tang Meng, this is the jasmine flower I chose for you, I like you." Tang Meng hugged the bouquet, saying, "The jasmine flower smells really good, I am so happy." The female students saw a man holding a bouquet of flowers and murmuring to himself, feeling a little scared as if he was hypnotizing himself. At Lung Yun's dorm, VA Lai Large and VA Lai Small had been transferred by him. He lazily sat on the bed, shrugged his shoulders and said, "This place is considered peaceful." Then he immediately became serious, focusing on the pen in his hand. He took out a long pen, the tip of the pen still looking new as if no one had used it before, saying, "In the current realm, sharp weapons are difficult to handle, but they can cause pain. This time, I want to see how sharp you really are." He sat thinking with the pen in his hand, then brought the pen tip to his finger, causing his finger to bleed immediately. After pulling out the pen and tearing his hand, the blood on his hand rolled into red streaks on the pen. The blood continued to flow, and he panicked, saying, "It still wants to suck my blood." The blood kept flowing more and more. He tried his best to pull out the pen, but failed. He angrily tried to pull it out, shouting loudly. The pen no longer stuck to the blood on his head. He looked at the pen and commented, "This pen is really strange." He gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat, saying, "If this continues," he fell onto the sofa, as if wanting to escape from his body. I was almost sucked to death by it. If I had seen a feather pen suddenly sucking blood, I would have been terrified to death. It's a pity that I have reached the breakthrough, but haven't encountered any demons or monsters yet. Lung Yun looked at the feather pen dripping with blood. Now that it had sucked blood, the ritual to accept the master was completed. Lung Yun touched the feather pen with his finger, and after sucking blood, the feather pen flew up along the long trail of blood. Lung Yun happily said, "Indeed. After sucking my blood, I can feel a connection between it and me. The softness and hardness can now be adjusted according to my will." Lung Yun was surprised as the feather pen controlled itself, drawing a straight line on the paper. Not bad for everyday use to draw other spells. It can turn into a sharp weapon against enemies. Haha, my dear, you will follow me in cultivation from now on. I guarantee you won't lose out. The feather pen enthusiastically spun around the paper. At 7 p.m., Lung Yun was swimming outside. At 10 p.m., he went for a run at the training ground. At 1 a.m., he was sitting, circulating his Kai. At 5 o'clock, the energy was becoming more abundant. The peak of physical training on the 3rd floor has been reached. It is the time for a little achievement in cultivation. Lung Yun's feet stepped on the grass emitting green energy, the power enveloping Lung Yun's body. Lung Yun stepped onto the receding water, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the other side. Very good. The body transformed, larger than I imagined. The 5 senses and 6 perceptions have also increased. Although the cultivation speed is much slower compared to the immortal cultivation world, At each level on Earth, the strength is much greater than in the immortal cultivation world. In the next life, I will definitely not step on the same path as before. The sky is about to dawn, so I will stop here today. Finally, I have met Lingyu, and I will definitely not skip classes. On the second day at school, everyone was discussing Lung Yun. Look, that's him. It's unbelievable. He looks very sincere at first glance, which makes Lung Yun proud. Why is everyone staring at me? Did entering the third floor of physical training change my aura? Inside the classroom, there was also a lively discussion. Have you read the news on the school forum? Lung Yun and Tao Shanshan look very close. Lung Yun is too happy. I have those photos of Tao Shanshan and Lung Yun, looking like they are kissing. I was at school at that time. There was no kissing. But the two of them embracing each other closely is the truth. Zhang Ling sitting next to me called Shanshan and said, Shanshan, someone has leaked all the pictures of you and Lung Yun on the internet. The whole school is currently exploding. Shanshan, with an indifferent expression, said, Mom, I saw it. Zhang Ling reassured Shanshan, Shanshan, don't worry, I will definitely find out who leaked it. Shanshan just casually replied, those photos were not bad, leaving Zhang Ling surprised. She, Shanshan, has changed, Zhang Ling whispered. Lung Yun arrived, walking straight to Shanshan, making her feel embarrassed. Shanshan used a notebook to cover her embarrassment. But Lung Yun just walked past and waved a morning greeting. Zhang Ling cheerfully greeted back, good morning, Lung Yun. Zhang Ling turned to Shanshan and asked, Shanshan, why are you ignoring Lung Yun? Shanshan coldly replied, why should I greet him? I and him don't have a real relationship. If another woman comes to talk to Lung Yun now, would you be jealous? Shanshan confidently said, no way. There are no other women who would come to find him. Just finished speaking. A girl named Menghan came to the classroom door looking for Lung Yun. Excuse me, is Lung Yun here? The girl had beautiful pink hair, which made everyone admire her. So beautiful. Where did this goddess come from? Is she a celebrity? Menghan looked towards Shanshan and Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling, looking surprised, said, she's here to find Lung Yun. Lung Yun happily stood up, I'm here. All the students inside the classroom were curious, peeking out to eavesdrop on the conversation, all attentively watching the two of them. Menghan handed over a bag and said, his coat has been washed. The certificate is inside. Lung Yun gratefully replied, thank you. Menghan shyly looked at Lung Yun, thinking, that night, he seemed like a despicable fat guy. Today, looking closely, if he loses some weight, he will definitely be handsome. Lung Yun's eyes lit up, saying, where are the other items? Menghan was confused. Lung Yun reached out, signaling money. I am the lifesaver. She quietly did not show any reaction, suddenly grabbed Lung Yun's hand tightly, thanking him. Thank you. For saving my life, I will not forget. Lung Yun shed tears, thinking, do you remember stepping on my glasses that I left on the shore that day? You were drunk. Surely you didn't notice if you were stepping on my glasses or not. Lung Yun was like a lost soul as he said, that is the birthday gift my mother gave me. I like that glasses the most. Menghan embarrassedly replied, I'm sorry. I drank too much that day. It wasn't intentional. Lung Yun looked at Menghan affectionately, then quickly give me the money. Whether in cash or transfer is fine. I have something to do today. Let's exchange contact information, and I will buy you a new pair of glasses later. Lung Yun looked disappointed, not saying a word. The goddess gives Lung Yun a way to contact. Lung Yun affirmed, feeling lost inside. How can this woman not understand anything? I don't need you to buy me glasses. I want you to pay for saving my life. Zhang Ling turned to Shanshan and said, Shanshan, who is that woman you're talking about? How did Lung Yun get to know such a beautiful person? Is Lung Yun becoming a playboy again? Shanshan next to her was very angry. Lung Yun is studying in this class, right? Lung Yun casually replied, so it's you. Before I have not prepared well this time. I absolutely will not easily forgive like that. Everyone in the class is poking their heads out. I don't feel like I'm in love. Wake up, beauty, this is a Maserati. That's right. The cheapest is 200,000. If I have one later, that's great. Lung Yun heard what the others were saying. It turns out her car is so expensive that she is even more interested. There are too many people here. Let's go inside her car and talk. The others were shocked. What goes into a private two-person car? Fiksu agrees to go with me. This Long Yun person is completely different from what I imagined. The two of them arrive at the parking lot. Long Yun looks at the car and says, "Not bad." Long Yun happily gets into the car, as happy as a child. "Not bad. Really not bad." Fiksu glances at Long Yun and says, "Have you seen enough?" Of course, something so beautiful can never be seen enough. Fiksu interrupts him. "This time I came to thank you for saving my grandfather." Long Yun looks around and then says, "This still needs to be said. If I hadn't intervened, her grandfather would definitely not have survived. Consider him lucky. Normally I charge a very high price for treating illnesses. How much do you want? Just say it. I can satisfy you with anything." Long Yun said. Fiksu replied sternly, "Dream on." Long Yun stepped back and said, "Why so fierce? I haven't finished yet. I want you to give me 100 in this car." Fiksu interrupted, "You're dreaming. Do you know how much this car is worth?" "So in your heart, my grandfather's life is not even worth this car," Long Yun said. "What did you say?" Long Yun got out of the car. "It seems like you don't care much about my grandfather. I'm leaving," Fiksu said, holding Long Yun's hand back. "Wait." Long Yun chuckled. "A fish bites the bait. In my heart, my grandfather's well-being is more important than anything else." Long Yun was surprised, holding the check Fiksu gave him. "This is a 100 check. This car is also for you. Remember the debt of saving my grandfather that I have paid. From now on, we owe each other nothing." As the beautiful woman left leisurely, Fiksu left in anger. Long Yun looked at the lightning bolt and said, "This beautiful woman is truly obedient. That old man is truly fortunate. I was just joking. I didn't think I would actually get this car." Long Yun laughed. "Ha ha, made a big profit. I'll just give this car to Lingyu when I return. Wait, I don't even know how to drive this thing. How am I supposed to bring it back?" Everyone in the school was surprised to see the luxury car on campus. The car's gull-wing doors opening made everyone gasp, especially when the person stepping out of the car startled everyone. Long Yun confidently remarked early on, "If you knew, then how could I go to school to learn how to use this thing?" Outside the classroom hallway, inside the classroom, Zhongling suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, Shanshan, do you see that?" Long Yun casually pushed the car back alone. Shanshan coldly replied, "Yes, just relying on a little strength from myself." "But isn't this car Modong Fiksu's car? Did she give it to Long Yun?" At this point, Shanshan began to be surprised, but still tried to remain calm, and replied, "I don't know, I don't care." "Shanshan, you're still so arrogant. Long Yun is about to be stolen by another woman." Shanshan replied, "Look at the girls coming to find the wolf. They are all the closest new acquaintances. Basically don't know anything about him. How could those people like Long Yun?" Zhongling thought, "Didn't you just say that no woman is interested in Long Yun? Another boy came to find Long Yun. Why is Long Yun in this class? Everyone is looking at the handsome Li Qingzhuan. Isn't he studying in the capital? Why come to find Long Yun?" Zhongling also admired Li Qingzhuan's beauty and exclaimed, "Oh my, Li Qingzhuan, you are so handsome. Long Yun, someone is looking for you." Long Yun glanced and saw Li Qingzhuan. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Meining ran up to Li Qingzhuan and asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Qingzhuan calmly replied, "I came to see this person called Long Yun that you mentioned, who dares to compete with me." Meining angrily shouted at Li Qingzhuan, "Watch your words." "Meining, why are you always so cold towards me? I gave up a whole forest of flowers for you. Don't you believe you can turn around and look at me? Li Qingzhuan is really handsome. I have liked you for a long time. He must be looking at me. He looks like he's looking at me. I'm not lying to you." "So this is the guy Meining mentioned. I should also make a move." Long Yun pulled Meining close and said, "So you are the one who always follows my girlfriend around. I warn you to stay away from her in the future or else I will teach you a lesson." Zhongling stood up and spoke firmly. "Meining and Long Yun, when will they become a couple?" Lai King couldn't believe it, smiled and said, "Ha ha. Not bad, but unfortunately, I don't trust Meining. How can she choose you over me when her eyes are not blind?" Meining sternly said, "What if that's the case?" Meining lifted her chin, surprising Long Yun. Li Qingzhuan was shocked. Meining kissed Lei King-juan in front of everyone. Long Yun suddenly reached out his hands. Then, Meining hugged her waist, pulled her closer, and kissed Lei King-juan. This was her taking the initiative. Surprised by Long Yun's actions, Lei King-juan looked up at him with a shocked expression, as if asking what was happening. Then, Long Yun boldly kissed her on the lips. Unexpected situations kept happening, leaving Su Meining unable to predict. She can only blame Long Yun in her mind as, Long Yun is rotten. This was my first kiss. At that moment, everyone witnessed the intimate scene between the two. Such a surprising gesture made those around them start gossiping. He used to embrace Tao Shanshan, and now he's kissing Su Meining? Is Tao Shanshan already being cheated on by Long Yun? How pitiful. Just as they finished speaking, Tao Shanshan appeared with an angry face, startling the person who mentioned her. Tao Shanshan immediately exploded, shouting angrily, "Believe me, I'll sew your mouth shut right now." Under the anger of Tao Shanshan, the pink-haired girl just now jumped straight onto her friend, afraid that Tao Shanshan would be too angry. Another girl stepped forward to apologize to calm her anger down. Feeling unjustly scolded, the pink-haired girl stepped forward, tears streaming down her face, and said in a low voice, "Why are you so angry with me that you go looking for Long Yun?" While the girls were arguing, Lei King-juan stood silently from the beginning without saying anything. Then he suddenly spoke up to ask Long Yun, "Why do I want to get rid of you?" He suddenly shouted with a fearful face, but then his face changed a few seconds later, becoming flushed. Su Meining, as if understanding what was happening to him, immediately turned to speak, her voice filled with concern. Lei King-juan, standing, suddenly leaned forward as if he couldn't stand still, causing everyone to panic. Su Meining frowned and called out Lei King-juan's name to see if he was okay. However, with such strong agitation, his heart was immediately affected, as if it was constricting. Lei King-juan immediately fainted, his whole body falling forward and unconscious, causing everyone to become worried, not knowing what had happened to him. Later, Long Yun ran over to where he was sitting and asked Su Meining how he was doing, threatening others, and then fainting himself. Su Meining saw her friend faint, and she rushed over to explain to Long Yun that Lei King-juan had a congenital heart disease. "I'm really sorry," she said. "I didn't expect him to get so agitated." Tang Meng saw his friend relapse from behind, and he quickly ran forward calling for Xuan urgently. Lei King-juan lay motionless, leaving everyone unsure of what to do. Su Meining then pleaded with Long Yun to quickly help him. Tang Meng also joined in, asking their eldest brother to assist Xuan, as he had been a good friend since childhood. Applause suddenly rang out. Ling Hao walked over, smiling and complimenting the performance. Following behind Ling Hao were a group of strong, heavily tattooed individuals. Not only that, but their faces were as cold as ice, striking fear into anyone who looked at them. As Ling Hao approached Long Yun, he stopped and tightly held his hands, looking at him with a disdainful tone. "I didn't expect you to enjoy the play so much." With Ling Hao's appearance, Tang Meng couldn't help but mutter "Du gang." He then stared at the leader of the group, whispering to Long Yun, "Be careful, that guy was once beaten and not afraid." Behind him is the King Long gang. The King Long gang are all rogues, making a living through violence. Today, it seems we won't have peace. Knowing that the group of people was not easy to talk to, he immediately asked what to do. "This is a school. If we cause trouble, we might get expelled," he said. He looked down at Lei King-juan and decided to continue. "Don't worry, leave this to me." Upon hearing Long Yun say that, Tang Meng, surprised and worried, spoke up. "Big brother, do you want to handle this alone? What about Xuan? His condition can't wait." Seeing Tang Meng panicking, Long Yun grabbed his hand and pushed it aside, saying, "I'm already helping, aren't I? Quickly move away. We can't let our relationship be known to everyone yet, or else how will we handle things later?" Confused by Long Yun's words, Tang Meng turned to him and asked, "What?" He was both puzzled and secretly impressed by how Long Yun always thought of profiting from others' misfortunes, truly living up to the name of a big brother, always thinking of making money off of others' troubles. Although she didn't know how Long Yun would handle the situation, Su Meining decided to trust him. So she pulled Tang Meng away and said, "Let's go, I trust Long Yun." Tang Meng didn't resist and followed her, not bothering Lung Yun anymore. From behind, Tao Shanshan saw the two of them retreating, leaving Lung Yun alone, and she worried for him, calling out, "Lung Yun!" Without hesitation, Tao Shanshan intended to step forward to where Lung Yun was because she did not want to leave him behind. However, as she moved forward, Tang Meng immediately blocked her path and ordered in a commanding tone, "No one is allowed to pass." Frustrated by the obstruction, Tao Shanshan angrily confronted Tang Meng, saying, "How could you leave Lung Yun behind at a time like this?" As the two argued, Lung Yun below pulled out a needle, preparing to save Li Qingjuan. In order to calm Tao Shanshan down, Tang Meng explained, "This is at the request of the boss. I trust him." Hearing Lung Yun's request, Tao Shanshan asked in surprise, "What?" At the same time, seeing both of them stepping back to leave Lung Yun behind, the group started moving around, surrounding Lung Yun and Li Qingzuan, looking ready to fight. Ling Hao, with a confident expression, asked Lung Yun, "Now that you're alone, what are you going to do?" Not afraid to face the aggressive group of people, Lung Yun instead smirked and challenged them, "Come on, try me. Stop talking nonsense, and let's fight together." The group charged forward. Before they could do anything, three of them were thrown forcefully against the wall, one even hitting his head on it. The other two fell to the ground, holding their thighs in pain and groaning. Surprised by his strength, Ling Hao wondered in amazement, "How can you do that without even lifting a finger or moving a muscle?" Everyone around stared in shock at him, some even unable to believe their eyes, asking, "Oh my! What just happened? I couldn't see clearly. Lung Yun didn't even make a move. Could he really have a way to harm without touching?" Everyone was astonished to see the group being thrown around, while he remained calm and focused on treating Li Qingjuan. He slowly pulled out the needle that had just been inserted, thinking that removing this needle would surely wake Li Qingjuan up. After a few seconds, Li Qingjuan slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately thought, "Did my heart disease relapse just now? Who saved me?" He sat up, rubbing his tired forehead. Fully awake, Li Qingjuan turned to look at the people lying scattered on the floor, thinking, "Tang Meng is too useless in finding this King Lam gang. They all got knocked down." Seeing his brothers waking up, he ran over to ask, "Li Qingjuan, are you okay?" Beside him, Su Mining also wanted to explain and said, "Li Qingjuan, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to stimulate you." When Li Qingjuan heard her speak, he immediately grabbed her hand and thanked her hurriedly, "Mining, thank you for saving me. I will repay you for the rest of my life." Su Mining was startled by his misunderstanding and quickly explained, "The one who saved you is Lung Yun." When he heard the name Lung Yun, Li Qingjuan's face stiffened. He couldn't believe it and asked in disbelief, "What?" Before he could think further, Lung Yun stepped forward from behind and asked triumphantly, "How do you plan to repay me?" Li Qingjuan still couldn't accept the truth. He slowly stood up and hesitantly asked in doubt, "How can this be? I don't believe it." No matter what Li Qingjuan thinks, Lung Yun continues to care and reluctantly tells Tang Meng to press him down. He needs to lie down for 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Tang Meng immediately pressed him down and reassured, "Li Qingjuan, don't doubt anymore. It was really Lung Yun who saved you. I saw it with my own eyes." Su Mining also helped press Li Qingjuan down and said, "Don't be chaotic. Listen to Lung Yun." Both were pressed down. Li Qingjuan followed helplessly, but in his heart he felt ashamed and thought, "I was saved by my love rival. Is this a tragedy in the world? How can I face Mining in the future?" While everyone was focused on Lung Yun's location, someone shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Tai Xiaohu suddenly appeared with a fierce face as if ready to fight, causing chaos. Lung Yun immediately asked, "Huh? There's still someone who doesn't wait for me to ask who it is." Tang Meng quickly reminded Lung Yun, "Be careful, this is Tai Xiaohu. He is a strong member of the King Lam gang. Moreover, he is a martial arts prodigy, skilled in all kinds of martial arts." Before finishing the sentence, Tang Meng was pushed aside by Lung Yun forcefully. It seemed like Tang Meng had said something wrong, but suddenly Tai Xiaohu rushed forward. Throwing a punch forward, Lung Yun deliberately pushed Tang Meng away, as if he had anticipated Tai Xiaohu's actions. Lung Yun showed no fear, but instead turned to look at Tai Xiaohu and commented, "Your speed is quite fast, you have some ability." Surprised by Lung Yun's quick wit, Tai Xiaohu responded, "Not bad, you have the right to fight me." Without hesitation, Lung Yun replied, "You're not bad either, unlike those useless people who only know how to bully. I won't fight back next. You just need to attack me with all your strength." As Lung Yun prepared to defend himself, Tao Chanshan, worried, asked him, "Are you crazy?" Enraged, Tai Xiaohu retorted, "Are you looking down on me?" Clearly uninterested in further conversation, Lung Yun provocatively gestured, "How come you were so arrogant earlier, but now you're afraid to fight?" Feeling insulted by Lung Yun's attitude, Tai Xiaohu angrily threw a punch towards Lung Yun, shouting, "You don't regret it." But Lung Yun was not one to be easily bullied. Swiftly dodging the attack, Lung Yun successfully avoided Tai Xiaohu's punch. It was clear to see that Tai Xiaohu had made a mistake. Lung Yun taunted, using the same move twice. Zhang Ling saw Tai Xiaohu, this time just smiling confidently, snorting. He seemed to be underestimating his opponent Lung Yun. At that moment, he prepared to strike the next blow towards Lung Yun, exerting his strength towards his arm, proudly saying, "What about this?" Zhang Ling next to him exclaimed anxiously, "Oh my God!" It seemed like this would be the decisive blow and Lung Yun would have to accept defeat. But he did not fail to surprise others. He successfully dodged Tai Xiaohu's punch effortlessly. Tai Xiaohu showed no signs of backing down, continuously striking while complimenting his opponent. "Nice dodge." He kicked towards Lung Yun, aiming to defeat him quickly. But luckily, Lung Yun reacted in time, leaping into the air to dodge the blow. Tai Xiaohu remained confident, laughing contemptuously before launching another kick straight towards Lung Yun. Unfortunately, what happened next was beyond his expectations. Lung Yun had already caught his attack, using his free hand to block Tai Xiaohu's blow, saying, "Not much of a difference." Lung Yun's unpredictable actions surprised both Tai Xiaohu and others. Tang Meng, with a surprised expression, began to understand. Seeing Lung Yun able to directly block his attacks, turning the tables, and gaining the upper hand, he appeared weak in comparison. Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but silently praise. This kid's foundation is not bad. With just one strike, Lung Yun knocked Tai Xiaohu down. His face changed slightly, but was still full of confidence. This truly made Tai Xiaohu feel he has great potential in cultivating immortality. Lung Yun tightly held Tai Xiaohu's hand, making him unable to resist. His opponent was too weak. None of his moves could even take a strand of his hair. He disdainfully asked, "Are you done yet?" With a powerful blow, Lung Yun used his other hand to throw Tai Xiaohu several meters away. In front of everyone there, he killed two birds with one stone. Du Gang, sitting still, Tai Xiaohu was suddenly hit by Lung Yun and fell unconscious, blood gushing out. With Du Gang as a cushion, his injuries were not severe enough to keep him down. He bravely wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You are indeed strong, but I have not lost yet. Come at me again." Lung Yun was not tired of fighting. He crossed his arms and looked down at Tai Xiaohu, saying, "If you want to continue, I have a condition." When Tai Xiaohu stood up, the two faced each other and he continued, "If I lose the next round, it's up to you how to deal with me. However, if I win against you, I want you to immediately leave the King Long gang and follow me from now on." This statement may be hard to accept, but Tai Xiaohu did not refuse and immediately agreed. "If you can fight until I admit defeat, then I will accept you as my gang leader." Lung Yun confidently revealed his hidden skills, inviting his opponent to make the first move. "Let's get started." Without making him wait long, Tai Xiaohu immediately used all his strength to charge at him. He tightly embraced Lung Yun with both hands, wanting to use this move to knock him down, as if to show off his own abilities. He shouted with all his might, "Kid, play this move with me." Lung Yun was not one to back down, of course. He immediately reacted, and with keen perception, noticed the vulnerability, jumping behind Tai Xiaohu's back. Quickly, Tai Xiaohu escaped from his grasp. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu realized he had made a mistake. The situation was becoming unfavorable, and he thought to himself, "I'm in trouble." Shortly after, Lung Yun delivered a decisive kick towards Tai Xiaohu. Without any defense, he took the full force of Long Yun's kick. After taking the hit from Long Yun, Tai Xiao-hu fell flat on the floor. However, this move was not enough to knock him unconscious. He opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth, and said, "Not good." He never gives up, using all his strength to throw a punch at Long Yun. Long Yun remains calm, his face still cold and unchanged. He calmly dodges the punch, but simply dodging is not enough. He gives him a punch in the face that he couldn't avoid. Without landing a single hit on Long Yun, he receives a full onslaught of punches, 5 times, 7 times, each blow landing squarely on his face, causing him to cry out in pain. He becomes familiar with the floor as he falls down. Long Yun remains unscathed. He stands like a hero, the outcome decided. Long Yun confidently says, "Have you surrendered?" Tai Xiao-hu has lost, but he cannot accept the fact that he has been defeated by a seemingly scholarly boy like Long Yun. He is furious, striking the ground with his hand in anger. He shouts, "I do not surrender." Suddenly, a hand appears from above, grabbing Tai Xiao-hu's collar by surprise. Before he can realize what is happening, Long Yun has lifted him off the ground with just one hand, surprising him and everyone around with his actions. Then, Long Yun throws in with great force, sending Tai Xiao-hu flying. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Tai Xiao-hu was thrown away as fast as a gust of wind passing by them, making everyone startled. This time, the first point of contact when hit by his blow was no longer the floor, but the wall behind. Immediately, a loud thud resounded. This blow must have been very painful. Tai Xiao-hu sat down on the floor, but unlike before, this time his mind was spinning, unconscious. The onlookers were surprised. Someone had to exclaim, "Wow, that's brutal." Zhang Ling and the girls around now dared to ask, "Did he win?" Long Yun did not answer. He thought quietly, "It's too early for now." Thinking to this point, he continued to look towards Lei Qingzhuan's group. There were still matters to be resolved before. Long Yun sat down opposite Lei Qingzhuan and spoke to him. "It's time for me to withdraw." This made Lei Qingzhuan break out in a cold sweat. "You won't lay a hand on me, will you?" Lei Qingzhuan was also very nervous, threatening him verbally, saying he might be in for a lot of pain. This time, Lei Qingzhuan was truly scared. He immediately hugged Xu Mining next to him and kept shouting, "Mining, save me." While he was still waiting for him to finish hugging the beauty and crying, Long Yun had already taken out 3 acupuncture needles. Announcing, "It's done," immediately made the other 2 turn back. Lei Qingzhuan was still puzzled about what was happening. At this moment, Long Yun stood up and said to Lei Qingzhuan sitting on the floor, "You can stand up now." Tang Meng helped Lei Qingzhuan stand up anxiously, asking, "Master, how do you feel?" Lei Qingzhuan was a bit skeptical and replied, "I feel like my whole body is light. It didn't feel like this when Grandpa Chu gave me acupuncture before." After speaking, he suddenly looked towards Xu Mining, afraid that he had said something wrong. Lei Qingzhuan worried that Xu Mining would think too much, so he awkwardly smiled. He immediately said, "Mining, I'm not saying that Grandpa Chu is not good. I will definitely still seek treatment from Grandpa Xui in the future." Xu Mining was not concerned whether Lei Qingzhuan would come to her grandfather for treatment or not. She said to Lei Qingzhuan, "You don't need to find my grandfather anymore, because your heart disease has been cured by Long Yun." Upon hearing this, Lei Qingzhuan suddenly stopped. Memories from the past, when he was treated by Xu Mining, flashed in his mind. Lei Qingzhuan thought to himself, "She doesn't understand. My heart disease clearly has no cure. Even divine intervention cannot save me." He then remembered the scenes of rolling around with his brothers, knowing that he couldn't handle excitement, vigorous activity, or fighting without getting hurt. That day, Tang Meng even said, "Swine, you stay away a bit. Let me handle the fighting." Yet now, Teep Maining claimed that Long Yun had cured his heart disease. He waited for a while, lost in his thoughts. "I thought my life would just pass by like this, but now, Mining says that Long Yun has cured me. How can something so unbelievable happen?" Of course, Lei Qingzhuan couldn't believe it right away. Immediately after, he suddenly grabbed Long Yun's hand as if pleading. "Long Yun, I have something to ask you," he said, surprising Long Yun. "What is it?" Long Yun asked, confused. "I want you to hit me hard." Lei Qingzhuan's request was truly unexpected. Are you sure you want me to do that? Long Yun asked, still unsure. Yes, please, Lai King Zhuan insisted. With that, his hand had already clenched into a fist before Long Yun could confirm his request. Are you sure this is what you want? Lai King Zhuan confirmed. Of course, let's do it. Long Yun agreed. A loud pop sounded as Long Yun calmly punched Li King Zhuan in the face. He was indeed a bit lenient with Lai King Zhuan, who was eager to fulfill his request. Just one punch from Long Yun was enough to send him flying a few meters, his face swollen. Seeing this, Tang Meng quickly ran to his boss lying on the floor, calling out to him. At that moment, Lai King Zhuan, with his face swollen from the punch, lay still on the ground. It was unclear whether he was in pain or touched by Long Yun's medical skills. He said, "My heart truly feels nothing." After being treated by Long Yun, his heart had truly become healthy like never before. Initially, Lai King Zhuan did not believe that Long Yun could be so skilled. Now, he truly believed. Tang Meng, relieved, happily said, "Long Yun, Lai King Zhuan, I owe you a life." Even Tang Meng was surprised to hear this, rubbing his head and thinking, so the boss was telling the truth. He can even cure congenital heart disease. I never expected Long Yun to be so talented. Lai King Zhuan was extremely happy and thought to himself, "We are about to become rich." Tao Shanshan, seeing the situation unfold, felt a bit regretful. She pondered deeply, realizing that she could not only easily control Tai Xiaohu, but also cure Li King Zhuan's heart disease. She looked at Long Yun's figure and thought, Long Yun must have received help and teachings from those mysterious clans. He was now completely healthy, and his future prospects were limitless. Tao Shanshan suddenly realized that she had underestimated Long Yun before. She fell into deep thought, thinking to herself, I was wrong to judge him. How foolish of me. Unable to stand firm after her thoughts, Tao Shanshan began to falter. Zhang Ling quickly supported her and exclaimed, San, are you okay? Tai Xiaohu, who had been unconscious earlier, was now awake and refused to stay still. Long Yun, with the demeanor of a victor, approached and asked, Have you surrendered? Tai Xiaohu, still arrogant, wiped his wounds with his hand and defiantly replied, Dream on if you think I'll surrender. Long Yun's face darkened at the response. This time, he was determined to make Tai Xiaohu submit. He did not hesitate to challenge Tai Xiaohu. If you are not convinced, let's continue fighting. In this round of fighting, he did not hold back against Tai Xiaohu anymore, directly raising his fist and punching him in the stomach with a strong blow. He did not defend himself, continuing to be hit by his punches. Despite being hit by so many punches, Tai Xiaohu still refused to give up. He yelled in anger, I do not surrender. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, and then the 4th punch, he was beaten to a pulp, and could not do anything. But every time he was hit like that, he shouted 2 words, I do not surrender. Indeed, it must be said that he was a stubborn person. Although Long Yun and Tai Xiaohu were fighting, in the current situation, Tai Xiaohu, who was tall and strong, was now full of injuries, unable to get up from the floor. Facing him was Long Yun, who was unmatched in size and appearance. After several clashes, there was a scratch on his face, but Long Yun still stood tall and proud. Looking down at Tai Xiaohu from above, he asked with a questioning tone, You still have not admitted defeat. I am getting tired from all the fighting. Suddenly, he sat down next to Tai Xiaohu, smiling and saying with an excited look, Now let's play an even more exciting game. Long Yun lifted Tai Xiaohu up with one hand, causing him to panic, and asked loudly, What are you trying to do? Immediately, a boy replied, You will soon find out. He walked over and opened the window next to him, predicting that he would jump straight out the window and let Tai Xiaohu fall freely below. Fate Mating saw this, and immediately called out loudly to Long Yun. Long Yun was not an ordinary person. He could easily land safely, but he jokingly asked, Having fun. Tai Xiaohu was almost scared to death by him, and angrily cursed, You're crazy. Long Yun asked again, Do you surrender? Although Tai Xiaohu was now scared to the point of tears, he still bravely replied, I won't surrender even if you kill me. Not done with the torment, Long Yun said, Let's go for a run. Tai Xiaohu panicked and shouted, What? Lai King Zhuan could now grasp reality and approached Su Mining. asking, "Maining, what does your boyfriend want to do?" Shu Maining, watching from the window, replied, "I don't know either." As for Long Yun and Tai Xiaohu, he actually took him to the stadium and ran at full speed. Everyone watching stopped to see the spectacle. Tai Xiaohu, seeing Long Yun actually running, shouted in confusion, "Long Yun, what do you want to do?" But Long Yun simply replied, "I want to defeat you." Tai Xiaohu called for my surrender, and I truly surrender. My master and I fought, and he let me go. Long Yun tightly grasped a handful of needles and said it was too late. He then ran towards Tai Xiaohu and threw the needles at his back. Tai Xiaohu cried out in pain. He was furious, his mouth foaming, saying, "This time I will surely be crippled." Long Yun arrogantly looked towards Ta Cam, thinking to himself, "Your martial arts have all been crippled." Tai Xiaohu screamed in agony. Long Yun then jumped up and struck the large Tai Xiaohu who was in pain. Long Yun thought, "I will use my own spiritual key to help cleanse your marrow." With a triumphant look, he continued, "From now on, you will no longer be the ordinary Tai Xiaohu." Suddenly, Long Yun lifted Tai Xiaohu with one hand. Tai Xiaohu, terrified, asked, "What are you going to do, master?" Long Yun then threw him far away. Tai Xiaohu screamed in fear as he was thrown into a basketball hoop, knocking it down. Long Yun turned around, raised his hand, and said, "Rest up, then find your own way down." Meanwhile, in another room, 3 injured men groaned in pain. Long Yun approached and said, "Wake up." The nearest man turned towards him in fear. Long Yun continued, "Let's now consider the consequences." The leader nearby turned back and shouted, "Calculate." I didn't understand what he was saying. Then Chang Jai nervously reached into his pocket. "Quickly give him the money, or else we won't be able to leave." Beside him was a lackey helping him up. The lackey beside him said, "But we're the ones who got beaten. Why should we pay him? Isn't this a scam?" Long Yun chuckled. "Oh, what are you saying?" The 2 big guys in front of Long Yun shouted in fear. Then the lackey took out his phone and said, "Please give us your QR code. I will transfer the money to you immediately." Long Yun happily handed over his phone with the QR code of his bank account. Suddenly, more people appeared around, all of them shouting, "We're ready." Then a series of notifications appeared. Lai transferred 8,000 yuan to you. Zhang transferred 3,000 yuan to you. Wu transferred 5,000 yuan to you. Tu transferred 12,000 yuan to you. Long Yun, with a satisfied expression, said, "Not bad, you all are obediently admitting your mistakes. I will overlook today's matter. Go back to your boss, both of you." The group stood staring. Long Yun said. Long Yun continued, "Firstly, I will personally go find him later to negotiate proper compensation. Secondly, Tai Xiaohu will follow me in the future. He and all of you from King Long Bang will have no relationship." Then the group of leaders all looked towards Chang Jai. They were angry and accused him of teasing the person, causing them great harm. They said he was just a normal student who would do such a thing. This was the first time our King Long gang suffered such a big loss. Chang Jai sat on the ground, his eyes filled with tears as he thought. But back then, Long Yun wasn't as powerful as this. At that moment, the sound of police cars could be heard outside the classroom. Tao Shanshan and Zhang Ling stood near a window. Zhang Ling exclaimed, "It's not good, even the police are here." A girl stepped out of the car. Zhang Ling exclaimed in surprise, "It's her," as a beautiful purple-haired policewoman appeared before them. Zhang Ling continued, saying she was the first beautiful policewoman to come looking for Long Yun. The purple-haired policewoman stood with another female officer in the room. In front of the 2 of them stood Ao Go Lang, who said, "Mr. Cha said the city needed to handle a big case, so he mobilized an extremely powerful female officer from the province." Tang Meng stood outside the window of the room, his eyes full of longing as he exclaimed, "Could it be her?" Suddenly, Lai King Zhuan stood beside him and exclaimed how beautiful she was, causing Tang Meng to turn and look at him. Long Yun touched Lai King Zhuan's shoulder, causing him to startle. Then Long Yun said, "Hey, why are you so jumpy?" Then Long Yun sternly said to Lai King Zhuan, "I saved your life, should you not invite me to a meal?" Lai King Zhuan scratched his head and replied, "Of course." Suddenly, Ning Lingyu ran over calling, "Big brother, She arrived at the door of the room and asked, "Are you okay?" Long Yun replied, "What could be wrong with me? Go get your brother, and let's have a big feast." He then announced to everyone in the room, "As the host today, I invite you all to Zhanyuanlu with me." Lai King Zhuan turned to Tang Meng and said, "Long Yun will not be the host, I invite everyone." Tang Meng responded, "Well, well, Swan, I think he has this intention." Lai King Zhuan was shocked. Meanwhile, at the basketball court, Tai Xiaohu lay back on the basketball pole, exclaiming, "It's amazing, my body is even stronger than the basketball do." Tang Meng remarked to Tai Xiaohu, "Hey, Tai Xiaohu, your pose is very unique." Tai Xiaohu was surprised. Then Tang Meng turned and said, "Oh, it seems the boss doesn't want to invite you to dinner anymore." Tai Xiaohu angrily asked, "Did Long Yun tell you to come get me?" Tang Meng crossed his arms and turned slightly, with a questioning look on his face. "Can I still deceive you?" Suddenly, Tai Xiaohu grabbed the basketball hoop, firmly gripping it with both hands, maintaining balance and frightening Tang Meng. Then he jumped down strongly. Tang Meng was startled and fell to the ground. Tai Xiaohu cheerfully called out, "Let's go." Tang Meng was grabbed by him. Then he hesitated and thought, "How come I feel like Tai Xiaohu is even more powerful after being beaten by the boss?" At the same time, Long Yun and everyone were walking together when suddenly a female police officer with purple hair said, "Long Yun, stop." Behind her were two other female police officers. Long Yun calmly asked, "What's going on?" Ning Lingyu looked at him worriedly, and the female police officer continued, "Today there is a request for you to cooperate in the investigation. Please come back to the station with us." Long Yun sarcastically replied, "I'm not going." Everyone knew that trouble was not his thing. The female police officer with purple hair took Long Yun's hand, then she solemnly said, "We're not here to arrest you, just inviting you to cooperate in the investigation. After giving a statement, you will be released." Long Yun's friends were worried. The female police officer was concerned. Long Yun confidently asked, "Just to give a statement, right?" He stepped forward, getting close to her face. The female police officer with purple hair said, "Come with me to Zhanyuanlu." Then he hugged her and said, "Let's eat and give a statement at the same time." At Zhanyuanlu, there were delicious dishes on the table. Someone said, "I didn't expect that I could come to Zhanyuanlu for a meal." Lai King Zhuan exclaimed, "All thanks to Long Yun." His friend also said, "That's right. Who would have thought that the fat guy from before would be so powerful now?" They even thought that even the powerful figures from King Shui High School were surrounding him. Meanwhile, the purple-haired policewoman was sitting on Long Yun's lap, shouting, "Let me go." Long Yun panicked and said, "Even if I try to be a good person, I still can't do it. I'm afraid you'll fall." At the same time, at another table, Tai Xiaohu, also known as King Long Ogui, and Tang Meng, also known as King Shui Evil, greeted Lin the policewoman. Tai Xiaohu was staring hungrily at the delicious food on the table. Zhang Ling, Shanshan's best friend, thought to herself, "I'm sitting next to Lei King Zhuan again." Sitting next to her was Lei King Zhuan, also known as the most handsome King Shui. Suddenly, Ning Lingyu called out, "Maining, come sit next to me." Ning Lingyu, who was beautiful and extremely strong, Maining walked over and sat down with everyone, saying, "Consider yourself lucky." Tao Shanshan turned to Maining and asked, "When did you get to know Long Yun?" Maining pursed her lips uncomfortably. Maining continued, "It was the day he ran with a bag of sand." Tao Shanshan asked, "That was just a few days ago. How did you all progress so quickly?" Maining immediately thought, "Inappropriate. Could it be that Tao Shanshan also has intentions towards Long Yun?" The radar of love rivalry sparked between Tao Shanshan and Maining. Maining leaned in close to Tao Shanshan, speaking in a mocking tone. "This is a secret between me and Long Yun. You can't know." Tao Shanshan replied, "Is that so? Then you should pay attention to Long Yun. He even approached that police officer earlier." She smiled thoughtfully. "Sorry, Maining. I have thought carefully. I must have Long Yun." On the other side, Maining was not to be outdone. "I'm not afraid of you. Long Yun is mine." Suddenly, Long Yun handed food to the policewoman, saying, "Sister, eat more. I'll give you a gift after you finish eating." The other side responded, "Really? Thank you, brother." The policewoman then asked Tai Xiaohu, "Why were you hanging on the basket? Was it because of Long Yun?" Tai Xiaohu stiffened, then continued, "Right now, the police are asking questions. I hope you will answer truthfully." Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng looked at each other. The policewoman and Long Yun looked at them. Long Yun signaled, then coughed. Tai Xiaohu said, "I felt cool up there, so I crawled up like that. Can I, officer?" The policewoman pointed at Tai Xiaohu's face, saying, "Just as simple as that." Tai Xiaohu, with food in his mouth, replied, "Of course." She crossed her arms and said, "Go away, if you have said so, then we have no more business." Tang Meng shrugged. Tai Xiaohu said, "Brother, you are not bad. The boss just scolded you like that, and you were still willing to help him talk." Tai Xiaohu frowned and said, "I am not as strong. I admit defeat." Tang Meng turned to Tai Xiaohu and continued, "So in the future, you should follow the boss. You don't have to worry about King Long seeking revenge." Tai Xiaohu said while eating, "With Boss Long Yun, King Long is not a match." Tang Meng prodded further, "You used to be the one who continued King Long's legacy. Do you not regret it?" Tai Xiaohu said, "It's better to follow Boss Long Yun in the future." Lai King Xuan thought, to make someone as stubborn as Tai Xiaohu willingly follow Boss Long Yun, he must not be an ordinary person. He continued to think, "I must repay him well, help me cure my heart disease, and conveniently establish a relationship with him." Meanwhile, Long Yun was drinking water from a bowl, looking at King Xuan, thinking, "Why does this Li King Xuan always look at me? Does he not want to invite guests?" Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, saying, "How could there be lightning? The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today." Long Yun was startled. He thought, "No, this is outside." Dark clouds were gathering, and the sound of lightning shook everything. People on the streets suddenly startled, exclaiming, "Why is it like this?" The sky suddenly darkened and thunder roared. Long Yun stood by the window, deep in thought. Suddenly, Tang Meng approached Long Yun and shouted, "Oh my God! Why is the sky so dark? Could it be the end of the world?" At the same time, a light suddenly appeared on the lamppost on the upper floor, causing everyone there to feel extremely confused and worried. They cried out, "What is happening? We are scared. Nothing bad will happen. We want to go home." Long Yun turned around, his face tense, and raised his hand, saying, "Tao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, go and tell your classmates not to panic." Tao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were terrified. Long Yun continued, "Just keep doing what you need to do. Things will quickly return to normal outside." He then said, "Ling Yu, Tai Xiaohu, the two of you come with me." Long Yun sternly said, "I will take you to increase your knowledge." Suddenly, Tang Meng hugged Long Yun's legs and cried, "Boss, don't leave me behind. I want to go too. I am your true brother." Su Mining pointed at Long Yun and scolded, "Do you want to leave your girlfriend behind in this place?" Tang Meng was hit on the head by Long Yun, who then raised his hand at his chin, pondering, and asked, "Which is the highest mountain in Kingshu City?" Tang Meng happily replied, "Lung Ban Shan. Its peak has a building, facing the city of King Shui." Long Yun asked, "Can the car drive up there?" Tang Meng looked at him and replied, "The car can only go up to the foot of the mountain." Long Yun said, "I will take Maining and two others up the mountain. You drive to the location. You can see the entire city of King Shu, the higher the better," he urged, shouting, "There's no time left. Let's go immediately." Long Yun, Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yu, and Texu Mining went together. Long Yun said to Lung Ban Shan, "Even if you have to crawl, you must crawl to the top of the mountain. As long as you can make it, you can follow me later, understand?" Tai Xiaohu exclaimed, "Got it, I will definitely make it up there." Then, Long Yun hugged Ling Yu and Texu Mining and said, "The next part will be a bit thrilling. Both of you hold on to me tightly." Then he started saying, 3, 2. He and the two girls suddenly leaped into the air. He continued, 1, and Mining and Ling Yu shouted loudly, "A." Su Mining involuntarily thought, "Why does Long Yun always want to bring my sister along wherever he goes?" While Ling Yu thought, "It would be better if it were just me and my brother." As for Long Yun, he thought, "I must quickly ascend. This is the opportunity for celestial cultivation." Thunder roared. All three of them soared like the wind at Lung Banshan. All three of them descended. They stomped the ground. Long Yun shouted, "It's here," and continued, "Quick, look over there." The two girls exclaimed in surprise, "Wow," when they saw in front of them a huge and powerful dragon spout, thundering incessantly, with strong winds blowing as all three of them looked at it. Long Yun exclaimed, "It is," as all three stood staring at the giant dragon spout. After Long Yun, along with Ling Yu and Xie Manning, climbed to the top of Mount Lung Banshan, the highest mountain in Qingshu City, they encountered the dragon spout. This surprised Ling Yu and Xie Manning greatly. Xie Manning blinked in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's a dragon spout." Ling Yu was equally surprised, looking at the dragon spout growing larger and larger, accompanied by thunder and lightning all around. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the first time I've seen such a scene." After seeing the surprise of Ling Yu and Xie Manning, Long Yun affirmed and explained to them, "The dragon spout may be a natural phenomenon. The dragon spout is mainly water vapor. We see a column of water vapor rising because the water vapor inside the low-pressure vortex. The water spraying at the base of the water column is the water spray formed when the dragon spout hits the surface of a lake or the Atlantic Ocean. The dragon spout is getting larger, thunder booming all around. This dragon spout is quite unusual." Long Yun noticed that and thought, being so large, it confirms the evil dragon's demonic influence. The powerful whirlwind swept through a region in the mountains of Lung Banshan. The water vortex of the whirlwind extended to where the three of them were standing. They stood there, the sound of the whirlwind roaring loudly. Suddenly, from the whirlwind emerged the shadow of a white dragon, its eyes glowing red against the sky. The silhouette resembled an angry dragon from the west. The thunderous noise reverberated through the land. Upon seeing the dragon's shadow, Long Yun thought the evil dragon had appeared, and he hurriedly rushed to the whirlwind, exclaiming happily, "It's here." Suddenly, the whirlwind spiraled into a circle, and the dragon's shadow disappeared into thin air. The whirlwind then floated in the sky before disappearing into the heavens with a loud thunderclap. Seeing the whirlwind vanish, Long Yun and the two girls were surprised. Long Yun thought, "I clearly saw the dragon's shadow just now. But now the sky no longer shows any sign of the whirlwind, only the sound of thunder echoing in the damp mountain air of Lung Banshan." Unexpectedly, a strong gust of wind swept in, causing leaves to roll and float in the air. This sudden gust of wind caught the three of them off guard, making them unsteady on their feet. Xie Manning exclaimed in fear, "How did this strong wind suddenly arise?" Long Yun thought, "This is not an ordinary gust of wind. It is very different from the ones we've experienced before." Next to a feather pen, Long Yun suddenly emitted a surprising beam of light. The feather pen in Long Yun's hand trembled. Emitting a strange light, Long Yun tightly grasped the pen, smiling sarcastically, "You can feel it too." Ling Yu and Xie Manning were surprised by a sudden sound. Suddenly, Long Yun's body emitted a strange light, which made Ling Yu and Xie Manning widen their eyes. The light surrounded Long Yun, forming a circle that absorbed into Long Yun's body. Long Yun thought that he could use the long spiritual key once again to help himself sever sinews and extract marrow, completely transforming his body. The long spiritual key was too strong, causing Long Yun to cough up blood. Suddenly, the feather pen emitted a bright light, absorbing all the surrounding long spiritual ki. Long Yun thought, "Luckily, I have this feather pen to help me absorb the long spiritual ki." Blood continued to flow from Long Yun's mouth. Long Yun looked at the feather pen, thinking, "Fortunately, there is a feather pen like this, absorbing such a huge spiritual ki, simultaneously entering his body. I will definitely die from this." After his body absorbed the long spiritual ki better, Long Yun looked at Ling Yu, who was surrounded by light, seemingly absorbing spiritual ki. The spiritual ki seemed to be absorbed into Ling Yu's body. Long Yun thought, Tiansheng Lingti is indeed powerful in absorbing a lot of long ki without any problems. This type of body, he just needed to start cultivating immediately and progressed very quickly. Long Yun focused all his energy on absorbing all the spiritual ki here. But because of the fast cultivation speed, the danger became even greater. Determined, Long Yun thought, "Ling Yu, wait for me a little bit. Wait until I cultivate to the point where I can completely protect you. I will then pass on the cultivation method to you. After absorbing all the spiritual Kai, the sky stopped, the wind, the fierce winds, and dragon's breath all disappeared. Then, Shu Mining, tired, leaned against a large tree to stand up. Shu Mining said with a frightened voice, "Finally stopped, I almost thought I was blown away." Shu Mining turned to look at Long Yun, worried when she saw him sitting with his head down, looking very tired. She anxiously asked, "Long Yun, are you okay?" Suddenly, Shu Mining widened her eyes and gasped when she saw Long Yun's face as he looked up. Ling Yu covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Brother, your face." Long Yun asked in surprise and suspicion, "What's wrong with my face?" Ling Yu stood up, pointed at Long Yun's face, and said with a smile, "Brother, you've lost weight. You don't look the same as before." Long Yun looked at Ling Yu in confusion, not understanding what had happened. After hearing Ling Yu's words, Long Yun looked back at his body, raising his hands in surprise at the changes. His hand was thinner, even though he didn't feel any changes in his body earlier. Long Yun raised his eyebrows, eyes widening in surprise, realizing the reason behind this. He thought to himself, what could be so surprising that made Ling Yu and Shu Mining stop in their tracks like that? Long Yun chuckled, releasing a stream of spiritual Kai that he had absorbed. He thought, if Long's spiritual Ki can help regenerate my body, then losing a few extra pounds is just a matter of moments. Although he was excited about absorbing this source of spiritual Kai, Long Yun looked at Shu Mining and Ling Yu, who were still in shock, and thought that he couldn't mention this for now. He had to come up with another explanation for them. Long Yun scratched his head, teasingly looking at the two of them hesitantly, saying, "I also don't know why this happened. Maybe it's because..." Suddenly, Shu Mining blushed and jumped to hug Long Yun. Long Yun blushed, surprised and stiff. Even though Shu Mining held on to him tightly, Shu Mining let go, dropping Long Yun to the ground. Ling Yu stood beside them, covering her mouth, glancing at them. Shu Mining stopped, blushing shyly, softly saying, "That's not important. What's important is that my boyfriend is very handsome now." Long Yun was speechless, responding with a sigh, truly a loss for words with this girl. Shu Mining stopped, sitting up, and Long Yun blushed, saying, "Long Yun, I want to." Long Yun sweated profusely, remaining silent, unable to speak. Feeling the atmosphere too dark, Ling Yu broke the silence and turned to Shu Mining, asking, "Shu Mining, what do you want to do?" Shu Mining still staring at Long Yun, while Long Yun was in shock and confusion, blushing and excited. Shu Mining replied to Ling Yu, "What if I kiss my boyfriend?" Ling Yu closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and shouted, "But you haven't asked for your boyfriend's opinion. Maybe he doesn't want it." Shu Mining lifted Long Yun's chin with her finger, leaned in close to his face, and asked, "So, Long Yun, do you agree or not?" Shu Mining eagerly awaited Long Yun's response. Shu Mining leaned in to kiss Long Yun, terrified. Long Yun quickly put his hand between their lips. Ling Yu stood beside them and shouted, "Brother." Sweating and frightened, Long Yun hesitated and stammered, I. He thought, how do I answer this? Meanwhile, Shu Mining was excited and hopeful. Suddenly, a hesitant voice echoed in the awkward atmosphere, Long Yun. All three turned to look. Tai Xiao Hu suddenly appeared from behind the bushes. When Long Yun saw Tai Xiao Hu, he thought, my savior has arrived. Surprisingly, Long Yun broke free from Shu Mining's embrace and hugged Tai Xiao Hu, patting his stomach. Tai Xiao Hu cheerfully said, "Success. No problem," and added, "Let's roll together." Tai Xiao Hu suddenly coughed up blood when Long Yun punched him in the stomach. So strong. Tai Xiao Hu looked back at Long Yun, his eyes widening in surprise. "You are Long Yun." Long Yun pointed to the sky and explained, "Don't pay attention to me. If you delay a little longer, everything will end. Look up at the sky quickly." Tai Xiao Hu replied in confusion. "What?" A large dragon spout appeared, surrounded by thunder, looking truly terrifying. Tai Xiao Hu stood in shock. Tai Xiao Hu asked in amazement, "Is the water being sucked into the sky? Is it because of the gods?" The four people stood motionless, looking tiny next to the swirling winds. Shu Mining glanced up at Tai Xiao Hu and replied, "Just by looking at you, I can tell you don't usually go to school. This is a natural phenomenon. The water is being swept up into the sky by the winds." Long Yun said, So where is the water being swept to? Why isn't it falling back down? Long Yun continued. A dragon's spout is massive, as this cannot evaporate all water in an instant. Suddenly, the dragon's spout disappeared. Sim Manning exclaimed, "Huh, how did it suddenly disappear? It shouldn't be like that." Ling Yu shouted, "Brother, do you have something to tell us?" Long Yun looked up at the sky solemnly and replied to Ling Yu, "I just want to let you all know, there are still many things in this world that science cannot explain." Long Yun continued, "There are some mysterious forces we have never seen before, but they do not represent their existence." Ning Lingyu covered her mouth with one hand and pointed in another direction. She asked, "So, is your big transformation due to contact with those mysterious forces?" In front of Long Yun's gaze, he replied, "Not much different." In Long Yun's heart, he silently praised, "Indeed, my little sister is still clever. She understands with just a few words." Approaching a rocky wall, Long Yun continued to think to himself, "Bringing them to see the tornado today is to gradually enlighten them with this principle, so that in the future—" Before he could finish his thoughts, Su Mining suddenly ran up from behind and hugged Long Yun. "So Long Yun is so powerful, wherever you go in the future, Mining will follow." This action surprised Long Yun, who blurted out, "Ha!" Ning Lingyu also ran up to stop Mining. "Su Mining, you're like this again." After regaining his composure, Long Yun turned to look at Mining and thought to himself, "Just worried about causing trouble and forgetting about her." After finishing his thoughts, Long Yun decisively pushed Su Mining towards Ning Lingyu. He said, "Mining, I want to go save someone next. You and Lingyu go back to school first." His words surprised both Ning Lingyu and Su Mining, who exclaimed in unison, "Save someone." That's right, saving someone is also considered repaying kindness. As he spoke, a pen appeared in his hand. He thought to himself, "Finally, without this pen, I might have been in trouble." Suddenly Tai Xiao Hu appeared, rubbing his chin and saying, "Why is it like this? The water in the sky is no longer there." As he spoke, he looked down towards the cliff. Suddenly Long Yun swiftly put his arm around Tai Xiao Hu and said, "Tai Xiao Hu doesn't need to worry. Let's start the race down the mountain now. If you lose, you will bear the consequences yourself." After saying this, Long Yun ran down the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Tai Xiao Hu called out, "Boss, wait for me. I can't just start like this." After speaking, he also followed Long Yun lightly. As for Xiao Mining and Ning Lingyu, they could only call out Long Yun. At this point, only the two of them stood together. They looked at each other with thunderous eyes. "If it weren't for you, this time I could have been with Long Yun." After thinking, they both snorted and turned away without looking at each other. At the same time, Long Yun and Tai Xiao Hu had both run down the mountain. Long Yun leaned on his hand and looked straight at Tai Xiao Hu, who was gasping for breath, lying on the ground, saying, "You're not bad to be able to keep up with me." He sat down, chin in hand, eyes never leaving. In Tai Xiao Hu's heart, he thought, "Although I deliberately slowed down, I am still, as usual, faster than normal people by 10 times. Tai Xiao Hu was sweating profusely and said, "If the boss has anything to check, just come directly. No need to worry about me getting hurt." Upon hearing this, Long Yun immediately put his hand on Tai Xiao Hu's shoulder and asked, "Are you hurt? Where are you injured?" Suddenly, Tai Xiao Hu stood up with a suspicious look and looked at his hands. He exclaimed, "Why is that? I fell when climbing the mountain before. Why am I not hurt now?" Tai Xiao Hu thought to himself, recalling the image of himself falling headfirst into the bushes on the mountain. His face showed joy. He continued to think, "Not only is Long Yun full of strength, but the boss told me to climb the mountain. He is training me." Suddenly, Xiao Hu hugged Long Yun and thanked him. "Thank you very much." Long Yun also said, "Get ready. Your days of suffering are just beginning." Not long after, in a hospital, Chuan Yang was unconscious lying on the hospital bed breathing oxygen. The doctor diagnosed the condition as untreatable, and the patient may not be able to endure much longer. Liu Lai cried after hearing this, saying, "Please don't give up on my husband. Please save him." The nurse tried to console Liu Lai. "I'm sorry. We have done our best." Suddenly, Long Yun walked in and said, "Let me try." Hearing the familiar voice, Liu Lai immediately turned around and asked, You are. Then Liu Lai went to where Lung Yun was. He remained calm. Meeting you again, Sister Liu Li. Lung Yun gently placed his hand to check Xuanyang's pulse. He smiled lightly and said, "There is no problem that cannot be solved." Upon hearing this, Liu Lai immediately became happy. "That's great." Lung Yun prepared his tools and said, "Everyone please go outside, he will recover quickly." Seeing Lung Yun take out a long needle, Diao Chan looked surprised and shouted, "Wait, what are you going to do with the patient?" As she spoke, Diao Chan walked towards Lung Yun. He chuckled lightly and said, "Of course, I'm going to treat him and save him." Seeing Diao Chan about to cause trouble, Liu Lai quickly stopped her. "Nurse, he is a skilled doctor. He can really cure my husband." Tai Xiao Hu behind them spoke up. "That's right, boss. Not everyone will save you and still be hindered." Diao Chan ignored these words and said, "Now you're saying, Sister Liu Lai, I understand your feelings, but there are no miracles in this world. Don't be deceived." Lung Yun heard this without getting angry. He even chuckled inwardly, thinking, "So she sees me as a scammer. This little girl, this time I will give her some more knowledge." As he thought, he looked closely at the long needle in his hand. Diao Chan and Liu Lai both looked into the distance. Suddenly, Lung Yun turned to look at the name tag pinned on Diao Chan's chest, causing her to misunderstand. She covered her chest with her hand, shouting at him. Ignoring Diao Chan's words, Lung Yun smirked and said, "Diao Chan, right? If you think I'm a fraud, then stay here." After speaking, he turned to Tai Xiao Hu and said, "Tai Xiao Hu, take Liu Lai outside to wait." Following Lung Yun's order, Tai Xiao Hu obeyed. "Yes, boss." After the two left the room, Diao Chan seemed surprised. Suddenly, Lung Yun stood up and approached Diao Chan, startling her. I warn you, this is a hospital. If you dare to come any closer, I'll call security." Ignoring her, Lung Yun gently covered her mouth, making her only able to say, He reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll just give him a few stitches." As they backed away, Diao Chan's feet hit the chair. Lung Yun pressed her shoulder and sat her down on the chair, continuing, "His relatives have also agreed. I guarantee there won't be any issues. If there are any problems, you can freely report to the police." While speaking, he removed his hand from Diao Chan. Before returning to his place, Lung Yun once again reassured her, "Don't worry," adding another time. Adjusting his collar, he continued, "I am not a fraud. The illness of Liu Lai was cured by me before." After saying that, he pointed to himself. Hearing this, Diao Chan's face showed surprise and a hint of doubt. "What?" After about 20 minutes, Xuanyang gradually woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and shortly after, Xuanyang sat up and asked, "Where am I?" Liu Li joyfully shed tears when sitting beside Xuanyang. Her husband finally woke up. Xuanyang also spoke up, "I am truly sorry for letting you suffer." Diao Chan, on the other hand, did not take her eyes off Lung Yun. She thought to herself, the doctor clearly determined that Lai Yun Chu's condition was critical. How could he wake up? Her gaze remained fixed on Lung Yun, continuing to think, "Moreover, he has the strength to sit up and talk to others. Am I dreaming?" Liu Lai placed her hand on Xuanyang's shoulder and said, "Lung Yun, thank you for saving my husband." Xuanyang also followed his wife's words. "We will quickly repay you for the medical expenses." Lung Yun, with a happy expression, said, "Money is not necessary. I have earned quite a bit in the past 2 days, around a few dozen." As he spoke, Lung Yun stroked his chin proudly. Unexpectedly, someone from behind asked, "Earning a few dozen in 2 days. What did he do to deserve that?" Tai Xiao Hu also spoke up, "Humph, our leader is definitely not an ordinary person." At that moment, Liu Lai immediately spoke in place of Lung Yun. "Lung Yun, your ability to make money is your strength, but we must definitely return this money." Suddenly, Liu Li's phone received a notification, and she quickly picked it up to check. After seeing the message, Liu Li's eyes widened in surprise. "This is, your bank account just received 30,000. Lung Yun answered the phone, "Sister Liu Lai, this 30,000 is for you to use to take care of your husband's health." Diao Chan also looked surprised after hearing this, thinking to herself, "What 30,000 is meant for that?" Tai Xiao Hu immediately walked over from behind and said, "Leader, this is the money you worked hard to earn. Lung Yun replied, with his right hand on his hip and his left hand stroking his hair. Money is just an external thing. Posing on the outside, but feeling satisfied inside. You all don't understand. Compared to that pen, this money is not worth mentioning. Liu Lai still refused, continuously tapping on her phone, wanting to return the money to him. No. You have helped our family too much. We absolutely cannot accept this money. Seeing this, Lung Yun held Liu Li's arm and said, Sister Liu Lai, even though your husband has recovered from his illness, he still looks pale and weak. If we don't take care of his health in time, he won't be able to bear it. Therefore, she immediately took 30,000 to help him recover. After hearing Lung Yun's words, both the Xuanyang and Liu Lai fell silent, not knowing what to say. As he returned the phone to Liu Lai, he said, Please take it. Xuanyang looked at Lung Yun and said, Such a great kindness, we really can't accept it. Lung Yun smiled at Xuanyang and said, It's nothing. You will get used to it. After speaking, he left towards the door. I'll go first. We'll have a chance to meet again. With Lung Yun's farewell, the door closed. At the same time, Liu Lai hugged her husband Xuanyang, crying, The kindness of Lung Yun to our family. Even if we use our whole lives, we can't repay it. Her husband also hugged her to comfort her. Seeing them hugging each other, Dio Chan also sighed in her heart. Just leave like that. I'm still here. Outside the sick room, Tai Xiao Hu spoke up. Boss, you handled it beautifully just now. Lung Yun replied to Tai Xiao Hu, I also feel that way. Suddenly, Dio Chan appeared behind them and called out loudly, Lung Yun, causing both of them to startle. Stop for me. After regaining their composure, Lung Yun turned back. Surprisingly, Dio Chan pushed Lung Yun against the wall. Seeing the surprised expression on Tai Xiao Hu and Lung Yun's faces, Tai Xiao Hu immediately asked, Hey, what are you doing? Lung Yun replied with a shy face, Sir Dio, I have already helped the patient recover. What else do you want? Dio Chan, while playing with her hair, hesitantly said, I'm about to break up. Do you want to go out and have fun with me? This statement left Tai Xiao Hu and Lung Yun bewildered, both asking, What? Suddenly, an image of Dio Chan in a swimsuit, flipping her hair at the beach, appeared. Blushing, Dio Chan placed her hand on her chest and shyly continued, Do you like this outfit? I can wear it anywhere. She then moved closer to Lung Yun's face and said, Or you can choose what I wear. Dio Chan unexpectedly rushed forward, looking straight at Lung Yun, pushing him against the wall. In her mind, she thought, This guy changes too quickly. Wasn't he just disapproving of me earlier? She carefully examined his face with interest, thinking to herself, This Lung Yun is quite handsome as he grows up, and he knows how to make money. Suddenly, she embraced his waist, cheeks blushing. She continued to think, I must capture him for sure. At the same time, Lung Yun raised his eyebrows, his mouth slightly agape in confusion, sweat dripping from his forehead. He helplessly said, I really want to meet Dio Chan, but I have other things to do. I truly don't have time. After hearing this, she lowered her head with a disappointed look. Is that so? Suddenly, she put her arms around Lung Yun's neck, then pressed her chest against him, hoping he would give her his phone number so they could contact each other later. Lung Yun still looked at her as if being forced. She smiled gently, trying to seduce him. He had to say, of course. Shortly after, she opened her phone, added his number. She happily held the phone in her hands, pressed it against her ear, arched her back, one leg kicking out behind her. It's great to have a way to contact you now, she said. Meanwhile, Tai Xiao Hu was about to give his phone number to Dio Chan. She turned to look at him. She widened her eyes. What do you want his number for? Behind them, Lung Yun had little influence. The doctor was watching them, with only Lung Yun smiling. She walked past him. Tai Xiao Hu watched her back, with warm eyes, full of love. Suddenly, Tai Xiao Hu ran over. Lung Yun hugged him, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, Boss Lung Yun helplessly. He comforted Tai Xiao Hu by patting him on the back. Don't be too distressed. I'm here with you after all. It's normal for her to be upset with you. Tai Xiao Hu hugged his phone to his chest and sniffled. Oh, I forgot. He looked at him and said, But why does the boss want to deceive her? We clearly have nothing to do with it. Lung Yun replied with a smile. I indeed have nothing to do with it. He calmly looked at Tai Xiaohu. But you do. Upon hearing this, Tai Xiaohu's body stiffened. What did the boss say? I don't understand. In the park, the two went to the skewer food stall together. Long Yun drank soda and said, on the way here, you said to me. Tai Xiaohu glanced at him, and he asked, is it that kid Gao Shangfa Kaya who paid you to seduce me? He answered, that's right. He continued, in total, how much did he pay you? Tai Xiaohu replied, initially, 10,000 as a deposit, and after completing the task, he will give another 10,000. Long Yun thought deeply in his head, and he told Tai Xiaohu, go ask for that 10,000 back. Upon hearing this, Tai Xiaohu shouted at him, but I was beaten by the boss, so I didn't complete the task. Shouldn't the deposit be returned? According to reason, the deposit should be refunded. Long Yun sighed. Still, Tang Meng's mind was agile, and he understood immediately. Then, he whispered a plan into Tai Xiaohu's ear. When the time comes, you just do this. Tai Xiaohu frowned upon hearing this, looked straight at Long Yun, and said, boss, what we're doing doesn't seem right. Long Yun drank soda, glanced at Tai Xiaohu, and said, you have followed me through the rivers and lakes. Why bother about the rules of the streets? Forget about it in the future, just do as I say. He approached him, puzzled. Boss, what are your rules? Long Yun looked at him sharply and replied, never let yourself be at a loss. If you can make money, just do it. In the evening, a subordinate reported to Zhao Shangfe. First, he was beaten by Tai Xiaohu, then thrown 8 meters away. He gritted his teeth in anger, and the subordinate continued. Finally, Long Yun threw Tai Xiaohu into the basketball hoop. He even demanded a few thousand from King Long Gang. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Gao Shangfa glanced towards the door. Then, a voice rang out. Gao Shangfa, I am Tai Xiaohu. Gao Shangfa stared at the door, smiling cunningly. You've come to pay at the right time. Tai Xiaohu, with an emotionless face, stood at the door looking inside. Seeing Tai Xiaohu standing at the door, Gao Shangfa, lying on the hospital bed, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, how come you came to pay by yourself? Take this 10,000 and spend it. I'm not in a hurry. Tai Xiaohu remained silent, thinking of himself. Isn't this just a scam? He then quickly walked over and stood next to Gao Shangfa's bed. Everyone was surprised and had not reacted yet. Tai Xiaohu raised his still bandaged arm, showing it to Zhao Shangfa, and said, I knocked Long Yun down. Zhao Shangfa, quickly transfer the remaining money to me. Hearing this, Gao Shangfa became angry, his head burning. Tai Xiaohu, do you think I'm a fool? The whole school saw Long Yun hanging and being beaten. And now you have the nerve to come here and demand money. Tai Xiaohu widened his eyes, angrily saying, if he didn't let Long Yun be beaten, how would he know his weaknesses? Tai Xiaohu continued, later, I followed Long Yun out of the school. When he wasn't prepared, I used my power to make him kneel down and beg for mercy. He said in that moment, with me standing tall and cold, looking down at a kid sitting on the ground, with 3 lumps on his head. Imagine Long Yun with a smug smile, sharp eyes. Zhao Shangfa retorted, beg for mercy. His mother's face is still intact, and he's talking big. Angry, Tai Xiaohu grabbed Gao Shangfa's shirt, holding it tightly, and said, I will now take Gao Shangfa to find Long Yun. Let's see if he was really beaten by me. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu still held on to Gao Shangfa's collar, speaking loudly. Gao Shangfa lay on the hospital bed, anxiously saying, calm down. Seeing Tai Xiaohu preparing to attack someone, he frowned and thought to himself, what is he playing at? Following him to find Long Yun is just asking for trouble. At that moment, Gao Shangfa picked up the phone on the bed and said, isn't it just 10,000? He looked at the phone, gritted his teeth, and immediately transferred the money to Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu had taken his hand off his collar and stood with his arms crossed, watching him. Hearing this, Tai Xiaohu angrily said, it's not 10,000, it's 20,000. With the phone in hand, Gao Shangfa calmly said, are you mistaken? You already paid 10,000 as a deposit before. Now there's only 10,000 left. Tai Xiaohu stood firm and replied, for helping you fight Long Yun and getting injured, not to mention losing face like this. I demand compensation for medicine and mental damage." Hearing this, Gao Shangfa looked at Tai Xiaohu in surprise and disbelief. He was furious, holding the phone and thinking, there are shameless people like this in the world. He then said, "Oh, you can't do that. It won't be easy to hear if it goes outside." Tai Xiaohu continued to look down from above and said, "Long Yun still doesn't know. This is because of him. If he goes to tell Long Yun now, Gao Shangfa, do you think you can leave the hospital in this lifetime?" Hearing Tai Xiaohu say this, Gao Shangfa was shocked, his whole body trembling. He looked at his phone and said, "All right, 20,000 it is." After transferring the money, he looked at Tai Xiaohu checking his phone. Tai Xiaohu happily said, "Not bad. In the future, if you still want to fight Long Yun, just call him." Shangfa raised his eyebrows challengingly and said, "Who? Rest assured, everything has passed. He will go to Long Yun in the next few days, apologize and explain the misunderstanding clearly." Tai Xiaohu held his phone and glanced back before saying, "That's your business. But if Long Yun continues to hit me in the future, the medical expenses will still be paid by Gao Shangfa." Shangfa angrily said, "What?" At this moment, the door of the hospital room was slammed shut. Shangfa's eyes were blazing with anger, and his bodyguard beside him said, "Boss, should we let him go like this?" Shangfa said loudly, "Otherwise, what do you want to do?" They all rushed up but couldn't beat Tai Xiaohu. He continued to think, however, this way of cheating money seems familiar to him. Outside the hospital, the twilight was flooding in. Patients and nurses were walking around the hospital. In the hospital corridor, Tai Xiaohu walked and talked on the phone. "Boss, he really used your method and got the money," he said loudly, ignoring the curious eyes around him. On the other end of the phone, Long Yun laughed and asked, "Not bad. How does it feel?" Tai Xiaohu flattered, saying, "It's even more exciting than fighting. He wants to do it again next time." Amid the surprised eyes of everyone around, outside the rain and wind were strong. Only the sound of cursing could be heard. Long Yun held an umbrella that was blown inside out by the wind, causing him to say, "The rain is too heavy. If not for meeting my sister, he wouldn't have returned to school in this weather." Suddenly, he noticed and said, "Isn't that Zhang Mai Fang over there?" At this moment, a girl with long hair and a shoulder bag, wearing shorts and a red shirt, was standing in the rain on the sidewalk. The girl shook her head lightly, saying, "Why did you choose this kind of weather, looking for Long Yun?" A sudden gust of wind blew, causing her to stagger and bump into Long Yun holding the umbrella. Long Yun caught it and hugged Mai Fang's shoulders, looking down from above, saying, "Why are you looking for me?" Upon hearing this, Mai Fang shouted, "Who are you? Let me go." Startled by the shout, Long Yun fell back, the umbrella broken and falling to the ground. "I am Long Yun. Don't you recognize me?" The girl stood in the rain, clutching her purse, looking at Long Yun and saying, pushing him away, "Long Yun is a chubby guy, basically not handsome like you." Long Yun blushed with embarrassment, turned to look at Mai Fang and smiled, thinking that with this compliment, he would forgive her. At this moment, he stood facing Mai Fang and said, "I am really Long Yun. If you don't believe me, you can call me." Mai Fang burst into tears, wiping her tears and saying, "I don't have a phone. They took all my belongings. I have nothing now." Hearing this, Long Yun asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky. Long Yun suggested, "It's raining heavily. Let's find another place to continue talking." Now at Long Yun's house, Mai Fang sat on the chair. Long Yun stood in front of her, handing her his ID card, saying, "This is my ID card. Take a look." Mai Fang held the ID card in her hand, doubtingly asking, "Are you really Long Yun?" Long Yun crossed his arms and replied, "Why would I lie to you?" He continued mischievously, "Once the identity is confirmed, you can quickly take off your clothes." Mai Fang blushed, hesitantly holding her chest, asking, "What do you want to do?" Long Yun said, "Your clothes are all wet. Do you want to get sick?" As he spoke, he leaned on the chair, teasing Mai Fang. She protested, but now she had no clothes to wear. Long Yun immediately pointed behind and said, "Isn't there a bed? You can just crawl under the blanket." At this moment, Mai Fang also turned back to look at the bed behind. She hesitantly continued, "So it seems possible." 5 minutes later, Lung Yun asked her if she was done, if he could come in. Mai Fang, wrapped in a towel, lying on the bed and covered with a blanket, blushed and said. At this point, Lung Yun asked her to speak up. What had happened after all? Mai Fang, lying on the bed, shyly said, "You get Sun Jing before. Now their family is looking for someone to take revenge everywhere." Lung Yun stood beside her and said, "There are many people who want to take revenge on him. Only after defeating him can we talk." Suddenly, Mai Fang sat up and said loudly, "You don't understand. This time, the Sun family sent a master, not someone you can handle." Lung Yun sat on the edge of the bed, surprised to see her wearing only a tank top, with the blanket falling off due to her sitting up. He blushed and his nose started bleeding. Mai Fang lay back down, covered herself with the blanket, and said, "In short, you must be careful." While Lung Yun's nose was still bleeding, he raised his hand in a martial arts pose, despite the bleeding, and said, "If it's a master, that's great. Currently lacking opponents." He continued, "I'm just afraid they won't come." Below the building, 2 cars were gathered with many people coming in and out urgently. The crowd gathered and lined up shortly in front. In the car, someone made a phone call reporting, "Lung Yun has been found. What should we do next?" Zhang Maifang frowned, her face serious, saying, "Lung Yun, you don't understand. This matter is not as simple as that. The Sun family has the reach heaven power. Saying a word can destroy everything you have." Lung Yun stood still listening to her. After she finished speaking, Lung Yun asked her, "If the Sun family is so powerful, why don't you want to marry Sun Jing?" Zhang Maifang remembered that name and felt disgusted. She shouted, "Sun Jing is a pervert, only knows how to play with women. Even if I die, I will not marry him." Zhang Maifang looked back at her chest. Lung Yun helplessly sighed. "So what are you planning to do next?" Zhang Maifang pulled the blanket higher on herself, sadly replied, "I don't know. I just ran out of the house. If they find me, they will definitely tie me up and bring me to the Sun family." Lung Yun thought for a moment. "Then you can temporarily stay at my house. I can protect you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Maifang suddenly blushed. She raised her head to look at him, thinking to herself, "Avoiding here is not avoiding Chung, but he is willing to confront the Sun clan to protect me." Lung Yun seemed bored, so she started trimming her nails. At that moment, Zhang Maifang hesitantly spoke up, "It's not impossible," after finishing cutting her nails. Lung Yun told Zhang Maifang, "All right, let's just take care of the matter below while we're at it." Lung Yun leaned on his hands and hips, looking at her. Zhang Maifang, bewildered, looked down at Lung Yun. Blushing like a tomato, she avoided looking at him. "So, is this a bit too fast?" Lung Yun, puzzled, asked her, "Is this too fast? Do you want to stay here for free? At least you have to do some housework, right?" Zhang Maifang gasped. "Huh." She couldn't believe it. "A beauty like me standing naked in front of you, and you only think of me as a maid." She uncovered herself and looked at her seductive body. "Am I not attractive enough, can I?" Lung Yun chuckled beside her. "He." A nosebleed unconsciously flowed out after putting on his clothes. Lung Yun asked Zhang Maifang, "So besides washing and cooking, what else can you do?" Zhang Maifang stretched, feeling a cold sneer in her heart. "This is underestimating me." Zhang Maifang bragged, "I am a graduate of Capital City University of Finance and Economics, and I have obtained a certificate as a financial accountant." Lung Yun rubbed his hands, smirked. "So, do you know how to make money?" Zhang Maifang confidently replied, "Of course, just give me a computer and a little capital, and I can make money." Lung Yun handed her a check and asked, "Does this check have enough capital? Can you quickly make a few $100,000? Zhang Maifang wondered, "How much money can a high school student like you have?" Lung Yun placed the check in her hand, then whispered in her ear, 1 million. Zhang Maifang exclaimed in surprise, "What? How you have so much money?" Lung Yun smiled faintly, "Of course I earned it myself. Is it enough?" Zhang Maifang looked at the check and replied, "It's enough. I guarantee that I will help you earn multiples of this amount this month." Lung Yun drinked. "It would be best if I could earn enough to buy 2 huge villas." Zhang Maifang calmly shattered his dream. The best villa in King Shu City cost at least 20 million. To earn enough to buy 2 villas in a month, 1 million in capital is probably not enough. Lung Yun turned into stone after hearing this. He sighed and waved goodbye to her before leaving. All right, I know. John Mai Fang saw him preparing to leave and asked, Where are you going? Lung Yun smiled and replied, To make money elsewhere. Reporting to the person sitting in the car, Sister Seven Straws. The person in the car observed Lung Yun appearing and quickly reported, Lung Yun is leaving. The person called Sister Seven coldly said, Follow him in the car, he's easy to spot. The one who spoke was Tan Xia organization, named Xuan Shai. Xuan Shai ordered with a smile, Xuan Hu, you follow him on foot. Xuan Hu, who was hiding behind a tree, heard the order from Xuan Shi and immediately responded, Understood. Lung Yun glanced back, silently smiling. Look, the opportunity to make money has arrived. Lung Yun immediately ran forward. Xuan Hu ran after him, while providing the latest information. Lung Yun is moving southwest. They followed at a certain distance. Xuanyang observed and continued to report. He has entered Banlong Shan Park. After Xuanxi frowned while holding a cigarette, he said, It's a good opportunity today. We will deal with him. 2 snipers in camouflage were positioned across from Banlong Shan on Nan Kui Feng. On the other hand, 2 more disguised individuals were placed on the slopes of Banlong Shan. Xuan Shai reminded Xuan Hu with a few more words. Xuan Hu, you stare at Lung Yun. I will immediately come to gather with you. Xuan Hu obeyed and replied clearly, Yes, master. Xuan Shi's subordinate, who was also the driver, turned around and asked, Dealing with a 3rd-grade student like this, is it necessary? Xuan Shi took a puff of smoke and replied, The 3rd-grade student in your mouth, with the strength of 1 person, has defeated more than 30 people from King Long Bang. His strength has at least reached the Huangzhong level. She also remembered her client, who had previously quoted a price of 8 million, now raised to 50 million. The driver's name gasped, unable to believe. 50 million just to buy Lung Yun's life. Xuan Shai calmly replied, That's right. She stood up, adjusted her hair, slightly frowned. So this assassination must be successful. At Banlong Shan, Xuanyang was leaning against a tree trunk observing the situation. Xuan Shai suddenly appeared behind him. She asked, Has Lung Yun gone up the mountain? Xuanyang answered softly, Yes, he goes up and down, as if afraid I can't keep up. Xuan Shai laughed coldly upon hearing this. He's already facing death, yet he's so calm. I wonder which sect teaches such foolish disciples. Basically, they don't even know what vast expanse is. The sky is currently very blue, with light white clouds floating in the sky. On the mountain, the beauty of trees and cliffs is revealed before the eyes. Lung Yun twirled the pen in his hand and snorted coldly. Ha! This world truly thinks like me. He stood on the cliff, arms crossed, looking down at the people below. Indeed, he heard them discussing about him. Lung Yun smirked, quite surprised himself. There are indeed quite a few people. Seeing the scope pointing in a certain direction, Lung Yun speculated, Is that a gun? He realized he needed to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan Shai and Xuanyang appeared beside him. Lung Yun quietly glanced at them and expressed disappointment. Too slow. With this speed, you still won't kill me. Xuan Shai and Xuanyang exchanged glances. Then, Xuanyang kicked a large rock towards Lung Yun. Xuanxi also flew up at a fairly fast speed, closely following the large flying rock. Lung Yun tilted his head, his face expressionless, easily dodging the large rock. Xuanxi flew up behind Lung Yun, holding a knife ready to stab him in the neck. Unfortunately, Lung Yun quickly turned his head and moved back a considerable distance. Xuan Shai couldn't believe how fast Lung Yun was. What? She stopped, one knee on the ground, amazed, and he managed to dodge. Lung Yun laughed, haha, just in time. Suddenly, behind him, Xuan Hu smirked, a cold laugh on his lips. He approached Lung Yun with a dagger, and Xuanyang shouted loudly, Go die. Lung Yun startled, realizing the southern assassin was playing dirty tricks. He swiftly rushed towards Lung Yun, launching a sneak attack, the sharp blade inches away from Lung Yun in an instant. He suddenly noticed something unusual here. No matter how much strength he used, the blade couldn't pierce through him. Before he could react, Long Yun seized the opportunity to reverse the situation, turning around and grabbing the blade with his bare hands, pushing him back. Long Yun looked at him, a scornful smile on his face. Dare to sneak attack me? Dream on. As for the female assassin, she seemed to have not learned a valuable lesson from her younger brother, continuing to imitate him, playing dirty tricks from behind. The younger brother, having tasted Long Yun's strength, warned, Quan Shai, be careful. But perhaps this warning came too late, as Long Yun grabbed the collar of the male assassin, forcing him to move. Then he made a beautiful 180-degree turn, throwing the man towards the female assassin rushing towards them. The two collided, the female assassin unable to avoid crashing into the younger brother. By inertia, they both jerked back, crashing straight into a rock behind them, creating a loud noise. They both fell down, looking like they were in pain, probably about to have bruised buttocks. Long Yun stood to the side, nonchalantly twirling his knife, provocatively asking, "Have you had enough beating? It's my turn next." After speaking, he raised his knife, blocking the two challengers. The two assassins turned pale. Perhaps this was a big shock in their assassin lives. Normally, they were the ones chasing and killing others, but now they had become the prey, facing the threat of being hunted. How unusual! Long Yun directly thrust his knife towards the two. The knife flew straight with his strength, causing a landslide, frightening the two. The female assassin immediately ordered her younger brother to attack, but she seemed to react a bit slowly, getting a piece of skin scraped off her arm. She held her painful arm, increasingly eager to know who this kid really was. Suddenly she shouted, "Where are you? Why can't I see you?" From somewhere came Long Yun's voice. "I'm right next to you." He mimicked the stealthy attack technique of the two assassin sisters, slicing a part of the thin shirt, revealing the round breasts of the assassin girl. She immediately sat down, embracing her chest. Suddenly, Long Yun appeared from somewhere and shamelessly said, "Not bad figure," causing the young girl to lose her composure. She angrily rushed forward, wanting to defeat Long Yun at all costs. However, Long Yun sneered, "Just you." With just one move, he easily defeated her. The girl with bloodshot eyes struggled while Long Yun stood at a distance, watching her with disdain. The useless male assassin, seeing his companion, Chuan Shi, unable to even touch Long Yun, was filled with fear. Truly terrifying. I have no chance of winning against him. And he fled in panic. But Long Yun anticipated his move, quickly intercepting him. He gently asked, "Where are you going?" Holding him by the neck with one hand, the assassin had no strength to resist. Long Yun reassured him not to be afraid, as he would die quickly, then raised his knife in a cool pose. The assassin bid farewell to the world. Long Yun carried the body of the male assassin towards the cliff, while the female assassin on the side despaired, realizing that he easily killed Xuan Yang. His power was definitely not to be underestimated. They had underestimated him. Before throwing Ka's body down, Long Yun shared a very profound saying that every assassin should think carefully about before taking a life. If you choose to kill, then you must prepare yourself to be killed by others. After dealing with the useless Kia, he walked towards the female assassin. He asked, "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Even though she was about to die, the female assassin still maintained a strong spirit. She loudly replied, "If you want to kill, then just do it. Don't say meaningless words like that." Truly an admirable heroine. Seeing her still defiant, Long Yun knelt down in front of her and said, "Not afraid of death? Then let's try another way. If I use this knife to scar your beautiful face and turn you into an ugly person, how would you feel?" Long Yun, still enthusiastic, lightly traced a line on her cheek, perhaps hitting a nerve as she screamed, "Stop! It's true that every girl loves her face." He continued to threaten her maliciously, despite the girl clearly terrified. "Scared, huh? Right now, answer me honestly. What is your name?" "Don't give me a nickname." She replied, "Xiao Mai Mei, sent by I to Tan Sha." Long Yun asked further, "What is Tan Sha?" She explained that it is one of the 3 international assassin organizations, divided into a total of 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xuan, Huang, Ta, and Xuan Hu are Xuan level assassins. No one knows where the headquarters of Tian Sha is located, but it has branches scattered around the world. Each branch has from 3 to 9 Tianji assassins, who are in charge of completing assassination missions. Lung Yun asked, in terms of strength between me and a Tian-level assassin, who is more powerful? He had just finished asking when she burst into laughter, without caring about the threat from the notorious killer. He may have felt ashamed and immediately pushed the girl to the ground in broad daylight. Lung Yun, angry, grabbed her collar and threatened. "What are you laughing at? Answer quickly." She frowned and replied, "Your true power is at the peak Swan level, but compared to a Tian-level assassin, you are not even worth mentioning." Not satisfied, Lung Yun increased the pressure and continued to ask, "What is the peak Swan level?" Xiao Mai Mei, struggling to answer, said, "Hu Tian level 4. Lung Yun silently drew the conclusion. Physical training at level 3 is equivalent to Hu Tian level 4 in this world. Not bad, gained some useful information. How much money does she have? Xiao Mai Mei replied helplessly. I also don't know who paid for the human network. But suddenly she stopped as if realizing something. Money. I roughly have about 170 million. Lung Yun smirked. All right, I will give you two choices now. The first one, I will cancel your face, then throw you down the mountain to die on your own. The second one is to follow me. Your life and money will all belong to me. He seemed a bit greedy, wanting both beauty and money. Xiao Mai looked at him suspiciously. Lung Yun thought to himself, killing her is too simple. But if I keep her, I can learn more secrets about this world. After some contemplation, following the call of reason, Xiao Mai chose the second option. From now on, both her body and her money officially fell into the hands of this cunning man. After hearing her answer, Lung Yun smiled and offered to help heal her injuries. Then they both dealt with the remaining assassins. However, Xiao Mai came up with a better idea to eliminate the trouble, a trap to catch all of them. A group of assassins, with a fierce look on their faces, holding their guns cautiously, they approached the mountain wall. One of them questioned, "Why did Suan She ask us to gather at the mountain peak?" Nearby, Xiao Mai suddenly cried out in pain, holding her arm curled up in agony. The moment she saw her cousin, she ran up to her and asked, "Where is Tuanyang? Where is that coward?" Suddenly, Lung Yun appeared behind a group of assassins, startling them as they looked at him in shock. A series of cries of pain filled the air, as the once fierce assassins now lay trembling on the ground. Lung Yun was pleased with the results, praising Xiao Mai's plan and how it saved time. The girl stood by his side, obediently. The defeated assassins, feeling betrayed by Xiao Mai, were furious and cursed her, threatening that their organization would not forgive her. Xiao Mai, looking down on them, said disdainfully, "Failure means death when returning to the organization. I am just looking for a way to survive." Lung Yun stood by with a gun in hand, asking how to use it. The assassins turned pale at the question. Xiao Mai kindly instructed him on how to open the safety and fire a bullet. He quickly learned and aimed the gun at one of them. The cowardly man raised his hands in surrender at the sight. Even he knelt down to beg. Lung Yun looked at the timely person with joy and praise. Very meaningful. Praise is just to please the mouth, but he itched to pull out his gun and aim at the head. He also asked, "Aren't you all afraid of death?" The assassin was so scared that he didn't dare to move, sweating profusely, imagining the gun going off and him dying. So he kept begging for mercy, willing to do anything for him. The others seemed very righteous, so they scorned and cursed the assassin, making them lose all face. He asked, "You mobilized so many people. How much is my life worth in the end?" Xiao Mai respectfully replied, 50 million. Lung Yun was shocked to hear this. He shouted, "So much? I haven't seen 50 million yet." The one who was held at gunpoint earlier saw a way to survive, honestly declared, "I have 60 million, all of which I will give to you. Please spare my life." He must have been very pleased to hear that, but he also pretended to be noble, and said, "I, Lung Yun, am not that kind of person, but based on this money, I will try to spare you." The others realized something, and then continuously shouted out the amount of money they had: 25 million, 30 million, 40 million, and then 8 million. Even with a name like 1,200,000, it seems that this assassin profession is quite lucrative. They rushed to offer money to Lung Yun in exchange for mercy. A group that had just opened their mouths to organize now refused to admit their affiliation, ready to die for the organization. Long Yun stood to calm everyone down. One by one. I know you are just doing your job. Money makes everything easier. Xiao Mai Mai stood beside her, realizing something. Is he being kind, or did he plan to demand money from the start? After a while, Xiao Mai Mai reported to her boss. The money has been transferred to my overseas account, totaling nearly 50 million. Long Yun excitedly exclaimed. Great! He pressed down on the spine of the assassins with 2 fingers and said, Restrictions lifted. You have been released from half of your debt. You can move freely after 10 minutes. Remember to come to King Shu City in 3 months to find me, or else you will face certain death. The group embraced each other joyfully, looking at the foolish group below. Long Yun chuckled to himself. Now they won't dare to cause trouble for my mother and sister. In 3 months, I will have already reached the key training stage. So even if a formidable enemy comes looking for me, I won't be afraid. He instructed Xiao Mai Mai. The matter is resolved. Let's go home together. I need to think about how to use this money. Then, he unexpectedly reached his arms behind her. Lifting her up in a hug, she asked in amazement, What are you doing? Long Yun calmly replied, You are currently holding my money. How can I let you go by yourself? Zhang Mai Fang sat alone in the room. Her appearance at this moment was extremely dejected. She lowered her head near the table, as if trying to hide her emotions. At this moment, she seemed unable to control those emotions. Her appearance was very unusual, her face also blushing with embarrassment as she said, This Long Yun person saved me, and even let me stay at his house. Could it be that he likes me? It seemed like the alcohol made her very excited about everything around her. Zhang Mai Fang hugged the wine bottle, continuously laughing and talking very happily, like a child on cloud 9. She said, If it's really him. Immediately there was a very loud noise outside the door. At the same time, a voice outside called out, causing her to immediately turn her head to look. Zhang Mai Fang, it's me, open the door. She happily walked out the door, looking like an obedient wife waiting for her husband to return. When she saw Long Yun return, she joyfully ran up and said, Long Yun, you're back. She had thought that he would come back and happily run up to hug her, like a husband eagerly waiting for the moment to return home. However, it was different this time. Contrary to her thoughts and imagination, the image of him coming back and embracing another woman at home was completely different. After seeing that scene, Zhang Mai Fang, who was already drunk, immediately recognized the difficult situation. She suddenly exclaimed, Oh! Immediately after, Long Yun gently placed the girl on the sofa. The girl then said, Thank you, master. Hearing her strange words, Long Yun's reaction puzzled Zhang Mai Fang. Her face became more alert. She thought, What game are you playing, master? Seeing the girl with a small wound on her face, but it didn't affect her beauty. At that moment, Long Yun walked in front of her to assess the situation. This action made Zhang Mai Fang very uncomfortable. She angrily pointed to the woman on the other couch and questioned Long Yun. Who is this woman? Upon hearing her question, Long Yun quickly approached her, whispered in her ear, She's an assassin. She came to kill me today. Zhang Mai Fang's face became extremely unpleasant. She furrowed her brows in anger, grabbed the collar of Long Yun's shirt, and demanded, Why would you bring an assassin home? At this moment, Long Yun immediately placed his hand on Zhang Mai Fang's shoulder, looking at her with a very gentle gaze, as if coaxing a small child. He said, Now you belong to me. I can rest assured to let you protect her like this. Isn't that very wise? Immediately, Zhang Mai Fang raised her voice towards Long Yun. Not wise at all. After her words, Long Yun immediately fell into a very awkward state, not knowing what to say, just standing helplessly. As for the girl who was originally lying on the chair, she immediately heard the scream and jolted up. At this moment, Long Yun was very puzzled, looking towards the angry Zhang Mai Fang. He didn't know what he did wrong to make her so uncomfortable that she screamed like that. He thought, Why is she angry? Without letting Long Yun explain anything further, Zhang Mai Fang immediately moved to her room, opened the door and slammed it shut, as if she was slapping him in the face. The other girl immediately saw this scene and became extremely startled, not knowing what to do. Next, Zhang Mai Fang quickly pushed Long Yun onto the bed, making him extremely startled, and not knowing what she was going to do next, he asked, What does Zhang Mai Fang want to do? Without saying anything more, She didn't want to think too much, making herself more uncomfortable. Immediately, Zhang Maifang leaned down and gave Lung Yun a kiss on the lips without warning, leaving him very surprised. Seeing her boldness, Lung Yun became even more embarrassed. At this moment, he was passive, but also very comfortable. He thought to himself, this girl is too fierce. After a while of entangled lips, Zhang Maifang quickly sat up, looking very uncomfortable about the kiss just now, causing her to immediately regain oxygen to breathe. Then she said, Lung Yun, remember this well. Hearing this, Lung Yun's expression became more and more panicked, going from one surprise to another. Immediately he said, remember what? Then she quickly raised her hand, grabbing her shirt to take it off, and boldly said, you belong to me, wanting to undress. While Lung Yun was in a panic trying to stop her from taking it off, feeling the alcohol in her body, he quickly grabbed the shirt to hold it back, and frantically said, no, you can't undress. But at this moment, Zhang Maifang's whole body was exposed, just a step away from being fully visible. Her loose shirt was stuck on her head. Because the attempt to undress failed, suddenly a ringing sound came from his pocket, as if someone was urgently calling his phone. Immediately, he froze. His face stiffened, reaching down to search for the phone in his pocket. Immediately after finding his phone, he quickly tapped on the screen and answered, then raised it to his ear, and said, who would call me at this hour? I wonder what the person on the other end told him. It instantly made Lung Yun feel invigorated and energetic after a fierce struggle with Zhang Maifang, as if he had just been recharged. Next, he immediately told Zhang Maifang, I'm going out for a bit. Before she could say anything else, he hurriedly rushed out the door, leaving Zhang Maifang sitting on the bed looking puzzled, watching him run out and call Lung Yun. At that moment, her head suddenly throbbed with pain. She gently rubbed her temple, then frowned and muttered, why did he run off like that? Unable to control anything further, she immediately lay back on the bed, sinking into exhaustion, saying, go away. Just don't come back, bring another woman home instead. After saying that, she fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. On this side, the building was brightly lit, with some rooms still awake, the apartment building resembling a large light shining across the city streets. Approaching a room still lit, it seems like the owner of this place is still waiting for something that has not yet arrived. At this moment, Lin Menghen's face is extremely unpleasant, as if she has a bad feeling. Right now, she can only softly call Lung Yun to come quickly and save her. Why is there such a miserable image of Lin Menghen? In the restroom, she had to recall a glamorous evening at the Tojiang bar. The scene inside is very lively, with various expensive and cheap bottles of alcohol ranged on the table. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Menghen, I didn't expect you to handle it so well. The image of two men sitting on either side of Lin Menghen, one of them looking extremely lecherous and perverted, constantly pouring drinks and touching her body, making her very uncomfortable. At this moment, the fat blonde man sitting on her left side said with great interest, just by looking, I can tell you're a big star. Immediately after, the brown-haired man sitting on her right side lifted a bottle of alcohol and continuously poured it into her mouth, forcing her to drink it all. The alcohol quickly overflowed, and her body was now immobilized, only able to follow their actions. She then grabbed the bottle from his hand and pushed it outside. Due to the strong alcohol content and drinking too much at once, her cheeks turned red. At that moment, she thought, it's fortunate that I have undergone professional training, so even if I drink a lot, I can still maintain my sobriety. On the other side, a man sat opposite, his face full of cunning as he looked at her while holding a blonde girl. At this moment, she thought, Sin Wen Film Company seems to want to cultivate a star, but they have seduced and tortured many women. Today, I must obtain evidence of their crimes. Suddenly, something mysterious was added to the wine glass by someone. Then, a brunette girl brought a glass of wine with something added inside and immediately handed it to the man. He immediately raised the glass towards Lin Menghen and coaxed her. Menghen, drink this glass, and we can try out the role. She quickly became intoxicated, but immediately blushed and looked at him, saying, really? Thinking she might have fallen into his trap, he said. Of course, a beauty like you is exactly what we are looking for. She then raised the glass to her lips, took a long sip and thought. They finally took the bait. However, as soon as she finished the drink, her body underwent a transformation. Her mind became extremely dizzy. Strange. Next, She looked at the so-called director Kia, and immediately everything became blurry. Seeing him smiling wickedly at her, she thought, "Why am I feeling dizzy?" She then slammed her hand on the table for support, stood up and politely said, "Excuse me, I need to go to the toilet for a moment." But as soon as she saw herself about to leave, the two men immediately prepared to stand up and capture her. Do not let her go far. To avoid losing such a good prey, he immediately approached, holding Lin Menghen's body tightly and said, "No need for a performance. There is the next toilet." Then, the fat yellow-haired man immediately approached, whispered in her ear, "Yes, delaying the time to try the role is not good." At this point, she finally realized the problem was the drink he gave her. However, resistance now was too late. Her body had no strength left. She thought, "This drink is a problem." After taking her out of the bar, the two men began to take her to a hotel room, room 1688. As soon as the door opened, Lin Menghen's body was pushed to the ground, looking very painful. However, her body had no strength to resist. The two wicked men stood outside, looking inside with great interest. The yellow-haired man said, "This woman is difficult to handle. So much alcohol, and not even drunk. Luckily, we were prepared early. Go tell Tseo gentleman the task is completed. He is in room number 1688. After hearing the room number, her last consciousness urged her to resist. Lin Menghen covered her mouth with her hand, softly saying, "Room number 1688. After that, Lin Menghen immediately took her phone and slowly walked into the bathroom, muttering to herself, "It's too late, Long Yun. Only Long Yun can save me." Immediately, to make herself more comfortable and alert, she stepped into the shower, turned on the shower head, and started washing herself. At this moment, the cold water ran down Lin Menghen's body, bit by bit, trying to wake her up. In her mind, she could only hope that everything would go according to plan. She murmured, "Long Yun, please come quickly." At this moment, after receiving the notification that Lin Menghen was in room 1688, Tseo gentleman finally arrived. He walked into the room, still puffing on his cigarette, and called out, "Miss Lin." At this moment, he heard the sound of running water in the bathroom, so he immediately walked towards the door. However, when he saw Lin Menghen showering, he cheerfully said, "So you like to play in the bathroom?" At this moment, suddenly hearing footsteps approaching, Lin Menghen's face became extremely tense as she looked towards him. She immediately raised her hand to cover her body. Meanwhile, downstairs in the hotel lobby, Long Yun had finally arrived to rescue Lin Menghen. His steps were urgent, as time was running out. The hotel employees saw him in a hurry like that, immediately went up to ask, "Sir, how can I help you?" Immediately, Long Yun looked at him, urgently asking, "How to get to room 1688? After hearing this very special room number, the face of the employee became very puzzled, asking, "Why are you asking about room 1688? After hearing him ramble a lot, Long Yun grabbed the collar of the hotel receptionist and said, "Stop talking nonsense, show me the way." The two of them moved along the hallway. There was a very luxurious room, beautifully decorated, being closed. Feeling threatened, the face of the employee was very reluctant, seeming scared to the point of being angry at Long Yun's appearance. Next, the receptionist said, "Room 1688 is just ahead." After seeing them approaching, a man with blonde hair, looking very unpleasant, angrily looked at them and said, "What are you doing here? This is not a place you can come to. Get out." Immediately, Long Yun stepped forward, tightly grabbing the man's wrist, making him very uncomfortable. However, his strength at this moment became terrifying. Perhaps partly because he urgently wanted to save Lin Menghen. He directly pushed the man to fall to the ground. Following that, Long Yun immediately kicked open the door and urgently said, "Lin Menghen, I'm here to save you." The unlocked door was immediately kicked open, slamming forcefully into the wall with a loud bang. The high gentleman who was sitting on top of Lin Menghen had another person interrupting his enjoyment, causing his expression to turn extremely angry as he looked towards Long Yun and asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, Lin Menghen was unconscious, showing no signs of movement, completely at the mercy of others. Seeing the uneasy look on Lin Menghen's face, Long Yun immediately rushed over to them, without saying a word. He then raised his hand and pressed straight on the high gentleman, causing him to fall to the ground in surprise, shouting, What you want? The man was then beaten down to the ground. Without letting him say another word, Long Yun continued to deliver another punch to his face. Next, Long Yun immediately moved forward, embracing Lin Menghan's exhausted body. He said, "Hold on to me, don't move. I'll help you suppress the drug's effects." Shortly after, the two accomplices came back to help the struggling high gentleman stand up. Seeing Long Yun wrapping a cloth around Lin Menghan's body, they asked, "What's happening?" Next, Gentleman Ko immediately turned back to the blonde man and asked, "Director Zhang, who is this guy?" At this moment, Director Zhang quickly reassured Gentleman Ko, "Please don't be angry. This is an unexpected situation. We will handle it immediately." Finally, Long Yun also knew who was behind these heinous acts. He immediately spoke up, asking, "Did you all conspire to harm her?" Seeing Long Yun's fierce and intense demeanor, the group became more panicked. He stared at them and continued, "If you can't control your own women." Long Yun's ambiguous words made the group pale in fear. They slowly backed away, asking, What do you want?" Immediately after that, a man was thrown out of the room, lying motionless on the ground, causing the receptionists to panic and retreat. Inside the room, Long Yun immediately picked up Lin Menghan and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take a mysterious suitcase with him. At that moment, he looked back at the group as a warning, saying, "Consider this money as profit. Wait for me to save her today." Long Yun continued walking and said, "I will come back to settle your debts." The people on the ground were so scared that they huddled together, unable to speak. They held onto their injured bodies, writhing in pain on the ground, groaning, "It hurts, it hurts, we're going to die." Meanwhile, at Long Yun's house, Zhang Maifang and the female assassin were inside. They sat on chairs, looking at each other uncomfortably, refusing to give in to each other. Zhang Maifang then spoke up, "Do you really have no intentions with Long Yun?" Xiao Mei Mei furrowed her brows and calmly replied, "No. He is my master now, that's all." With her doubts finally cleared, Zhang Maifang's face softened, and she said, "All right, I will trust you for now. But having another woman around, I can still accept." As Zhang Maifang finished speaking, the main door opened. Long Yun entered with a girl, causing both women to fall silent. Zhang Maifang's face lit up with joy, and she looked at him, smiling brightly. "Long Yun, you're back." Before she could finish her sentence, Long Yun brought Lin Menghan into the room, leaving Zhang Maifang furious as she followed him, saying, At this moment, Lin Menghan was lying on the bed in extreme discomfort, rolling around and crying out in pain. Zhang Maifang had never seen such a scene before, so she turned to Xiao Mei Mei and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Xiao Mei Mei immediately calmly replied, "She's been drugged. If it continues like this, she will die." Immediately after, Long Yun grabbed Lin Menghan's hand. Seeing his actions, Zhang Maifang immediately stepped forward to pull him away and said, "Long Yun, what are you doing?" At this moment, his face became extremely calm, looking at Lin Menghan and saying, "Saving a life." Upon hearing Long Yun's words, Zhang Maifang immediately covered her mouth in surprise and asked, "Are you preparing to treat her yourself?" He then looked at her, appearing very calm, and said with a slight smile, "Of course, only I can do it here." Zhang Maifang was extremely angry at this point, turned to Xiao Mei Mei and said, letting Long Yun stand inside, his face becoming extremely creepy. She said, "All right, let's go outside." Immediately after, Long Yun stood in front of the door, blocking them from leaving, shamelessly saying, "Why go outside? Stay here and help me." Upon hearing such a request for help, Zhang Maifang immediately covered her face with her hand, showing embarrassment, and said, "Do you still want us to help with this kind of thing?" Immediately, Zhang Maifang raised her hand and punched wildly towards Long Yun, then said in a very annoyed tone, "I didn't expect you to have this kind of obsession." After hearing Zhang Maifang's scolding, Ka immediately pointed towards Lin Menghan, who was struggling on the bed, then said loudly, "My passion here is acupuncture. Come help me stabilize her." At this moment, it seemed like an invisible stone fell from the sky and hit Zhang Maifang's head, leaving her extremely surprised. She corrected her thoughts, realizing that it was indeed acupuncture, and we absolutely did not misunderstand. At this moment, Lin Menghen's body became more and more uncomfortable, her face turning red from the effects of the medicine after enduring it for too long. Immediately, Zhang Maifang climbed onto the bed, holding Lin Menghen's hands tightly to prevent her from struggling, making it easier for Long Yun to save her. Zhang Maifang's face also became extremely wrinkled when she saw Lin Menghen's seductive appearance, thinking to herself, "She is too seductive. Even I, as a woman, am having trouble controlling myself." Looking at the dangerously ill Lin Menghen, Long Yun tried to remain calm and thought, "This poison is even more troublesome than I imagined." Then, Long Yun finally took out the acupuncture needle and immediately began acupuncture on Lin Menghen's hand. He said, "Xiao Mai Mei, hug her from behind." Originally thought she could escape from this, but Xiao Mai Mai also became a scapegoat, so she patiently said, "Yes, master." At this moment, outside was extremely quiet. The moon had risen high, blending with the light of the stars in the sky. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Seeing Lin Menghen's increasingly unpleasant appearance due to the effects of the medicine, Xiao Wai Mei followed Long Yun's instructions and stepped forward to hold on to her tightly from behind. Long Yun raised the needle, preparing to acupuncture the next artery, and he reminded, "Hold tight, don't let her mess up." Meanwhile, Zhang Maifang on the side was holding her breath for the next action. Immediately, as the needle was inserted into the artery, Lin Menghen arched her back, letting out a loud "ah." Long Yun continued to move to different arteries on her body to save her, causing her to continuously utter extremely unpleasant sounds. Zhang Maifang on this side raised her hand to cover her face, feeling extremely embarrassed. Taking a cloth similar to Long Yun's arrangement, she thought, "Saving with this sound is too stimulating. I really can't stand it." After a period of acupuncture, finally, at this moment, Lin Menghen also regained some consciousness. She opened her eyes and slowly said, "What are you doing? Quickly let me go." At this moment, Long Yun immediately raised his hand, gently lifting the sweat-drenched face after Lin Menghen's struggle, then slowly said, "Don't worry, I'm here to save you." Upon hearing that it was beneficial for her, Lin Menghen immediately calmed down, allowing him to do his work. After about an hour, everything was finally done. Seeing Lin Menghen, who had been writhing in pain, now peacefully sleeping on the bed, very obedient, Long Yun stretched and said contentedly, "It's done. Everything is fine now." The next day, Long Yun looked at Xiao Wai Mei and instructed, "Someone go get some hot water to help her clean up." She immediately became very obedient and said, "Yes, master." Seeing Lin Menghen lying on the bed so obediently, Zhang Maifang immediately approached to admire her and unexpectedly said, "Facing such beauty, Long Yun is really calm and composed." Immediately, she looked towards Long Yun, who was sitting calmly drinking water, and a sense of trust appeared. At this moment, Zhang Maifang was deeply moved, looking at Long Yun, her face filled with mixed emotions turning red. He is truly different from other men. Now Zhang Maifang's face became even more radiant, full of love, looking at Long Yun. Indeed, he is the husband I have always been searching for. Seeing her fiery love for him growing more intense, Long Yun was extremely surprised and curious, looking at her, wondering, how did Zhang Maifang do this? After completing her mission, Zhang Maifang immediately took Long Yun back to her room, closing the door mysteriously. In the room, Zhang Maifang sat on Long Yun's lap, crossing her arms in front of her chest, looking very angry and making him wonder. So he asked, "What are you doing?" At that moment, she decided to confess her feelings to him. Her face immediately turned extremely embarrassed and boldly said, "Long Yun, I like you." After hearing Zhang Maifang say that, Long Yun was more and more surprised, going from one thing to another, then loudly said, "What did you say?" Not giving him a chance to resist immediately, Zhang Maifang approached, pressing her body against Long Yun's, and repeated, "I said I like you. I want you to be my husband." At this moment, both of them looked at each other very embarrassed. Long Yun looked at her and began to think, "Like me. Since entering this world, this is the first time someone has said these words to me." It seemed like Zhang Maifang's emotions were becoming more and more intense. She hugged Long Yun tightly and said, "Long Yun, you." After seeing her intense emotions like that, Long Yun looked at her embarrassedly and said, "Before, didn't you want to keep a distance from me? Why do you want me now?" When she heard him mention the past, she was extremely unwilling to be close to him. So now, she becomes more and more shy. She immediately grabbed a pillow to cover her face and said, "Back then I didn't understand you. Now I do. Of course, I have to take the initiative to seize the opportunity." After that, Zhang Maifang turned away, crossed her arms in front of her chest, hiding her intense emotions at the moment, and said, "Anyway, I have made up my mind. You can't drive me away." This statement surprised Long Yun even more. He said, "When did I say I wanted to drive you away?" After hearing his response, her expression changed, from one emotion to another, becoming more intense. Then she looked at him and hugged him tightly, causing him to lose his balance. He reached out to try to hold on to something but couldn't. Next, Zhang Maifang said, "I know my husband is the best." Long Yun, hearing such a strange way of addressing him, immediately said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm still a student." At this moment, Long Yun's face became extremely embarrassed, looking at her and saying, "This posture is not appropriate. Do you want to eat me up here?" After that, Zhang Maifang held onto Long Yun's arm tightly and said, "Just in time." Right after that, Zhang Maifang immediately took Long Yun's hand and placed it on her chest, saying, "Husband, the call has been made, we should take care of it." This statement immediately surprised him to the point of a nosebleed. Suddenly, Xiao Mai Mai walked in from outside and coughed softly, ahem, causing both of them to feel embarrassed and immediately stop their actions. They both turned to look at her with confusion. Immediately after, Xiao Mai Mai looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, "Master, the woman in the room is awake. She has something to tell you in private." Seeing an opportunity to escape, Long Yun quickly pushed Zhang Maifang onto the sofa and happily said, "I'll go now." Seeing his reaction, Xiao Mai Mai was very puzzled. After seeing him leave, Zhang Maifang's face became very uncomfortable, thinking, "Oh no, he's running away again." Outside, it was very quiet, with only the gentle sunlight shining into the room, creating a fresh scene. Inside the room, Lin Menghan had finally woken up and sat on the bed, feeling very embarrassed as she pulled the blanket up to cover her body. Long Yun finally entered the room and sat on the bed, softly saying, "I'm here." At that moment, Lin Menghan hesitantly said, "Long Yun, do you hate me? Do you look down on me?" This question left him very puzzled. Long Yun looked towards Lin Menghan, his face also becoming difficult to accept this question, and said, "I just hope you will be smarter in the future. Don't dress like that to those places." Hearing Long Yun's words, it seemed like he was mocking her. Immediately, Lin Menghan angrily said, "I am a police officer. I went there to find evidence of their crimes." Then, Long Yun's face finally became more relaxed. He said, "A police officer? Do you really think you are suitable to be a police officer?" Hearing his question, Lin Menghan's face immediately became very unpleasant. She continued, "If someone can't even protect themselves, how can they protect others? Long Yun, have you ever thought that if I didn't know the 9 divine principles of the cycle, I could only use that method to save you?" At this moment, Long Yun also became very uncomfortable, pointing towards Lin Menghan, and said, "You understand, dying to protect purity is also not worth it." Upon hearing the very emotional words from Long Yun, Lin Menghan's face immediately became very uncomfortable, saying, "I can." Long Yun, hearing her words, was very surprised, and also did not understand what she meant. He asked, "What did you say?" Right after that, Lin Menghan immediately stepped forward, grabbing Long Yun's arm tightly and slowly repeating, "If it's you, then I can." As soon as she finished that sentence, Lin Menghan raised her hand to cover her face and thought, "In reality, when I realized I was drugged, I knew everything was beyond saving." She then remembered the moment when she was struggling on the bed in the hotel. At that moment, she only had one thought in her mind. "When I called Long Yun, I only had one thought in my heart. If I have to have a relationship with a man tonight, I hope it's him. Long Yun." At this moment, both of them were very close, eye to eye, face to face, unclear how they felt. Following that, Lin Menghan quickly got up, hugged Long Yun tightly, surprising him greatly. She called out loudly, "Long Yun." After that, her face became more and more embarrassed, blushing and saying, "In reality, I like." However, at a very crucial moment, Zhang Maifang quickly opened the door and entered, her face extremely dark, causing Long Yun to be extremely frightened. Zhang Maifang's expression at that moment seemed like she could rush forward and tear the two of them apart at any moment. At the same time, Zhang Maifang looked towards them and said in a stern voice, "I suddenly want to talk to Miss Lin. Long Yun, can you go outside for a bit?" At such an important moment, Long Yun could not refuse. To preserve his own life, he quickly left and said, "Okay." Next, Lin Menghan looked at the uncomfortable Zhang Maifang and thought, what is the relationship between these two? After leaving the room, Long Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately closed the door. Seeing Long Yun's relieved expression as he stepped out of the room, Xiao Mai Mai approached with crossed arms and a calm demeanor, saying, "Master, the ladies might argue because of you." Seemingly able to predict the issue in an instant, Long Yun immediately raised his hand to touch his hair and said, "I know." Then he quickly looked at Xiao Mai Mai and excitedly said, "Oh, the power of beauty is also a trouble." Inside the room, Zhang Maifang suddenly spoke, "Your body is extremely weak. You should rest soon." She then quickly pulled up a blanket and covered Lin Menghan. Unable to resist, Lin Menghan immediately looked at her and said, "Thank you." Upon hearing such courteous words, Zhang Maifang immediately said, "Haha, there's no need to be polite. My husband exerted a lot of effort to save you. As his wife, I naturally have to take good care of you." Upon hearing this, Lin Menghan's expression became extremely flustered, and she said, "Your husband." At that moment, Zhang Maifang's demeanor of very understanding and considerate wife immediately appeared. She said, "That's right, Long Yun is my husband." The next day, Lin Menghan looked at Zhang Maifang with a very embarrassed expression and said, "But Long Yun is only in the 12th grade. He basically can't get married." Immediately after that, Zhang Maifang's expression changed. She clasped her hands together, looking extremely embarrassed, and said, "But we have already acknowledged each other. Otherwise, Long Yun wouldn't have let me stay at his house. Don't you agree?" Upon hearing Zhang Maifang's very reasonable explanation, Lin Menghan's face became very uncomfortable. She reluctantly said, "Yes, you're right." Right after that, Lin Menghan lay down, turned her face inward, covered herself with a blanket, and said, "Sorry, I'm a bit tired and want to sleep." Immediately, Zhang Maifang, seeming to have achieved her goal, stood up with a slight smile and said, "Then you rest. I'm going out." The next day, Zhang Maifang's demeanor changed, becoming extremely cunning. She glanced at the person lying on the bed and thought, "Lin Menghan, I hope you know when to back off. Long Yun is mine, and no one should think about taking him away." At this moment, only the twinkling stars remained in the sky. The building was still lit up, as if there were rooms that hadn't slept yet. Everything around was extremely quiet. After a while, everything finally began to fade into sleep. The next day, finally, today I still have to go back home. The apartment complex where Long Yun currently lived was very modern, with many floors and buildings close together. Right now, Long Yun finally returned home, holding a bottle of water in his hand as if he had just finished exercising. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something was wrong. Immediately, he stopped his actions. On the table was a letter left by Lin Menghan. In addition to the letter, there was a box accompanying it. The content of the letter read, "Long Yun, I have calculated and gone to the city of King Shui. The box is for the person in charge. I will handle the rest. You were right, I was too naive. Wait for me to think carefully. I will definitely come back to see you. I hope you won't forget me by then." After reading the letter left by Lin Menghan, Long Yun's eyes suddenly became very serious. He clenched the paper and thought, "Lin Menghan, how could I forget about her? She was the first woman I met when I entered this world." Immediately after that, Zhang Maifang stepped out of the room, extremely shocked, saying, "Long Yun, Lin Menghan is nowhere to be seen." At this moment, outside Long Yun's door, there was a rapid and continuous knocking sound. Soon after, Xiao Mai Mai quickly stepped outside, opened the door to see who it was. Suddenly, there were two young figures standing in front of the door. A young man with golden hair quickly rushed inside, eagerly saying, "Boss, you finally remembered me." At that moment, Xiao Mai Mai quickly raised her hand to block Tang Meng's forehead, causing him to look up in surprise and say, "Ha!" Suddenly at that moment, Tang Meng shouted loudly, very surprised. How come there's a strange woman in the boss's house? Immediately after, Xiao Mai Mai's face became very calm, looking towards the two of them. Tai Xiao Hu then gently bowed his head to look at Tang Meng, whispering, "Be careful, this woman is very dangerous." After hearing the reminder from the person next to him, Tang Meng was very surprised and said, "What?" Contrary to Xiao Mai Mai's calm demeanor, Zhang Mai Fan stepped out from the room with a very cheerful expression, saying, "Hello, I am Zhang Mai Fang." At that moment, Tang Meng's eyes looked at her, very puzzled, and said, "Zhang Mai Fang. This name sounds familiar." At that moment, he finally remembered who she was, becoming very surprised, gaping and saying, "I remember now. Isn't it Miss Zhang Mai Fang?" He remembered her extremely beautiful and graceful appearance, walking on the street attracting the attention of everyone, unable to look away. He said, being known as the most beautiful woman in Kingshu City. At that moment, Long Yun finally stepped out. Seeing the two of them, they said, "Why are you standing at the door? Come in and talk." Immediately, Tai Xiao Hu and Tang Meng looked at him together and said in unison, "Yes, boss." Then, Tang Meng looked at his companions and said, "Did you see the two beauties at the boss's house, and not be surprised?" Immediately upon hearing this, Tai Xiao Hu also became calm, pointing at him and saying, "The boss is so powerful. Naturally, there will be many women who like him. Isn't this normal?" Hearing such a reasonable explanation, Tang Meng felt extremely painful. He wiped away his tears and thought, "We are all under the same boss. Why are our insights so low?" Then the two of them walked towards the sofa, sat on either side of Long Yun, and listened to him say, "Do you guys know where Xinwen Cinema is?" At that moment, Tai Xiao Hu looked at him and said, "I know. We wanted to go there to collect protection fees before, but we were stopped by Brother Hun. Brother Hun even warned us not to interfere with Xinwen Cinema." At this moment, Long Yun's face became extremely cunning, saying, "It seems that Xinwen Cinema has someone backing them." Seeing this scene, Tang Meng immediately spoke up, "I remember. I heard Mr. Cha mention Xinwen Cinema before. Their headquarters is in Capital City. They claim to train actors, but in reality, they provide women to the big shots in Capital City." Tai Xiao Hu on this side also said, "Causing chaos like this. No one is managing it." Tang Meng immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "Their backstage is in Capital City. Who dares to manage them?" Upon hearing such a question, Long Yun immediately showed a very confident look and said, "I dare." Both of them immediately looked at Long Yun, feeling very admiring of his determination. This time, Long Yun was very determined and made a decision. "Do you two dare to come with me to Xinwen Cinema to collect protection fees?" At this moment, all three of them answered in unison. Tang Meng said, "Of course. This kind of trash shouldn't exist." Tai Xiao Hu also said, "Wherever the boss goes, I'll go." After that, all three of them immediately got on the car and moved to Xinwen Cinema. The wheels rolled on the road, emitting powerful flames, and the sound of the engine grew louder and louder. After a while, they finally arrived. Tai Xiao Hu led the way, his face extremely serious, causing everyone to look at him with fear. After entering, Tang Meng immediately said cheerfully, "Tai Xiao Hu, how come you look like a different person?" He then took on a very aggressive posture, looking at everyone and said, "This is the first toll, must dominate the opponent's momentum." Seeing his attitude like that was a bit strange. Long Yun immediately spoke up, "Not bad, Tang Meng, in the future in this aspect, you should learn a little from Tai Xiao Hu." But upon hearing that, he became extremely annoyed, showing an attitude. "Humph." At this moment, Tang Meng quickly turned to Tai Xiao Hu and said, "However, our boss should also find a reason, otherwise people will say we are robbing." After that, the three of them quickly entered inside. Tai Xiao Hu's momentum was the most dominant, so he walked in front. He said, "I have experience in this kind of thing. You guys just wait and see." All three of them entered the elevator, moving up to the Xinwen Film Company. Then, they quickly entered the director's office, very calmly. As the door was pushed open, Tai Xiao Hu's momentum at this moment made everyone terrified, especially the secretary who was about to open the door. She screamed in fear, and Tai Xiao Hu said, "Where's the boss? Roll out here for me." Tai Xiaohu stood inside the office, pointing towards the director sitting on the chair, saying, "You seduced my girlfriend, ruining her life." Tai Xiaohu became extremely angry, to the point where he could attack the director at any moment. He said, "Today, you will pay for this." Lung Yun and Tang Meng were extremely frightened, their faces turning pale when they saw Tai Xiaohu's actions. Suddenly, a man from outside entered the room and quickly said, "Who is causing trouble in the company?" Tai Xiaohu looked at him with anger and asked, "Who are you?" The man quickly introduced himself. "I am Huang Fiang, the general manager of Sin Wen Film Company. We are a legal company. Please stop this defamatory behavior immediately." Tang Meng looked at Long Yun and said, "Boss, what should we do now? This Huang guy seems difficult to deal with." He placed his hand on his shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry. Let's see how Tai Xiaohu handles this." After hearing Huang Fiang's words, Tai Xiaohu found it ridiculous. He said, "Legal?" Tai Xiaohu's demeanor became more and more terrifying, making Huang Fiang so scared that he couldn't say anything else. He said, "Would a legal company force my girlfriend to take these kinds of photos?" Immediately, Tai Xiaohu became more aggressive, causing everyone in the area to be frightened. He continued, "Will the legal company force my girlfriend to be the mistress of those old men?" At this moment, his eyes became more sinister, as if he could crush Huang Fiang with one blow. He sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Huang Fiang realized that he couldn't resist, so he quickly softened his tone. "Don't provoke. There might be a misunderstanding here. Let's talk in my office. I'll have my secretary prepare some tea." The director turned to the secretary and said, "Call as many people as possible." Unbeknownst to them, Tai Xiaohu overheard everything. Suddenly, the secretary shouted, "Do you want me to call the police, boss?" Seeing this, the three of them were shocked and speechless. Tai Xiaohu became angrier, raising his fist. Long Yun lifted the table, and Tang Meng grabbed a flower pot nearby, preparing to attack. Huang Fiang was terrified, and said, "Why call the police? Do you want to harm us?" Seeing the determined attitude of the three, Huang Fiang immediately crouched down and said, "I'll check the contract right away." While walking, he thought to himself, "If there's really a problem, it must be caused by the people below. Rest assured, I am the general manager. I will definitely deal with them seriously." However, at this moment, Tai Xiaohu seemed even more aggressive, making Huang Fiang unable to resist. He said, "Don't talk nonsense. You only needed my girlfriend to behave well before signing the contract with her." Then, he grabbed Huang Fiang's collar and lifted him up gently. Tai Xiaohu's face became increasingly unpleasant, anger causing veins to bulge, making Huang Fiang more and more frightened and trembling. He said, "But when she was sold by you guys, we didn't see those documents." Huang Fiang's face became extremely stiff. He looked at him and thought, "Is what this guy saying true, or is it just our company's doing?" He recalled the three men who often did such things to the point of being professional, making him extremely scared, thinking, "The incident at Tao Jiang Hotel couldn't be hidden. If this comes out too, Capital City will definitely push the blame on me. My life will be completely ruined." At this point, there was only a subtle way to deal with it. Huang Fiang immediately fell into a state of laughter and tears, saying, "Brother, don't provoke. How do you want to resolve this?" Next, Tai Xiaohu finally let go, releasing Huang Fiang's collar, causing him to fall limp to the ground before saying, finally getting to the point. The secretary immediately rushed over to help him up, looking extremely pained and drenched in sweat. Tai Xiaohu continued, "Hemph. Very simple." He then began listing a long list of demands to make the situation easier. He said, "Just compensate my girlfriend for the mental damage, physical injuries, lost youth, tuition fees, utility bills. All of these, I guarantee, will not happen again." Many compensations were immediately mentioned, causing Huang Fiang to panic and ask, "How much do you want?" Seeing this, he thought for a moment that they were just asking for money. Seeing Tai Xiaohu's hand now showing the number 3, he quickly said, 30,000 is not a problem. I will have my secretary give it to you." Immediately, Tai Xiaohu's words made both of them fall speechless. He said, "Not 30,000, but 3 million. Upon hearing such a sky-high compensation amount, Huang Fiang immediately fell to the ground, stammering, "What? You guys want money to the point of madness. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard from the side of the door, entering in such a crowded manner that it was suffocating. Lung Yun looked towards the crowd on the other side and said, "So you want to prolong the time, waiting for help from Director Wong?" Tang Meng still didn't understand what was going on, immediately brightened up and said, "Help! Are we about to fight?" Lung Yun immediately pulled Tang Meng back and whispered, "Of course not. Let's go invite them in politely, not leaving a single one behind." Upon hearing this, Tang Meng's face lit up with excitement, looking towards the group of people. Seeing them approaching in such a crowded manner, the steps of the three also slowed down. Lung Yun said, "We've been waiting for you." Tang Meng, now very cheerful, added, "Come in quickly." At this moment, a subordinate approached and whispered in Bill's ear, "How are you feeling, Bill? Something doesn't seem right." Then, with great concern, he asked, "What will you do now, Bill?" Bill, the leader, remained calm and said, "It's just two little demons trying to intimidate you." Immediately, the group entered with a strong presence, carrying countless weapons. Bill said, "I want to see which fool dares to mess with our brothers." Meanwhile, Lung Yun and Tang Meng stood outside, closing the door, waiting for the drama to unfold. Huan Faiyang immediately saw Bill and exclaimed joyfully, "Aw, Bill." The group looked around to find their opponents, looking very serious. However, immediately, the man named Bill quickly stepped forward and said to Huan Faiyang, "Wong, we arrived late and scared people. You sit first and watch. This place is for me." Upon hearing this, Huan Faiyang saw an opportunity to strike back and replied, "Okay." Bill then turned back to Tai Xiaohu and shouted, "Hey kid," pointing to his large figure, "dare to cause trouble at Sinwen Cinema. You don't even open your eyes to see whose territory this is." Tai Xiaohu simply yawned and calmly replied, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight." Seeing his bold attitude, Bill became even more angry and said, "You." At this moment, Lung Yun stepped forward and said, "If you want bloodshed, are you willing to pay?" He quickly added, "There will be more opportunities for you in the future." Tang Meng then whispered to him, "The boss is right. Everything outstanding is taken by Tai Xiaohu. It's boring." Huang Faiyang then looked at the two standing nearby and thought, "Why aren't they panicking at all?" Bill, unable to control his anger, said, "Attack." Immediately, a figure rushed forward and was slammed into the wall, causing Huang Faiyang to exclaim in surprise, "Ha!" His expression grew increasingly grim as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. Seeing all of his men being swiftly defeated by Tai Xiaohu, he became even more terrified. Unable to stand firm as everyone was quickly subdued, he stuttered, "What?" Bill then quickly approached with a wooden stick, striking at Tai Xiaohu's hand. However, Tai Xiaohu effortlessly blocked the attack, causing the stick to shatter into pieces. He then grabbed the stick, causing Bill to freeze in place. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "Let go of Bill!" Tai Xiaohu grabbed Bill's shoulder, preparing for a perfect spin. In an instant, the other person's attack landed directly on Bill's head, causing him to cry out in pain. After being hit, he spat out blood, his face bruised and swollen. Huan Faiyang was surprised by the sight, but Lung Yun and Tang Meng remained calm. Immediately after that, Tai Xiaohu threw the group of people into a corner, stacking them up like a human mountain. Without any hesitation, he advanced and delivered a decisive blow, causing the group of people to fall on top of each other, writhing in pain. After a series of actions that left everyone in pain and fear, unable to speak or move, Lung Yun on this side, seeing Tai Xiaohu's excellent performance, thought to himself, "In just a few days, Tai Xiaohu has made rapid progress. Truly did not choose the wrong person." Due to a very inappropriate blow to Bill, causing the younger brother to panic, he ran away saying, "Don't hit me, I won't fight." However, before he could run far, Tang Meng immediately blocked his way, saying, "Where do you think you're going?" He then raised his leg and kicked, sending the younger brother flying back, then said, "Go back." At the same time, Tai Xiaohu immediately grabbed the head of the one who tried to run away, pulling him back. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu's face became extremely terrifying, his voice low as he said, "Next up, it's your turn," making the space extremely chaotic. Huan Faiyang hugged the secretary tightly, extremely frightened and not daring to move. On the other side, cries of desperation and pleading rang out. "Help me, it's a mistake. Please don't hit anymore." At this moment, Bill's group of people lay motionless on the ground. Extremely tragic. Tai Xiao Hu looked towards Huan Faiyang's group, extremely angry, saying, "I haven't even used all my strength, and you've already lost." At this moment, he looked like a commander, making the other group unable to resist. On this side, Huan Faiyang and his secretary hugged each other, trembling with fear. Next, Tai Xiao Hu turned back to look at the two of them, saying, "Director Wang, let's talk, don't send someone to fight me." Immediately after, Huan Faiyang kept trembling, saying, "Brothers, calm down. Let's take things slowly." However, at this moment, Tai Xiao Hu's momentum was huge. He looked at the two of them and shouted, "Hu, your mother is a brother to you. I will go to the police station right now and report everything you've done." Upon hearing this, Huan Faiyang's group immediately knelt on the ground, saying, "No need to call the police. We'll lose our lives. Let's settle it ourselves. I'm willing to compensate you." Then, Huan Faiyang quickly turned back, asking the secretary, "How much liquid capital does the company have left?" The secretary quickly replied, 13 million. Huan Faiyang immediately looked up at Tai Xiao Hu, his eyes full of humiliation, saying, "You heard that. The company only has that much money left." After hearing that, Tai Xiao Hu fell into contemplation for a moment, not saying anything. Huan Faiyang immediately looked up to assess the situation. Then, Lung Yun behind them turned and asked, "Tang Meng, does this person have money in their account?" He quickly replied, "Of course. Nowadays, who doesn't have some savings in their pocket?" After hearing their conversation, Tai Xiao Hu seemed to realize the issue and immediately started thinking. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind. He could demand compensation. Tai Xiao Hu then stepped forward, grabbed Huan Faiyang's collar tightly and said, "Give me your money." Huan Faiyang was extremely panicked and said, "I don't have money, I'm just a laborer." Unable to reason with him, Tai Xiao Hu raised his fist and pointed it towards him, saying, "Say it again." Tears streamed down Huan Faiyang's face uncontrollably as he sobbed, "I was wrong, I have a total of 500,000. Immediately, Tai Xiao Hu released Huan Faiyang, causing him to fall to the ground. He quickly pointed towards Huan Faiyang and angrily shouted, "Transfer the money to him right now." Without hesitation, Huan Faiyang rushed back to the office to log into his bank account. He is sitting inside, continuously using the computer to complete the most important mission at the moment. He was working and saying, "Can we settle this now?" However, Lung Yun was not satisfied with the result, so he reached out and put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Of course not." Lung Yun continued, "Write an IOU. If the remaining amount cannot be paid within the specified time, then this company will be ours." Upon hearing such a request, Huan Faiyang immediately became extremely panicked and said, "What?" Tai Xiao Hu looked at him, his eyes full of anger, and said, "What? Don't want to." Seeing his appearance, he didn't want to be beaten again. Huan Faiyang reluctantly said, "I agree, I especially agree." After that, Tai Xiao Hu handed the IOU to him and said seriously. Tang Meng on this side also stood directing, saying, "Stamp it." When everything was done, Lung Yun looked very happy, looking at Huan Faiyang, and said, "Director Huang, if in the future we find you continuing to do bad things, it won't be as simple as just compensating. Remember." Huan Faiyang was extremely frightened at this moment, continuously bowed down to write on the paper and said, "Yes, understood." He thought how terrifying he felt compared to Tai Xiao Hu. Immediately after successfully completing a perfect attack, the three of them immediately returned. On the way, Tai Xiao Hu turned and said, "I didn't expect that we could hit Xinwen Cinema." Tang Meng, who had not yet expressed anything on this side, immediately retorted, feeling offended mainly because of the great actions the leader had taken back then, which left them in awe. Then, Lung Yun said something very strange, "Finally enough." This statement puzzled Tang Meng greatly, who covered his mouth and asked, "Huh, enough of what?" Everyone looked at Lung Yun to see what his answer would be. He then continued, "Of course, enough money to buy a villa." This answer was extremely surprising, beyond everyone's expectations, leaving them all stunned. They arrived at the King Desai Villa area, which was a large area with hills, surrounded by forests and a clear, cool river flowing through, creating a scenic landscape. Tang Meng found buying such a villa a bit abrupt and urged Long Yun, "Leader, do you really want to buy a villa? Or should you reconsider?" Tai Xiaohu, with a simple mind, didn't see any issue with it and said, "What's wrong with that? Isn't it just buying a house? The leader has a lot of money right now." Tang Meng also did not know how to speak to this fool, only bowed his head and complained, "You don't understand. That place is not a normal villa area. The money there is definitely not enough." Upon arrival, they saw a person waiting there, seemingly the manager. The manager greeted them and informed them, "I'm sorry, to visit the villa, you need to provide proof of assets. The customer does not meet the requirements, we have no way to welcome them." Long Yun asked in confusion, "What is proof of assets?" The manager continued to bow, looking up to speak to them, replying, "For example, you have at least 50 million in savings." Tang Meng was shocked, holding his head and wailing bitterly, "I told you, that little money is basically not enough." Long Yun calmly took out his card and handed it to the manager. "Here is the card, you can check it yourself." She replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." Then she took the card to check. After she left, Tang Meng was still amazed. He exclaimed, "Ha!" Then he clung to Long Yun's shoulder and shouted in surprise, "Boss, did you hear wrong? That's 50 million, not 500,000. Long Yun calmly replied, "I know." 10 minutes later, there were many high-heeled footsteps approaching the three of them. All three of them turned to look in the direction of the people walking out. Earlier there was only one manager, now there are 4 beautiful young female employees as well. They all bowed to welcome the 3 distinguished guests. "Welcome, honored guests, we will now serve you as you please." Tai Xiaohu was slightly surprised and asked, "What?" While Tang Meng was completely captivated by the girls. A staff member brought out a dessert tray, including ice cream and fruits, along with a cup of cinnamon ice cream. While Tang Meng was sipping on a drink, Tai Xiaohu turned to him and said, "Hey Tang Meng, I've never experienced this kind of treatment even though I'm older." His face showed doubt about life, and Tang Meng replied, "Don't look at me, I haven't either." They walked through the courtyard of the villa, near the swimming pool and garden. Each person was attentively provided with a parasol by the staff. Long Yun was also chatting with the female manager while walking. She was talking enthusiastically, while Long Yun listened silently. It seemed they were discussing the buying and selling of the villa area. They entered the inner area, next to a decorative statue of a person pouring water. Tang Meng continued to wonder, how did the boss make so much money in the end? They visited a few rooms here, and Tai Xiaohu kept looking around, making Tang Meng have to hold his hand and pulled him along. The manager continued to advertise, "Lung gentlemen, this is our #1 villa." Then she announced, "The current price is 360 million. They entered the house. Long Yun sat down decisively. "Not bad, I'll buy it." The manager was delighted and said, "I will immediately prepare the contract." As she was about to leave, Long Yun suddenly stopped her, waiting for a moment. He turned to Tang Meng and asked, "Tang Meng, didn't the person before say that Lai King Zhuan's house has a discount for buying a room?" Tang Meng was a bit startled and replied, "Yes, I don't know why I forgot about that." Long Yun smiled slyly and told Tang Meng, "Then you contact him. Although I have money, I can't spend it recklessly." Tang Meng's eyes lit up and he thought to himself, "Truly the boss, always saving money." Long Yun understood Tang Meng's intention and thought, "Not occupying amenities. Isn't that foolish?" He pushed Tang Meng aside, almost causing him to fall. After finishing up, Long Yun prepared to leave, calling the other 2 to follow. The next target was King Shulan. Tiku asked, "Why go to King Shulan? To collect debts?" He turned back, raising 2 fingers. "Of course, to buy the second villa." The other 2, especially Tang Meng, were extremely shocked after hearing that. Tang Meng shouted, "What?" He hurriedly ran over and asked Long Yun, "Boss, buying 2 villas costs a huge amount of money. How much do you actually have right now?" Long Yun calmly replied, "Not much, just 7-8 million USD or so." Tang Meng was stunned to hear this, while Tai Xiaohu was speechless and didn't know what to say. While the 2 of them were still in shock, Long Yun walked away arrogantly, secretly pleased with himself. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng quietly looked at each other, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Tai Xiaohu thought to himself, "Indeed, he is the boss." Tang Meng responded with his thoughts, calling 7-8 million USD not much. At the same time, at an old shop, a short-haired neighbor lady with a pearl necklace around her neck was talking to Xia Yu's foster mother. "Xia Yu, have you seen the notice here? It's confirmed that they will go bankrupt." Qin Xia Yu replied, "Yes, I saw it this morning." She started to boast, "Luckily, your daughter has talent. She bought a 2-bedroom apartment, a living room in the city center. They said they are preparing to welcome her to enjoy her blessings." Then she sighed sympathetically, "Xia Yu, only you are pitiful. The 2 children are still in high school. The clinic has been destroyed, and their only source of income is gone. What should be done?" Xia Yu replied, "You have hands and feet. As long as you are quick and agile, you will not have to worry about not being able to survive." Listening to her, the woman thought to herself, "Vast expanse of heaven and earth," sarcastically muttering, trying to be strong again. It's not easy for a woman to raise 2 children alone. Now even their place to live is about to be lost. Who knows how much suffering they will have to endure in the future. Suddenly, a yellow Maserati drove into the old neighborhood. The car screeched to a halt nearby. The 2 women looked surprised at the car. The older woman saw the person getting out of the car and was shocked. On the contrary, Xia Yu was not surprised at all, even giving a gentle smile. "So it's the 3 of you, Lung Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu," he called out to his mother. The older woman was still confused, thinking to herself, "Why did Lung Yun come back? Could this little one be preparing to cause trouble again?" Meanwhile, Lung Yun slowly approached his mother. Xia Yu touched his son's cheek and asked him, "Why didn't you tell me before coming home?" Scratching his head, Lung Yun replied, "Because I wanted to surprise you." He raised his hand towards the yellow car over there, saying, "Mom, I remember you know how to drive, so drive this Maserati back for you to use." When Aunt Kia heard the name of the car brand, her eyes lit up like headlights, thinking to herself, "Maserati, I think I've heard this name in a movie before." "A car worth billions," Xia Yu calmly replied. "If it's like this, it will be more convenient for Mom to go anywhere in the future." She asked Lung Yun again, "Is this a surprise you prepared?" Lung Yun immediately replied, "Of course not," and said, "I bought 2 villas in King Shui Bay and King Kesi Bay." Then flicked something, covered with a yellow cloth. The cloth was unfolded. Lung Yun handed it to his mother and said, "Mom, take a look, see which villa you want to live in." Aunt stood next to her and was extremely surprised. It turned out to be a tray holding 2 keys, corresponding to the 2 villas he had just bought. Aunt Kia couldn't contain her emotions and shouted out loud, "How is this possible?" Thinking that she doubted him, Lung Yun handed her a file. "Say this is a house purchase contract or you could take a look." Aunt Kia hesitantly declined, "No, it's not necessary." His mother quickly chose a key and said, "Then I'll stay at the villa in King Shu Bay for peace and quiet." At this moment, from a distance, Tai Xiaohu whispered to Tang Meng, "Tang Meng, why is the boss's mother not surprised to see the villa and luxury car? Look at that old lady next to her, she's completely stunned. Is that the reaction of ordinary people?" Meanwhile, over there, the old lady was indeed frozen like a statue, eyes wide open and mouth agape. Tang Meng immediately wrapped his arm around Tai Xiaohu and leaned in, smiling and saying, "Of course. The boss's mother's eyes are not something ordinary people can compare to." Suddenly, Qin Xia Yu said to Lung Yun, "Lung Yun, come in for a moment, I have something to tell you." Lung Yun, surprised, quickly replied, "Yes." "Okay," feeling a bit nervous, secretly thinking, "Could it be that my mother has finally discovered something fishy about me?" Both of them entered Qin Xia Yu's examination room, with Xia Yu sitting in her chair and Lung Yun sitting in the patient's chair. The atmosphere seemed tense as Xia Yu began speaking. "Lung Yun, what you do outside is none of my business. But if you want to earn money seriously, you need a stable source of income to avoid worries in the future. You should take the initiative now." Lung Yun listened quietly, thinking to himself, "Mother is indeed different. She's already thought about this aspect. Just what I always think about." He then clapped his hands on his chest excitedly and said, "Mom, I actually plan to open a clinic in the city, so whenever patients come, I can make money." Xia Yu seemed pleased and replied, "That's good, But you have to go to school every day. The clinic needs a professional nurse to take care of it. Have you found the right person to choose? Long Yun quickly raised his hand and answered, "Don't worry, Mom. I've found this nurse a long time ago." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Dio Chan was eagerly waiting for news from Long Yun day and night. She silently thought, "Long Yun, when will you contact me?" Back with Long Yun's group, Tang Meng was surprised. What, the boss wants to open clinic? He seemed a bit puzzled. Long Yun didn't understand what the problem was, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Meng didn't say anything. He just reached out and shook Long Yun's hand. He thought to himself, even Zhuan's heart disease, the boss can cure it. With his medical skills, he will definitely make a fortune. Suddenly, he realized another issue and told Long Yun. But it seems the boss doesn't have a medical degree certificate. Long Yun was not from this world, so he didn't understand much. He asked in confusion, "Medical degree certificate? What is that?" Tang Meng whispered into Long Yun's ear, "Opening a clinic without a medical certificate is illegal." Long Yun, feeling annoyed, replied, "How troublesome." Suddenly, he thought of Shu Mining. If Shu Mining's grandfather helps us, can we get the medical certificate? Tang Meng immediately agreed. Definitely. Shu Mining's grandfather is the #1 doctor. Huaha, this is easy for him. Feeling reassured, Long Yun decided, "All right, let's split up. Tang Meng, you go pick up Dio Chan. I will go back to school to find Shu Mining." Tang Meng obeyed. "Okay, boss. Leave it to me." Suddenly, he paused, remembering. Wait, who is Dio Chan? Tai Xiao Hu wasn't assigned anything. Feeling a bit useless, he asked the boss in frustration, "What about me?" Long Yun placed his hand on Tai Xiao Hu's shoulder, soothingly advising him, "You go back to train and improve yourself. That's the only way you can become stronger." Then, Tang Meng followed Long Yun's instructions, went to the meeting point to pick up Dio Chan, which was near a tall building with many people coming and going. Tang Meng stood at the meeting point, waiting, holding his phone for easy communication. He was still curious. Since when did the boss know a nurse? Why didn't I know about it? Tang Meng thought to himself. Could it be a lady or an experienced old woman who can help the boss? The image of an elderly nurse appeared in his mind, and suddenly Tang Meng shouted out, "She's here!" A beautiful young girl, dressed in a nurse outfit and a coat, is standing in front of him. She is also holding a phone and looking around eagerly. Tang Meng was extremely shocked, far from what he had imagined. He thought to himself, "She must be the nurse." Tang Meng suddenly changed his demeanor, trying to appear elegant. "Hello, are you Dio Chan?" Dio Chan, on the other hand, was very surprised and hesitant. "You are," he confidently introduced himself. "I am Lang Van's brother, Tang Meng." Dio Chan was somewhat disappointed. Long Yun didn't come. Tang Meng hurriedly explained, trying not to be misunderstood. "The boss has urgent matters to attend to, so he asked me to come pick you up." Upon hearing this, Dio Chan seemed slightly less disappointed and asked again, "Is that so?" She urged, "Let's go quickly. I want to meet Long Yun as soon as possible." Then she quickly walked away. Her words and attitude left Tang Meng feeling like a statue. In her eyes, there was only Long Yun, deeply hurting him, tears streaming down his face. He thought to himself, the boss's Telhua is really something. Then he comforted himself. Luckily, in my heart, there is only Lingyu, even though Lingyu actually likes Long Yun. They went to school to meet Long Yun. The sky was clear blue today. Tang Meng said, "We have arrived. The boss told us to wait at the school gate." Dio Chan stood there, looking at the King Shui schoolyard, waiting for Long Yun. Suddenly, she saw something. It turned out to be Long Yun and Meining walking out hand in hand affectionately. Meining coaxed, "Long Yun, play with me first. Otherwise, I won't listen to anything." Long Yun tried to be patient. "What do you want to play?" Suddenly, the two of them looked over and saw Dio Chan. Long Yun spoke up, "Dio Chan, you're here." Dio Chan replied curtly, "Yes." Meining looked at Dio Chan with hostility, lightning bolts shooting from her eyes. She thought to herself, another person competing for him. Dio Chan also looked back with the same look, wondering, what is this girl's relationship with Long Yun? Dio Chan hesitated, saying, "Long Yun." Suddenly Meining approached, using her hand to press Long Yun against the wall forcefully. Long Yun, let's go sing, he awkwardly replied. Huh, I don't know how to sing. Mei-ning looked back at Dio-chan, who was sulking behind, and deliberately said, Long Yun, don't you need a medical certificate anymore? She then grabbed Long Yun's hand and pulled him, saying, let's go. Today, I'm treating. Long Yun was in a dilemma, scratching his head as he turned to look at Dio-chan. Sorry, I forgot there's still something I need your help with. Dio-chan was so upset that tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Long Yun's eyes without much understanding. At a nightclub, Mei-ning was sitting on top of Long Yun, holding his neck with both hands, making him wonder, Mei-ning, what are you doing? Blushing, she replied, Long Yun, be my official boyfriend. This statement truly made him turn pale. Mei-ning hugged him tightly. Long Yun was so startled that his neck extended by 10 centimeters, he kept avoiding the loving hearts flying towards him. This action made Mei-ning shed tears, saying, Long Yun, are you not interested in Mei-ning? He quickly denied. How could that be? You're overthinking. Mei-ning appeared saddened. I know boys like gentle, obedient girls. I'm too stubborn and rebellious. I will try to change in the future. Long Yun replied, Mei-ning, I never thought that way. He leaned in close to her, saying, the you now is great, I really like it. His words made Mei-ning blush on both cheeks. She raised her hand to cover her shy mouth and replied, why don't you want to be my boyfriend? Long Yun immediately put his hands on her shoulders seriously, explaining, because we are still young. Studying is the most important thing. We can talk about relationships later. Mei-ning's eyes welled up, but there are so many women around you. What if you forget about me in the future? Hearing that, he reached out to hug her. He held Mei-ning tightly, full of affection, and said, I promise, in the future, you will be the only girlfriend for me. Okay. She scratched her face, replying, okay. But before she could finish her sentence, Mei-ning hugged Long Yun tightly. He blushed and thought to himself, Mei-ning, don't be like this. She pretended to be angry. Before officially dating, you have to agree to take care of me, love me, hug me when I need it, and kiss me. He was at a loss, replying, how is this different from being a boyfriend? Suddenly, she put her hands on his shoulders. Long Yun, don't you want the certificate anymore? Those words made Long Yun sweat. He pretended innocently. Okay, I agree. But his heart was filled with tears. Is this selling myself? 5 years later, Long Yun, tired, held his face, finally finished. The sky turned gloomy. Long Yun looked up and suddenly felt the temperature drop. It's probably going to rain soon, I should hurry home. He suddenly saw Dio-chan in front of him. He looked at her and thought, why didn't he tell her to go home? Dio-chan's face was now flushed. She hugged herself with her arms. Long Yun approached Dio-chan, making her startle and exclaim, Long Yun. He wondered, why are you still here? I glanced at you and told you to go home. Dio-chan hesitated. I'm sorry. I thought you meant for me to wait for you. Long Yun scratched his head in frustration. Then you didn't have to wait until now. Dio-chan said loudly, no matter how late, I will always wait for you. As she finished speaking, she fell into Long Yun's arms, but then suddenly sneezed. Seeing this, Long Yun took Dio-chan's hand to feel how cold it was. Your hands are freezing, he said warmly as he lifted her up and said, I'll take you home now. With a victory, Long Yun brought her back home. Dio-chan, looking at her humble room, apologized. I'm sorry, my place is a bit simple. Long Yun gently rubbed her head and replied, no need to apologize. I also live in a poor neighborhood. His eyes revealed a sinister gleam. Standing for so long must be painful. Take off your socks and I'll massage your feet. Dio-chan hesitantly looked at him and complied, removing the black socks from her feet. Long Yun focused on massaging Dio-chan's feet. I sought you out today because I'm about to open a clinic and need a professional nurse to assist me. His hands massaging her feet moved up to her thighs. He continued, unaware of Dio-chan's blushing face. Once you join, I guarantee your salary will be higher than your previous job. Without realizing, he moved closer to stroke her cheek. Will you agree? Dio-chan stuttered. Agree. Agree. He stood up excitedly, exclaiming, great. Long Yun turned to Dio-chan. Wait until the clinic is ready, then I will inform you to start working. Rest for now. Her sudden shock was evident. Dio Chan quickly grabbed her coat, hesitantly asking, "Long Yun, can you stay here tonight?" As she spoke, she began to unbutton her coat, revealing her body. Long Yun sternly asked, "Dio Chan, are you serious?" Without hesitation, she replied, "Yes," and proceeded to unzip her dress. Long Yun turned around, looking at Dio Chan undressing, and responded, "Okay." He lifted her chin up high and said, "So don't disappoint me." Then, clothes scattered on the floor, Dio Chan shyly covered herself with her hand. Now she was only in delicate lingerie, too embarrassed to look directly at Long Yun. He complimented, "No need to cover up, your figure is great." Long Yun lifted her foot up, continuing, "Especially these legs." Dio Chan then laid down on the bed, and Long Yun's gaze turned wicked. Holding her hands, he asked, "Are you ready?" She replied shyly, "Yes." Suddenly, a blanket flew over, covering her, leaving her puzzled. She quickly sat up and asked Long Yun, "What are you doing?" He calmly replied, "You're tired and feeling unwell, so go to bed early." Dio Chan held onto the blanket, timidly asking Long Yun, "Do you want to abandon me?" He answered, "Why would you think that?" She explained, "My family is poor. I have no life experience. I can't compare to other women." She lowered her head shyly. "Since the first time we met, I liked you. I want to stay by your side." Long Yun comforted her. "Silly girl, you've already gained it." He smiled and said, "I will not hug women on my own, nor will I easily touch a woman's leg." Long Yun pushed Dio Chan onto the bed, advising her to rest well, saying they still had plenty of time later. She happily replied, "Yes." The next day, in a neighborhood, Tang Meng shouted loudly, "Boss Long Yun is angry and coming towards the car." Tang Meng was sitting warning, "Didn't I say not to call me boss?" Tang Meng lightly laughed and replied, "Forgot." Sitting in the car, Dio Chan was already waiting. Haven't seen Long Yun for a long time. Seeing this, Long Yun felt helpless. "Didn't we just split up 3 days ago?" She hugged his arm and coquettishly said, "But I really miss you, so I came to see you." At that moment, Long Yun raised her chin high. Tai Xiao Hu and Tang Meng sat in front, eating dog food, silently marveling. It's only been 3 days, and the boss and Dio Chan have already developed to this point. Truly the boss. Arriving at a neighborhood, Tang Meng spoke up, "This is where the boss is." Tang Meng led Long Yun and the others into a building, saying, "We searched many places this morning. This place has the largest area, the most convenient transportation, and is very suitable for opening a clinic." Seeing the owner Wang in front of them, Tang Meng greeted him warmly, "Mr. Wang, we're here again." Long Yun stared at the man who had just appeared. Tang Meng continued to speak with a smile. "Boss Wang, in the morning you said 500,000. Can you lower it a bit?" Boss Wang replied immediately, "Brother, this is the price for Golden Radiant Road. It is already very reasonable." Long Yun asked curiously, "If this is the Golden Radiant Road, why do you want to sell it?" Boss Wang replied sadly, "I have been in business for a long time, and I am tired and want to return to my hometown." Suddenly, Long Yun put his hand on his shoulder and said, "It's not because of that. Boss Wang, have you been affected by ancient magic?" This statement shocked him. Seeing his pale and tired face, Long Yun immediately diagnosed his illness and put his hands on the boss's shoulders. He confidently said, "Boss Wang, do you have stomach pain every day, can't sleep, feel nauseous when eating, and can't even drink water properly?" His face became serious, but his eyes showed determination and confidence. Exactly as he had experienced, the boss opened his mouth in surprise. "That's right. How did you know, young friend?" Long Yun turned around proudly and said, "Not only do I know, but I can also cure you." Realizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he suddenly found someone who could cure his long-standing stubborn illness. How could he easily pass up this chance? Quickly grasping his hand, he closed his eyes and asked, "Young man, is this true?" This question, like his plea for help with his illness, made him turn back to look at him. Mr. Wang, the boss, became even more earnest as he spoke. "If you can save my life, I won't tell anyone about this shop to you, and my entire fortune will be yours." Upon hearing this, he turned to look at the reactions of the 3 people accompanying him, all of whom were surprised by the boss's offer. He suddenly changed his attitude. approaching the boss with a friendly and willing to help attitude, saying, "Mr. Wang, don't rush. Tell me everything from the beginning first." It seemed he saw this as an opportunity to gather more information from the boss and this house. Seeing this, the boss scratched his head in surprise. After a while, he had to sigh tiredly and tell his own story. "Actually, I've been running this shop for over 10 years. Because of the quality and beautiful designs, business has always been stable. Last year, a new shop opened across the street, also selling clothes, but probably lacking experience. Business is not going well. It seems they are about to close down. But at that moment, suddenly I found that my body was starting to have problems." He recounted the scene of himself in pain, collapsing. One hand pressed against the table, the other hand rubbing his chest. The pain was so intense that he gritted his teeth, eyes squeezed shut. He continued, "It started with just a slight stomach ache, but gradually it became unbearable. Then I started vomiting after eating, my body getting weaker, while the pain continued to torment me every day, affecting both my meals and sleep. This truly made an elderly person like me feel suffocated." The boss immediately thought of a solution. He said, "I went to many hospitals for checkups, but every doctor said I was not sick. Until I met an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He said I had been cursed. Now I remember that foreign owner of the clothing store, he must have been the one who did this, as I heard that foreigners also have their own ancient practices." At this point, his pent-up emotions could no longer be contained. His hands covered his face, trembling with anger and disgust. Tai Xiaohu, unable to bear it any longer, raised both hands as if demanding justice for this man, shouting in dissatisfaction, "Because your business is not as good as his. He used this despicable method. It's nauseating." His face now looked like a demon, eyes filled with hatred, each tooth sharp as a shark's, ready to bite the one who harmed Boss Wang. Seeing Tai Xiaohu explode with emotions, Long Yun and Tang Meng teamed up to hold him back. Seeing him like that made the boss wide-eyed in surprise, so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Seeing Tai Xiaohu explode, this boss exploded too. He shouted out negative emotions. "I came to the shop, they talked, hoping the other side could forgive me. But they kept insisting on not knowing anything. After talking for a while, he gradually felt tired, had to hold on to the clothes rack next to him. His voice also softened. My body is getting weaker. I know like this, I won't live much longer, so I want to sell the shop, go back home, and wait for death." But unlike Boss Wang, Long Yun on the other side was incredibly strong. His eyes were more determined than ever. Just looking at him made others feel that he was someone trustworthy and reliable. He confidently said, "You won't die, sit down next to me. I will help you." And with that, he sat down on the chair, ready to assist. The boss was surprised. Just now, you told me everything. And now I can cure you of the terrible disease that no one else can cure. How can you trust me so easily?" Mr. Wang's face became skeptical as he asked, "Do I need to prepare anything?" Dio Chan calmly replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Lung Yun Teo's medical skills are the best and can definitely save you." Without further ado, he held a shining golden needle in his hand. "Seriously," he told Mr. Wang, "close your eyes." There was no other way but to trust this unfamiliar healer. Mr. Wang closed his eyes as instructed, feeling like fire burning inside, hands clenched tightly, worrying if he could be cured or not. With closed eyes, sweat dripping from his forehead, it can be said that the current mood of this patient is very confused, with a mix of fear, anxiety, and sudden hope. Whoops from Mr. Wang's mouth vomited a strange liquid, including two purple things that looked like octopus tentacles, making his face pale and extremely horrified. Like finding gold, his eyes lit up, seizing this moment. His hand quickly and skillfully pierced the two purple things with the two needles. She exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, look, these are two ancient insects that caused you to be like this." He stared wide-eyed at the two strange things in front of him, while Dio Chan quickly covered her mouth. Without any hesitation, Long Yun immediately burned the two strange ancient insects, his satisfied eyes looking at him asking, "Master Wang, how do you feel now?" "My body feels much lighter, the feeling of nausea is gone. It seems like I am really okay now." He cried tears of joy. "After so long, I am finally liberated from the earthly hell caused by those two things." Now the host of the house is as lively as a young person. He looks at him with emotional eyes. looking at him as if he were a healing king, a savior, an all-powerful god. Overjoyed, he falls to his knees, but deep down he is still grateful. He shouts again, "Young friend, you are my savior." Long Yun quickly supports the host. He calmly says, "Master Wang, don't get excited. This matter is not over yet." Unexpectedly, right after defeating the venomous insects, the one behind the scenes has already arrived at the door. He frowns and looks uncomfortably towards the door. "The speed is really fast," he says, as the owner of the other shop along with his henchmen boldly enter Master Wang's shop as if it were their own. Standing boldly in the middle of the entrance of the clothing store, the owner of the opposite shop stands among 4 tall bodyguards. He wears a dark blue ancient suit, short silver hair reaching his shoulders, with a proud posture, hands in his pockets, and a wrinkled face. This person cannot be liked at first sight. Wrinkles were clearly visible on his face. His eyes were sharp, but full of cunning like a fox. As he smirked, he threatened, "You rotten brat, where did you come from to meddle in other people's business? If you don't leave immediately, you'll regret it." His loud voice held no weight to make him fear. Not only that, he even arrogantly put his feet up on the table in front of the watching tavern owner. Behind him were 2 strong young men, no less intimidating than bodyguards, their faces sneering and looking down on the old fox's words. Long Yun began to feel excited about the situation, his hand on his lips showing interest. Dark Sam provocatively challenged him. "What if I get involved in this?" "You fool," he calmly replied. "No. How could a lowly person like him stay calm in such a situation?" Behind that were all sorts of dirty tricks, pulling out ancient insects from his pocket to disgust. In a flash, he lunged straight towards him. Seeming to have the bloodthirsty nature of this man, his face tensed as he said loudly, seeking death. Ignoring what he said, he used his keen eyes to focus on those ancient insects, as if he had found a way to deal with them. In an instant, his face relaxed comfortably, and his mouth involuntarily curved into a victorious smile. As his hand threw the needles straight towards the ancient insects, all 4 of them were swiftly taken down by his dart-like needles. They struggled in vain, blood splattering out. Suddenly, the old fox Kia vomited a disgusting pool of water when he saw his beloved ancient insects skewered to death. His eyes widened, struggling to breathe, his hands constantly rubbing his chest. He seemed weaker after vomiting, and his 2 bodyguards quickly approached to support him. He glared angrily at Long Yun and said, "So you're the one who helped that Wang Kia guy retrieve the ancient insects? Kid, you're disrupting the rules of the martial world." Still as cool as before, Long Yun not only was unfazed by his words, but also looked at him with disdain. Calmly, he replied, "In my territory, I am the rule. You not only refer to yourself as I, but also as Ta, as if you were looking down from above." Enraged, the innkeeper gritted his teeth and threatened, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." Without hesitation, he grabbed 2 ancient insects, acting decisively. This time, he threw the creatures towards Long Yun, even doubling the number from before. The more furious he became, the more calm Long Yun was, with precise movements. With a flick of his wrist, he mocked the old man, using the same move twice. "You truly are foolish." Each needle flew straight and true towards the target, the creatures. But to their surprise, the creatures turned around. What just happened? He stared in shock, seemingly unable to believe it. "Ha ha ha." The innkeeper smirked, his mouth wide as he spoke. "Your needles are dead objects, but my insects are living beings." Ecstatic, his hands trembling with excitement. "You arrogant brat, this is the result of your arrogance." The ancient insects were advancing towards Long Yun at lightning speed, eagerly approaching as if to say, "You can't escape, boy." However, his expression was strange, not only fearless but also incredibly confident. He looked directly at the terrifying ancient insects, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. It seemed he had a plan to deal with them. Suddenly, his hand ignited with blue flames, each flame originating from his fingertips. But even more impressively, the flames quickly grew to lightning-like bolts. The ancient insects were roasted and fell one by one. Spitting out once more, the old man vomited a pool of disgusting liquid. This must be connected to the fact that the monsters had been eliminated. Now with the upper hand, you sat in front of the old man, showing a look of disappointment and boredom, and asked him, "Old man, is this all you've got?" Unable to hold back, he angrily shouted, "You brat, I'll kill you." While his mouth was still smeared with vomit, a piece of vegetables stuck to his cheek, showing just how enraged he was. They say the older people get, the wiser they become. It turns out, the older they get, the easier it is for them to lose their temper. He was about to resort to a dirty trick. The innkeeper appeared right behind you, hand raised as if preparing to strike you. But it wasn't that simple. With Long Yun's Sharingan-like eyes, which could anticipate all of his moves, you casually glanced behind you and said, "Immune to physical attacks." The 4 words softly and affectionately spoken from your mouth. The old man struck your shoulder, but for some reason, he hesitated and exclaimed, "What?" In that moment, you used your fist to deliver a powerful blow to his stomach. There was no more concept of a stomach for him. He was in excruciating pain, motionless, with his mouth wide open and saliva dripping continuously. Boom! Your force was so tremendous that the man was flung far away, crashing into the large wall behind him with a crash, leaving everyone around in astonishment. Long Yun warned, "I have disabled your energy core, so don't try to use these malicious thoughts to harm others in the future." The bodyguards behind were useless. One felt guilty for not being able to protect their master. His face showed fear, another was indifferent and uncaring, while the last one glared at him. Behind the shop owner Kea, smoke rose heavily as he collided with the wall. The enemy was too arrogant. Now he finally asked him, "You are so young yet have such power. Who are you really?" Blood mixed with saliva flowed from his mouth, making his terrifying face even more frightening. Looking at him pitifully sitting on the ground, he proudly replied, "Even if you cultivate for another lifetime, you still wouldn't be able to defeat your old lackeys." Long Yun stood behind, watching. Long Yun gazed intently at the second floor of the clothing store. Diao Chan ran over and asked Long Yun, "Are you okay?" The 3 men standing beside looked at Long Yun as he replied, "Of course, their petty tricks couldn't harm me." Tang Meng smiled and said, "Boss, you're formidable." Long Yun spoke up, "And in the future, they won't bother us again. Mr. Wang, you don't need to sell the shop anymore." Mr. Wang tightly held his hand and said loudly, "No, my young friend, from now on, this shop is yours." Upon hearing this, Long Yun was surprised. Diao Chan thought Tang Meng said, "The front of this shop could be sold for more than 10 million. Mr. Wang, are you really giving it to Long Yun?" Long Yun patted Mr. Wang's shoulder and said, "Mr. Wang doesn't need to do that. I will never take advantage of others." Hearing Long Yun's words, Tang Meng and the red-haired boy frowned and thought, "Why are you lying like this, boss? You didn't teach me like this before." Mr. Wang wiped his tears with a handkerchief and said, "My young friend, do you know, before I thought I was done for, my whole body felt cold as if in a freezer." Mr. Wang sobbed, "I wanted to sell everything, settle my wife and children, and find a place to end my life." Mr. Wang stood up and continued, "But now I can live on. For me, it's like being reborn." Long Yun stood quietly watching him. Mr. Wang sobbed as he spoke, 15 years ago, I bought this shop for less than 200,000. Now you saved my life, and I give it to you. How about that? Is my life not worth 200,000? Long Yun breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If Mr. Wang has said so, then I will not refuse anymore." Mr. Wang hugged Long Yun joyfully and said, "That's the right thing to do. Mr. Wang, I'll cover the renovation costs for you as well." Long Yun, beaming, waved his hands excitedly as he was embraced. Diao Chan stood nearby, looking astonished, her mouth covered in disbelief. Long Yun asked, "Why are you so dazed?" Diao Chan replied, somewhat incredulously, "This place will be your clinic in the future." Long Yun corrected her, "No, it's our clinic." Tang Meng and the red-haired boy were chatting happily. Long Yun handed something to Diao Chan, saying, "By the way, please oversee the renovations for me and help buy some additional supplies." Pointing, Long Yun instructed, "Wolf hair brushes, gold cinnabar paper, and get 10 more black roosters and male dogs." Diao Chan jotted down everything Long Yun said. Stroking his chin, Long Yun thought that with the clinic sorted, money wouldn't be a concern anymore. I'm about to reach physical training level 4. Next, I should prepare for making talismans. Long Yun recalled the spirit beasts, thinking that talisman making required their blood. But whether there are spirit beasts on this planet, I'm not sure. For now, I can only use rooster blood and dog blood as substitutes. He sighed, pondering, if I could catch a spirit beast, that would be great. Then I could create a spiritual realm, and wouldn't need to rely on 7 luminaries herb anymore. Nightfall descended on the lush green meadows, with gentle waves of grass rippling in the breeze. Long Yun walked to a tree that was glowing and said, "We meet again, my beloved 7 luminaries herb." Long Yun suddenly exclaimed, "Ha! Why is the spiritual ki of the 7 luminaries herb decreasing? Could it be that someone else has been here?" The so-called 7 luminaries herb was glowing, and Long Yun opened his eyes in surprise. He turned around and asked, "Who?" A hesitant footstep approached Long Yun. "This is—" Long Yun wondered, asking the sacred beast as it emerged. The sacred beast looked up at Long Yun. Long Yun asked, "Are you injured?" Long Yun slowly sat down next to the sacred beast. He held its neck up, examined it, and asked, "Is someone using it to heal wounds?" Long Yun released the sacred beast, causing it to lower its head to the ground and kick its legs in the air. He said, "Then you can continue on." The sacred beast lay confused on the ground, and Long Yun said, "I will be your guardian." Long Yun smiled and asked, "What did you think I wanted to kill you? Survival is not easy. I'm not that free." Suddenly, Long Yun stood up, raised his hands to the sky, and shouted, "Of course, if you don't need it, I will immediately absorb all the spiritual ki on the 7 luminaries herb, leaving none for you." The sacred beast was surprised by Long Yun's actions, standing up with all its fur raised. Long Yun smiled gently, looking at the sacred beast sleeping under the grass. The sacred beast was peacefully asleep. Long Yun suddenly discovered something. Long Yun held the sacred beast in his hands, exclaiming, "The internal injuries are too severe." Long Yun embraced the sacred beast, saying, "Luckily you met me." He treated the sacred beast with a healing needle, reassuring, "You will be fine." The sacred beast slowly opened its eyes. Long Yun wondered, asking, "Can this sacred beast understand what I'm saying?" Long Yun was surprised, gaping in awe. "I didn't expect it to have developed cognitive abilities. It won't be long before it can transform into a human form. Even though it only has 1 tail, it can detect sacred beasts on Earth." Suddenly, the sacred beast jumped out of Long Yun's hands, surprising him. The sacred beast grew another tail, leaving Long Yun astonished as he exclaimed, "3 tails!" Long Yun's eyes sparkled like stars as he covered his face in amazement. It's a 3-tailed sacred beast, a rare sight even in the immortal cultivation world. Upon hearing this, the sacred beast stood proudly. A beam of light emitted, causing Long Yun to widen his eyes in surprise. He saw the sacred beast now had 9 tails, leaving him astonished as he shouted that it was a 9-tailed heavenly beast. The sacred beast, seeing Long Yun's reaction, smiled proudly. Long Yun explained that once the 9-tailed heavenly beast matured, it could achieve mystical ascension and shape-shifting, a supreme mystical transformation that was even more powerful than the 4 symbols of power. The sacred beast now only had 1 tail. Long Yun raised his thumb in admiration, looking at the little fox, amazed at how powerful you are. The sacred beast bit Long Yun's pants and dragged him away, causing him to shout, "Hey, what are you doing?" Long Yun asked, "Do you want to take me somewhere?" The scene was quiet and eerie, surrounded by trees under the dim moonlight. The sacred beast was leading Long Yun to a certain place. As they walked, Long Yun asked Buck softly, "Is this where you live?" Standing there, Long Yun said, "The energy in this cave is not normal. It must be something complex inside." Suddenly, the stones flew up high, astonishing Long Yun, who asked, "What's going on?" The stones formed a body and emitted smoke, revealing a giant stone cave. Long Yun said, "This is—" Long Yun and the sacred beast stood on the high rock, looking down. Long Yun looked at the scene before him and asked, "What is this?" Long Yun looked at the scene before him and said, "Within yin lies yang, within yang lies yin. This is the dragon's lair burial site. I have never discovered such a powerful divine power in a cave before." Long Yun held Buck in his arms and said, "There must be a large tomb below." Suddenly, Buck panicked, jumped out of Long Yun's arms, and ran away, making him call out for Buck. Long Yun answered the phone, "Hello." The voice on the other end was loud, causing Long Yun to move the phone away. "Shell my, suddenly started to feel excruciating pain all over her body. She said the medicine you gave her is starting to take effect. Long Yun just remembered at this moment, then thought in surprise, how could I forget about this? Zhang Maifang, worried, heard Long Yun over the phone. Tell her to hold on for a moment. I'll be right back. Beside them, Xiao Wai Mai was lying on the bed in pain, so Long Yun quickly flew away. Little Bike looked up, suddenly jumped up, and then both human and sacred beast flew away. The mysterious night was still illuminated in the apartment. Xiao Mai Mei lay on the bed in pain, sweating and groaning. It hurts too much. Xiao Mai Mai used her hand to scratch the bedsheet. Zhang Maifang stopped her and said, don't scratch anymore. Long Yun will be back immediately. Try to hold on a little longer. Xiao Mai Mei, gripping Zhang Maifang's hand tightly, shouted, Long Yun, I can only survive now because of him. Angry, Xiao Mai Mei leaned close to Zhang Maifang's face and asked, do you still not understand after seeing my outcome? Xiao Mai Mai said, that husband you've been devoted to, he is a demon. Zhang Maifang happily leaned into Long Yun's arms and said, you're back. Long Yun said, go get a bowl of warm water. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Maifang, okay, and walked towards the door, looking back. Long Yun sat on the chair next to the bed, taking something out of Xiao Wai Mei's hand, which was tightly holding on to Long Yun's hand with a needle. Long Yun frowned and asked, what are you doing? Xiao Wai Mei, sweating profusely, said in a loud voice, just kill me. I don't want to endure this pain for the second time. Long Yun looked at Xiao Wai Mei's trembling hand, holding onto his hand, and said, Xiao Wai Mei, do you really hate me so much? Xiao Wai Mei gritted her teeth and replied, yes. Long Yun gently said, if I had been the one to lose at the beginning, you would have done the same thing, right? Long Yun asked, either lock me up and torture me, or directly take my head to exchange for money. Isn't that right? Xiao Mai Mei looked up at him when she heard Long Yun's words. Long Yun lifted Xiao Mai Mei's chin, leaned close to her face and said, so, what reason do you have to hate me? Xiao Mai Mei hesitated and said, hi. Long Yun sat on the chair seriously and said to Xiao Mai Mei, in fact, we are the same kind of people. Suddenly, Zhang Maifang walked in, causing the water basin to fall to the ground. Zhang Maifang, frightened, thought that this was truly Long Yun.